Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to DevDay. Bienvenue au DevDay. Voilà, that's the only French that I will be able to speak today. So the rest of the presentation will be in English. So what is new in .NET 5 and the future of .NET? My name is Johnny Hooyberghs. I am someone from Belgium. I work for a company called InvolvedIT.be. We are a Flemish consultancy firm, and I'm a consultant for Involved. During my day-to-day work, I'm a .NET and C# consultant, and architect. You can reach me on social media by using Twitter, or you can find my repositories on GitHub. And if you really have some burning questions, you can always contact me on my company email, johnny.hooyberghs@involvedit.be. So today I will be going through what is new in .NET 5 and what the future of .NET will bring. Actually, .NET 5 was released last week during .NET Conf, so it's all quite new. And in the following 50 minutes, I will talk to you about the things that I really like that are new in .NET 5. So it's kind of a personal experience. I was playing around with .NET 5, and I just chose the things that I really like about .NET in order to present them to you. It's a virtual conference today, so I can't see you, but you can see me. But in order to make it a little bit more interactive, I will try to read the chat on Discord while doing my presentation. And if there are some questions that I can already answer during my presentation, I will do so. I obviously won't be able to answer them all. So in the end, when my presentation is finished, I'll try to answer all of your questions on the Discord channel. So if you didn't already join the Discord channel, please go ahead and we can discuss after my presentation. So again, welcome. So let's start. So a quick history on .NET. So yeah, it's already been around since 2002, and I'm very fortunate that I've been using it since 2002. Actually, when I was a lot younger, I wasn't really working professionally with .NET. I was just doing it to play around. I already had experience in C++ and Visual Studio, and I really missed a simple platform, a simple programming language to create applications quite quickly. I was using C++ and MFC. It's not the most easy programming language, but I was already using Visual Studio. And I was actually wanting to make the jump to Delphi or Delphi. I don't know how to pronounce that in English. So Delphi. And then the moment I wanted to do this, .NET 1.0 came out, and I was like, okay, I already know Visual Studio, and I really want to do some rapid application development. So thank you, .NET, for being there for me in 2002, allowing me to stay with Visual Studio. So it actually took almost 20 years to reach our current version, which is .NET 4.8, and it's been a wonderful journey. Then in 2016, Microsoft decided to create a second platform, which they would call .NET Core. And .NET Core also has already a lot of versions in those, what is it, 4 years. So it's only 4 years, but we're already at version 3.1, which is cool. But if you look in the bottom of my slide, you can see that lots of those versions are already out of support. So .NET Core 1.0, 1.1, 2.0, 2.2, and 3.0, they're out of support. So you shouldn't really be using them in production environments. So today you can still use .NET Core 2.1, which will still be supported until August next year, and then .NET Core 3.1, which will still be supported until 2022. Now we have two different kinds of frameworks. So what is happening here? So Microsoft decided that maybe it is a little bit difficult to support two frameworks at the same time, which means .NET Framework and .NET Core. So they decided to introduce not really a third one, but to introduce a new version of .NET, which they called .NET 5. And I'm very excited about that. With .NET 5, they really want to have one platform combining .NET Framework and .NET Core and just continue forwards with this platform. And the reason I'm very happy about this is because I also teach adult education in Antwerp or near Antwerp. And it was becoming very difficult to teach my students about .NET, because when they were learning to program in C# and .NET and they were trying to find some information online, it was, okay, am I using .NET Framework? Am I using is .NET Standard. It was very difficult for them. So if Microsoft now decides to go into the future with only a single platform, which they just are going to call .NET, that's going to make my life as a teacher a lot easier, but also my life as a professional programmer. So yeah, last week, 2020, .NET 5 was released, and Microsoft decided that they want to release a new major version of the .NET platform every year. So next year, around November, they want to release version 6, and then in 2022, 7, and in 2023, 8, and so on. They also decided to make the versions in every odd year, so in 21 and in 23 and so on. They want to make that the long-term support versions. So if you are using .NET in production environments and you want to use long-term support versions, please use version 6 or version 8 and so on, because those will be supported 3 years after their initial release. And then after 3 years, you have the opportunity to upgrade to a newer major version of the .NET platform. .NET 5 for now is not a long-term support version, and that will go out of support around February of 2022. So somewhere after .NET 6 has already been released. So again, why this whole new story? Why .NET 5? Well, basically, in 2002, Microsoft decided they wanted to create the .NET framework, and they wanted to create it as a multi-platform framework. But they didn't really make it multi-platform themselves. So they created the common language runtime, so the virtual runtime that runs your .NET application on a Windows environment. But they made that like an open standard, and everyone could actually recreate a common language runtime on whatever platform they desired. So that's exactly what Mono did. So Mono is an open source initiative that basically ported the common language runtime to Unix environments. So you were able to run .NET on Linux or on macOS and so on. But because of this, during all of those years that the .NET framework was very popular, multiple different technologies came out. You had the common language runtime on Windows. You had the Mono runtime on Linux. There were other things like Xamarin on Android phones and on iOS devices. There's Unity for creating games, which also uses the Mono language, the Mono base class libraries and the Mono language runtime. So lots of options there. And then Microsoft decided, okay, if you want to create applications, or if you want to create libraries that are actually supported by all of those different environments at the same time without the need to recompile, we need to create something in between. And they created the portable class libraries for that. So in Visual Studio, you could create a class library that was actually portable between the CLR, between Mono, between Xamarin, and other platforms. But this became quite complex because the more of these platforms you wanted to target, the more difficult it became to actually be compatible, because there are some differences. There are some differences between Mono and the CLR, and there are some differences between Mono and then the implementation for Xamarin, and so on. So the more platforms you use, the less functionality you could basically reuse. So as a second iteration, Microsoft decided, okay, we're going to create something that is in between the .NET framework, and then the new framework we will make, which is really platform independent, really multi-platform, which is .NET Core. But of course, we still want to create class libraries that are compatible with both, so they invented the .NET Standard. And the .NET Standard is not really a framework, it's just a description of what functionality you can use within .NET Framework and .NET Core at the same time. So you could create basically portable class libraries that were usable in the .NET Framework and .NET Core at the same time. Again, all of this that I'm explaining you right now is quite easy to understand if you're already invested into .NET for many years. But if you're new, if you're just learning about .NET, these things can become quite difficult to understand. So now, finally, we have .NET 5, and .NET 5 is going to be the new .NET for the future of .NET. It's real multi-platform. It runs almost everywhere. I really tried it in my home. I've created multiple applications in my home running .NET 5. I'm running it on Raspberry Pi devices. I'm running it in Docker containers on my Synology NAS. It all works perfectly fine, and I'm very happy that Microsoft decided to really go this route and do it multi-platform. So .NET will be a unified platform. So it will be a single .NET platform containing the runtime components for multiple platforms, so Windows, Linux, and so on. It will create compilers that compile to intermediate language from different languages like we're used to, Visual Basic, C#, managed C++, and so on. It will be supporting applications on the desktop. It will bring back WPF and Windows Forms, the things we had in the .NET framework. You can create web applications using ASP.NET. You can create cloud applications for Azure and other cloud vendors. You can do mobile development using Xamarin. By the way, Xamarin still uses Mono today, but Microsoft expects that with the release of .NET 6 next year, Xamarin will port from the Mono framework to the .NET platform, so that Mono will really be running the same runtime with the same base class libraries. Unity, which basically also runs on Mono, I don't think there are plans to move that to .NET 5 runtime anytime soon, but I know that they are working on that. So I don't know when that will be ready, but they're working on that. And then, of course, it also .NET 5 also runs and develops great on IoT devices. I already talked about the Raspberry Pi, which is an ARM64 architecture. You can run your .NET applications on an IoT device like a Raspberry Pi. You can even develop your applications on a Raspberry Pi. So the complete .NET SDK runs on a Raspberry Pi if you really want that. And there's, of course, a whole range of tools you can use to create applications using .NET. So .NET 5 is actually the next version of .NET. It's out today. It's available for you to use. It's released, and it's actually based on the .NET Core basics. So .NET Core, already version 3.1. .NET 5 is built on top of that, but brings in a lot more so that we are able to hopefully convert our .NET Framework applications into .NET 5 if that is necessary. Because all the tools are there, and if specific frameworks are not available in .NET 5 and they are in .NET Framework, then you will have some alternatives to look at. But you should be able to port all of your applications to .NET 5 eventually. So again, single runtime, single base class library, a unified developer experience. So you have Visual Studio that gives you multiple templates for creating different kinds of applications in .NET 5. And .NET 5 expands .NET Core with the capabilities that are also available in the .NET Framework. It will add Xamarin in .NET 6. You will be able to work with Mono. WPF, WinForms are available, ASP.NET is available, and many more. Also, just like .NET Core, .NET 5 is open source. There's a single code base you can find on GitHub. So if you really want to know how specific functionality in .NET works, you can just find the source code on GitHub and look how the teams from Microsoft actually made it happen. When you have to make a decision if your applications are going to be written in .NET Framework, .NET Core, or .NET 5, that really depends on your specific use case. Basically, the .NET Framework, so version 4.8 today, will not get any new features, but it will stay supported with every new version of Windows. So it will get security fixes, it will get bug fixes, but it won't get any new features. Because the .NET Framework is part of Windows, which means if you install Windows on your machine, .NET is actually part of Windows, so it's shipped with Windows. It will actually be supported as part of that Windows version you are using. So if you're using a specific version of Windows 10, the .NET Framework is part of that and will be supported with that version of Windows. The .NET Core 3.1 is actually long short-term support version, but it will only be supported until the end of 2022. And it will also not get any new features, but of course, security fixes, bug fixes, but it will become end of life in 2022. And that is the moment in time you should really move to .NET 5 or .NET 6 by then. Also, you don't really have to be afraid if you already have .NET Core 3.1 or 2.2 applications. They are very easily ported to .NET 5 because .NET 5 is based on .NET Core. It's just a next iteration of .NET Core. You shouldn't really have any issues with porting those applications. I did it for some of my personal applications, and it just worked out of the box. I didn't really have to do anything. But of course, if you still have applications written for the .NET framework, and they are quite huge and they are very difficult to port to .NET Core or .NET 5, don't worry about it. The .NET framework will still be supported for a long time. So you can just manage your existing applications for the .NET framework. But if you are to create new applications, I would suggest you do that using .NET 5 or .NET 6 next year. For .NET Standard, there's also some things, because we are now moving to a single platform. We don't really need the .NET Standard anymore. Of course, if you still want to interact with Mono, you can still use .NET Standard if you want. So if you want to be compatible with the latest Mono version and the latest .NET Core version, you can still target .NET Standard 2.1. But if you want to stay compatible with the .NET framework, you should really target .NET Standard 2.0. So if you are creating a class library and you want that class library to still be available or usable in the .NET framework, target the .NET Standard 2.0. Because if you target .NET 5, it will by default support .NET Standard 2.1, and that will not be compatible with the .NET framework. So the rest of my presentation is basically a couple of code samples of the things that are new in .NET 5. Of course, I very much like to use my personal applications to do demos, but for these kinds of very small examples, I'm just writing some pretty ugly code. So please don't use this code in your professional applications. So the first thing that I'm quite excited about is that there's only a single SDK experience for .NET 5. So you can use Visual Studio, but you can also just use your command line interface. We have the .NET command, and we can create new applications by using .NET New. We can build our applications by doing .NET Build. We can publish it by doing .NET Publish, .NET Test, whatever. We can do everything from the command line interface. Basically, I don't need any external tools to make my .NET experience work. There's also a single project format, so it doesn't really matter what kind of application you're building. If you're building it using C#, you always have the CSproj file, which is an XML-based project file, and it's always the same kind of thing for all kinds of applications. So it should be easy to learn how that works, because you can reuse that knowledge for your web applications, for your desktop applications, for your cloud native microservice applications. It doesn't really matter. A single format that you need to know. Microsoft also simplifies their target framework names, which is actually inside of your so let me quickly get the correct Visual Studio with that. So basically, when you open a project file, there's always your target framework. So in .NET Core, there were different kinds. So there's based on the version of .NET Core, it could be .NET Core App 2.0 or .NET Core App 3.1. And then you had .NET Standard, which is .NET Standard 1.0 or 2.0 or 2.1. Now with .NET 5, we're just going to have the simple .NET 5.0. So this is the only thing you need to add to your CS project file to create a .NET 5 application. Very easy to do. Also, when you want to have very specific functionality for Windows or some other operation system or platform, you can actually fine-tune these target framework names to basically open up the framework for more functionality that is specific to that platform. If you just use .NET 5 as your target framework name, you're going to get the entire .NET framework, SDK and APIs. But if you really want to target Windows specifically, .NET 5 does not give you the things that you need to do Win32 calls, for example, because obviously that doesn't make sense for a Linux environment. A Linux environment does not have access to Win32 APIs, so .NET 5 will not provide those to you. But if you really want to, so if you want to create Windows applications that can use the Win32 API, you just have to add -Windows to your target framework name. And now the .NET platform will open up those APIs for you, and you can just use them as if they are part of the .NET platform you're using. So I have a small example. If you want to use WinForms, for example, you just add the -Windows to that, which makes your applications not available on Linux or Mac or whatever. They only are now available on Windows, but you have access to Windows Forms. The reason that this properties here use Windows Forms equals true is just so Visual Studio can make use of the designer for Windows Forms in this specific template. The same goes for WPF. You just add -Windows, and now you have access to WPF also. So this is how you use those target framework names to directly specify the platform that you want to use and to open up the .NET framework, the additional APIs in the .NET framework for you to use. Basically, Microsoft also wanted to add the -Android and -iOS so that you can specifically write Android applications or iOS applications using .NET 5, but they weren't actually able to finish that for the release of .NET 5, so they postponed that to .NET 6. So in .NET 6, we will be able to create these kinds of applications. So it's basically going to be a Xamarin application, but now we're not calling it Xamarin, we're just calling it a .NET Android application. Because remember, a single SDK experience, we want the single .NET platform which will contain all kinds of applications that we can build. The second thing that I really think you should know, if you were already if you're already using .NET Core, the first versions of .NET Core, they were actually not creating an executable file for you. They were just creating DLL files, because basically .NET doesn't generate native code. .NET generates intermediate language, which sits in a DLL file, and that DLL file is not a native DLL file. It's just a wrapper around that intermediate language. The common language runtime for the .NET framework or .NET Core will just open the DLL and need an executable file, because the executable file is not a real executable file. So in .NET Core, Microsoft decided to just drop the executable file and only create the DLL files. And you had to use the .NET command to really run your DLL files. You had to do .NET space and then the name of your DLL to run a console application or a WinForms application, for example, which is a bit weird because we are used to just double-clicking an executable file to actually run our applications. So in the latest version of .NET Core and now also in .NET 5, they are bringing back the executables. So now the executables are back. But basically, the executable is just a wrapper. So in this specific example, default executables, I created a console application. So there's not really any code. It's just a main method. But if I'm going to look at the output, exciting. So open File Explorer. Now it works. It will actually generate the executable and the DLL right next to each other. I think I have too many Visual Studios open. My system is not very happy with that. Yep. So basically, this is my default executables DLL, and this is my executable itself. So the DLL is the one that really contains your console application. The executable is just a wrapper around it. So I can double click this one, and this will load the DLL to really show your application. So it's a bit different from the .NET framework. So in the .NET framework, you only had the executable, and the executable would contain all of your IL code. Now the executable is basically a means to run your application, and the DLL contains your actual application code. It's basically the same for Linux. If I compile specifically for Linux, it will also generate the exact same DLL file, again, because the DLL file contains the intermediate language and it's platform independent. It doesn't really matter for which platform you're compiling. The DLL will always contain the same intermediate language. And then the executable file itself is then targeted to Linux specifically. So this can be run on Linux, and you can also see that it's a lot bigger in size than your DLL. So that's what those default executables are all about. The next thing is something that is available since .NET Core, but it's changed a little bit. You are actually able to publish your application as a single file application, and this is very cool because since .NET Core and .NET 5 are a lot more lightweight than the .NET framework, the complete size of the runtime, including all the base class libraries, is actually around 60 megabytes in size. So let's say only 60 megabytes. It's quite a lot for your simple Hello World console application, but it's still okay in 2020. 60 megabytes, you can easily download that from the internet, so that should be fine. So basically, a single file application, if you publish that, you have a single file that contains your application, but also the entire .NET platform within that single file. So you can just put that on a USB stick. Are we still using USB sticks? I have no idea. I didn't use it for many years, but you can put that on a USB stick, give that to your friend, and he can run that on his computer. Doesn't really matter if he has .NET already installed because it's part of your single file application. The only thing you need to do is specify a run platforms. You have to do multiple publishes to those different platforms. So you have to specify the platforms, and then you have to specify publish single file equals true. And this will create a single file containing all of your code. And it's going to be around 50 or 60 megabytes in size. And basically in .NET Core, it was a single file. In .NET Core, you had one single executable file, but they were basically quite lazy about that. I mean, Microsoft was quite lazy about it because that executable file was just a self-extracting file. So if you double-clicked it, it would take some time, but it would actually extract, like a zip archive, all of the files inside to a temporary directory and run your application from that temporary directory. Now with .NET 5, they basically made it a real executable. So this is not self-extracting. This really contains your code and the full .NET 5 runtime and base class libraries. And basically all of your dependencies are also within this executable file, but they were not able to add some of these files within. So basically single file applications are actually 5 file applications. The PDB file you don't need, but the other 5 you do need. So you put this on a USB stick, give it to your friend, and he will be able to run this on Windows without having installed the .NET runtime, because the .NET runtime is part of this executable. But of course, 50 megabytes in size for a simple Hello World console application, which is a bit over the top, but it works. You can make that file size a little bit smaller if you want by doing assembly linking, which means if you publish your single file application and you add the property publish trimmed equals true to your project file, Microsoft will automatically look for dependencies that you are not using and will remove them from the publish. So let's say you're not using any file I/O, so you're not doing file I/O to the file system, then Microsoft can basically strip that part of the base class library because you're not using it. And this will lower the amount of data that is necessary inside of your executable. But of course, they cannot strip everything because lots of the code inside of the .NET platform needs other code in the .NET platform, so they really have to be careful with this. Yeah, so basically, I think I'm not going to show you, but I think the file size goes down from 50 megabytes to about 20 megabytes, which is still a lot, but it's of course less than half, which is a big improvement. You also have to be very careful with this, because if you're doing dynamic code using reflection, for example, you're dynamically calling into APIs, then of course you have the maybe .NET will strip away those dependencies because he would not know that you are using those dependencies because you're using reflection. So you really have to test your application when you're doing this. Again, just add publish trimmed, and then your application will be one single file or at least 5 single files, and your main executable will be a lot smaller. Yeah, this is something that I find really cool. That's hardware intrinsics. I'm not going to go into much detail, but basically with the .NET 5 platform, we are able to basically use our processor functions directly. So the processor in your PC has some very specific functionality that makes it able to run calculations very quickly. It's actually called SIMD, which is a short for single instruction multiple data. So your CPU can add numbers together, and it can do different kinds of simple operations, but it can actually do that on multiple data at the same time. So when you're adding 2 numbers in your CPU in a single instruction, your CPU actually runs the add on multiple registers at the same time. So basically, it can be, I don't know, 16 numbers, and it will add those 16 numbers to 16 other numbers at the same time in parallel, and still only use one instruction for this. And since a very long time, processors already have this functionality built inside. And when you're writing native code in C++, for example, you were able to call these functions directly to really increase the performance of your application. And now .NET also provides this functionality to us. So .NET provides an API for us, and that API will actually translate to the machine instructions specifically. But of course, it also means that you really should check if the CPU that's currently running your application should really support these kinds of things. So I will just show you the example. So this is an application that adds a whole list of numbers together. So basically this many numbers, so which is about 270 million numbers. It will just generate 270 million numbers, and it will add them all together in 3 different ways. So it will just do a regular sum by using a for loop, and that for loop will just add all those numbers together. It will calculate them using SIMD support. So in the .NET framework and in .NET Core and now in .NET 5, we already had support for SIMD, which means that by using specific classes, it will, in the background, generate machine code for us that really targets your CPU's SIMD support. But there is some additional support that you can use that is not translated by the .NET framework by default into hardware instructions, so you can also use those. So basically, this is the slowest one, this is a lot faster, and this is even more fast because now you are basically telling your CPU what to do exactly, instead of letting the .NET framework figure it out for you. So if I run this, I'm just going to let this run for a while. You will see that those 3 options are basically going faster and faster and faster. So the first one, calculating a regular sum, takes 2.5 seconds. a sum with SIMD support only 1.3 seconds, and then a sum with hardware intrinsics supports will only take 201 second. And then if we go to, because I'm running it 3 times, the third time you can see it's 1.5 seconds for a regular sum, half of that, like 700 milliseconds for SIMD support, and only 600 milliseconds for hardware intrinsic support. So if you're doing a lot of calculations in your business logic, you can really speed up your application more than double if you're using these features. Very quickly show you that the regular sum is quite easy to understand, but if you want to use SIMD, then you need to use vectors. And a vector is basically an array containing multiple integers. And when you do something like this, you're basically adding one vector to another vector. So you're basically adding the first item of the first array to the first item of the second array, the second item of the first array to the second item of the second array. You're all adding them together, which is basically times the number of items in your array faster, because now your CPU will do the operations in parallel using a single instruction, which is quite cool. I just wanted to show you this because lots of libraries and frameworks are already making use of that. For example, machinelearning.net, ML.net, they really rewrote their business logic, and they are using these hardware intrinsics to make it a lot more performant. Also, thanks to .NET Core and now .NET 5, we have some new development templates. We still have WinForms, we still have WPF, we still have all that's ASP.NET. By the way, we don't have ASP.NET Web Forms. We only have MVC and Web API and Razor Pages. So no web forms, so that's gone. So you really should port your applications if you're still using web forms. But we also have some new things. For example, gRPC. gRPC is a remote procedure call kind of technology. It was not built by Microsoft. I think it's built by Google, but it's open source. So Microsoft also provided an implementation for .NET. And this actually is comparable to WCF, because also WCF will not be available in .NET 5. WCF is only available in the .NET framework. So if you're still using WCF, stay with the .NET framework, or convert your code to use gRPC or ASP.NET Web APIs. But gRPC will be technologically closer to WCF than Web API. So you have to make that decision by yourself. I know that external companies are also creating tools that will help you convert your WCF services to gRPC if they are quite simple. But of course, if your WCF services is using lots of specific authentication mechanisms, then you won't be able to just easily convert them to gRPC. So you will have to do some manual work with that. I'm not going to show you the example. If you do file new project, know that those are available. By the way, I forgot to talk about worker services. So they are also comparable to a Windows service. So in the .NET framework, you were able to create a Windows service, so a long running background service that you can run as a Windows service. Well, in .NET 5, you don't really have this option because you're not targeting Windows specifically, you're targeting multiple platforms. So we have a new kind of template, which is a worker service. And I really like this because now with the worker service, I'm just creating a console application. And that console application is very easy to debug. I can just run it in debug as a console application, and I can work with that. But I can also install a NuGet package to convert that into an actual Windows service and install that as a Windows service. But I can do the same thing for Linux. I can install another NuGet package and convert that into a Linux daemon and install that in Linux as a long-running background daemon, which I'm actually also using to control my sauna at home. So my wife bought a sauna. I create my own .NET controller on an Android tablet so that I can, from a distance, turn on and turn off my sauna. And basically, I'm running a worker service on a Raspberry Pi, which is running Linux as a Linux daemon. This will continuously in the background monitor the temperature of the sauna, and it will turn on or turn off the heating based on that temperature. So very cool. C#. also has some new features. So basically .NET 5 comes out, and with each new version of .NET, we will have some new C# features. And sometimes C# features are very specific to C#, but sometimes they're also linked to the .NET framework, because of course C# makes us able to write .NET applications. So a couple of things that I will just show you in code, because I think you guys are developers and just want to see code. So basically, we have top-level programs. For myself as a teacher, I really like this. If I want to teach people on how to use C#, I don't want to tell them what is a class, what is a method from the start. I just want to show them some code. So I don't really need a namespace. I don't need a class. I don't need a method. I can just go ahead and write some C# code. So this is a new feature in C# 9. If you want to create a very simple console application, for example, because you want to do some scripting, you want to create a utility that does console read lines and console write lines, you don't really have to use your main class. You can just start typing ahead, which is cool. And of course, when you need methods and you need classes, you can just add them as if you're basically writing a script in Python, for example. So very cool. I will probably not use this professionally, but again, when teaching or when creating quick examples, I will very much like to use these. Then there's init-only properties. So basically, when we create a class, we can have properties which have getters and setters. So name, first name. The problem with this is your object is now not immutable. You can always change the name and the first name. So the option you would have was to basically remove the setter from your person. But now you need to create a constructor, and you need to pass those items through the constructor to be able to set those properties once, and then you were not able to set them externally again. Also not internally, because they don't have a setter, and you can only assign to them from the constructor. But this came with a downside, that is that you can't use the object initializer. So if you want to do something like var bbb equals new person b, I can't use the object initializer, like name equals something, because basically now we need a setter for this thing to work, and there is no setter. So that's really stupid. So Microsoft decided to use a new kind of keyword in C#, which is init. So now you can't set your name and first name after they are initialized. So you can initialize them once. So basically by using a constructor, which is a way to initialize them, but now you can also use the object initializers. So now I can do var cccc equals new person c, and now I am able to set the name equals to something like this. Should now work. I don't know why it doesn't work. Don't worry about it. It should, but I probably messed up somewhere else. So that's init. That's the init keyword. If we go a little bit deeper on that, we also have something called record to really create immutable data types. So if I create a record, it's basically a class, but it's a class that only has properties that are immutable. So I can only init them. And because of this, the C# team, they created a shorthand for this. So if I want to have a record with the properties name and first name, and I can only set them at initialization, this is the way you can basically declare your class. So only one line of code that says this is a record. This is basically the constructor for that record, and I have two properties called name and first name. And this is about the same thing as this, but it's more shorthand to write. And of course, you can't mute that object, so you can't change the name for that object. But you can create copies of that object. And if you compare both two objects of the same type to each other, they will basically compare if the values are equal. So it's not going to be a reference equal, it's going to be a value equal, which is also something cool that we get for free by using records instead of classes. You can still add additional properties here. so that you can call a constructor and then an object initializer at the same time. And you just reframe from using the age from your constructor, so you can leave it empty. So you can still use nullable if you want, but it's immutable. You can only set it once. Also, something cool is if you want to make a copy. So for example, this creates a new person B with the constructor. But if you want to create a copy, you can basically say person2 equals person1 with the first name equals Marina instead of Johnny. So you're just creating a copy. You're copying all of the properties except for the ones that you're overriding, and you're initializing a new object with new properties, and you're just copying the values from your original property, which is all very cool because now you can quickly copy objects and use those as your immutable data transfer objects, basically. And of course, you can already see here that they also created the target typed new expression. So instead of writing something like dictionary of string string dictionary equals new dictionary of string string, you can basically do dictionary string string equals new without specifying the type again, because you already specified the type right here. Of course, when you're using var, that does not work, because now you're specifying the type with your new. So you can basically decide which of the two fits you most. But I'm very happy that they now created this, because when I'm teaching my students, I really hate to read this out loud. Person B equals new person B. To read that out loud, you sound like a stupid person. Now we can do something like new. Person B equals new, which is a little bit less stupid, I guess. So those were the most important new C# features. And for the last 2 minutes that are still remaining, I already talked about the target framework name. And you can use .NET 5. You can use .NET 5 Windows if you want to target Windows specifically, but it gets even a little bit further. If you target the version of Windows specifically, there's even more Windows APIs that become available to you. So a quick example. This is a Windows Forms application. So let me run it. So just a regular Windows Forms application, nothing fancy. But it now is able to use my webcam. So when I click take picture, it should take a picture. There we go. Now you can see back screen, backstage. So this uses my webcam on my Windows machine from Windows Forms. And the reason it works is because now I have access to even more specific APIs. So where's my Solution Explorer? So if I look at the code, so if I click my button, I'm using the media capture device, which was only available in Windows 10 specific applications, and I can capture the photo to the file storage. I can load that image from file storage and show it in the picture box. So not a lot of code, but this code is only available when you target Windows 10 specifically, and then you get access to these new namespaces. If I remove that version number from Windows, now those namespaces will not be available anymore. Yeah, my computer is quite slow, so I can't show you, but these, okay, there we go. So these are now not available because I'm targeting Windows and not that specific version of Windows 10. So again, you can write your applications the way you want by just specifying which platforms you're using. And with that, I'm out of time. There were 2 remaining things that I wanted to show you, which is source generators, but you can find these slides on GitHub, and also all of the code examples are on my GitHub page. Also Project DevDay, but we're finished. So with that, I want to say thank you. Again, you can contact me, you can ask me questions in Discord. I will be happy to answer them. And with this link, with this QR code, you will find the link to my presentation and my GitHub page. So thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of DevDay, and bye.
Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner.
Hello everyone. I'm very happy to be here at DevDay. I'm going to present you today Jhipster, which is a tool I've been working on for 7 years, so it's very close to my heart. Let me first introduce you to myself. So, as you can see, I'm using a terminal, so I'm a geek. I'm Julien Dubois. I work for Microsoft. I'm the Java Developer Advocacy Manager at Microsoft. So I work mostly with the Azure engineering team on making Java awesome on Azure, and of course, helping developers to enjoy Azure as well. You can follow me on Twitter at Julien Dubois. I'm spending an awful lot of time on Twitter. So if you want to engage with me, well, don't hesitate. I will be very happy to do so. I will talk a little bit about Azure and Microsoft, mostly at the end, because we're going to deploy anything, of course. But most of the talk today will not be about Azure, will be about Jhipster. I see we have Discord here. I'm just going to click on my other screen to have a look at Discord. If you want to ask questions during that talk, well, don't hesitate. Discord is open right here. And I will be happy, of course, to stop a little bit during the talk and on the questions live, of course. So what is Jhipster? Why are we talking about it? What is it? Let's first go to the website. So it's jhipster.tech. Jhipster is an open source project which I have created more than 7 years ago. So it's a long time ago, a lot of work. Today we're having, that was for the last 30 days, we had nearly 200,000 installations, so people who installed it on their laptop. We had more than 17,000 GitHub stars, which is a lot, especially for a Java project. We are one of the top Java projects on GitHub. And we have more than 600 contributors, so it depends on how you count them, but 600 is the bare minimum. So we have a lot of people coming to the project. It's fully open source, and we would be very happy to have more contributors. So if you want to, use it, of course, you're more than welcome. But if you want to join us and contribute, you are also very welcome. We are one of the projects which had a code of conduct very early, and we are very open about diversity and inclusion. So we are always welcoming new members and making sure they feel comfortable and happy to work with us. Last but not least, about Jhipster, we are fully open source, so we have basically no money accepted from sponsors. So we have many companies which are giving us money to sponsor the project, as well as individuals. Lots of individual people are sending us money. We have, as of today, something like $65,000 per year of budget, which is quite a lot of budget. And we use that budget for website hosting and for also paying contributors. So when you fix a bug, for example, we can give you what we call bug bounties. So we share that money with the people who contribute and improve the project. And that's how it works. So let's have a look at what Jhipster is, and the best way to understand what it is just to use it. So I'm going to go here to a web page which is called start.jhipster.tech. So that's an online version of Jhipster. You can install Jhipster on the command line on your laptop, but you can also use it online, which is easier when you start. And so I'm already logged in here, and I'm going to create an app and see what happens. So Jhipster is what we call a full stack application generator. So it can generate, it will generate a backend, a front end, and also some infrastructure around it. So the default version here will be with a Java and Spring Boot backend, an Angular front end, and some code to, let's say, check your style, to test your code, to do continuous integration, and some helpers to deploy it to the cloud. There are many other options of Jhipster. You are not tied to Java. There are versions with .NET 5, for example, a version with JavaScript also, with Node.js on the back end. And on the front end, we have also versions with React and Vue.js. Vue, by the way, is my favorite, but by default, we still have Angular. So this is what I will use here. As it's an introduction, I'm only going to use the default values, because otherwise it's so huge, we will never end up, and we only have 55 minutes. We will need 55 days if we want to go through all the options. Again, we have more than 600 contributors. This is why it is so huge. We have many people arriving and helping on new features, and at the end, it's an ecosystem which is very, very wide, and I can't, in an introduction, we can't see all of those. So I'm going to generate my app on my own GitHub account. So this works with GitHub and GitLab. And if you don't want to generate the project on your GitHub account, you can also download it as a zip file. I'm just doing it this way because it's easier. I'm going to call it TMP, just to remember that I will delete it afterwards. I'm going to select the default options. So by default, we're going to have a Java project using Spring Boot. Oh, by the way, if you're a Java developer, we also support Quarkus and Micronaut. And also for Spring Boot, you can have Spring Boot with Java or Kotlin. Here I'm using Java. So here, again, it's the default option, but you got tons of other options here. I'm just going to check the main options here. The first one is security. We support basically, so the default one with Spring Security will be session authentication. We also support OAuth2 with OpenID Connect, and we support JWT. JWT is the easiest one, so that's why it's a default. Sorry, all the options here by default are usually the easiest ones, so those would be the recommended options. And depending on the options that you choose, some of the options will change just to help you. So we're trying to get smart here to help people get started. I'm going to use a SQL database. We also support NoSQL databases like MongoDB or Cassandra. By default, we use MySQL. You can also use PostgreSQL. By the way, in the next version of Jhipster, the default version will be PostgreSQL because we see more people are using PostgreSQL than MySQL. So when you use Jhipster, you can send us anonymous data on your usage of the product. We encourage you to do so because that's based on that data that we make choices. So that's how we discovered that more people were using PostgreSQL than MySQL. So that's why we are moving to MySQL. We could, of course, do the opposite in the future if that data changes. We have a lot of work on using caches, so both Spring Cache and Hibernate second-level cache. So by default, you've got caching everywhere, so you have great performance. And let me just go forward to the client-side options. So currently, this is the latest production release of Jhipster. So we've got Angular and React. In the next version, you will have Vue. Vue is already production ready, by the way. So I'm just going to use a default, but what you're going to see here works exactly the same with React or Vue. And that's also why people like Jhipster, is because they can move around frameworks in the backend and the front end and still have a consistent experience. So it's easier for them to get started and also to include new people or move from one project to the other project. Let me just go forward and generate the project. So this is generating the project on GitHub. Again, I could have downloaded it as a zip file, or I could have run it on the command line. I'm just using the easiest option here for my demo. This is going to generate my full stack application. I'm going to open it so we can have a look at what has been generated and what we can do with it. By the way, let me copy paste this inside the chat. So if you want to have a look, so it's in the chat on Discord. If you want to have a look at what I'm coding, well, it's live also on GitHub in the chat. So let me take that code, and I'm going to go to my desktop. I'm going to git clone. We've got lots of other options here also to help you. I'm just using the easiest one, and I'm using the terminal most of the time because it's what everybody can understand and use easily on his laptop. Let me go to my project. I can open it up. So all Java IDEs will work. I'm using IntelliJ, but it's absolutely not mandatory. You can use VS Code or VI or Emacs if you want to. So this project is a mix of a Java project, so using Maven, and also it's a Node.js project for the front end with Angular. So you've got both of them running together. So it's not opening on the correct screen. Let me drag it here. Okay. So here is my project being opened by IntelliJ. It's a new project, so I didn't do anything, but IntelliJ is already indexing it. It already saw it was. Sorry. Let me remove that thing. Okay. Oops. It already saw it was a Java project, so it's installing it with Maven. It's detecting everything. So, and it already saw it was a Spring Boot application here and that it could run it. So before I run it, let me just show you a little bit what has been generated. So we've generated here, as you can see, quite a lot of dot files. So in fact, that's also why my IDE was automatically configured. We generate, for example, gitignore files. We are generating all of those files to help you and your IDE code. So we are not just generating Java and TypeScript code. We are also generating configuration files. We're using, for example, here Prettier to automatically format your code. We are using ESLint to check if your TypeScript code is correct. Well, all of this is here to automatically configure your IDE and have developers be ready from the start. So it's not just about generating Java code. It's also, well, let's say code in general. It's also about configuring your IDE and your setuping everything from the start, so you can be up and running immediately, like I am now, and I can click run, and it's going to work. Let me just open up a little bit the code here. We can see that in my project, I've got a SSC source main Java directory. So that's usual for Java projects with Maven. By the way, we also support Gradle if you'd rather use Gradle. In my Java project, I've got some files which have been generated. The first one will be this one. So that's my Spring Boot application. Again, we also support Quarkus or Micronaut, so we could generate a Micronaut app or a Quarkus app, but that's not the default. So that application has got, some code which is already generated here. Most of the code which has been generated is for automatically configuring everything and setting up default values. It's available here for you to modify. So the best option here is to have a look at the security configuration. So that's Spring Security. If you know Spring Security, that's the Spring Security annotation. And if you have a look inside here, we can see that we are configuring the path. And that's typically the kind of thing that you will want to override in your code, because you're going to add new stuff. You're going to add a new roles, security roles, new Spring Boot controllers. So we generate that code because we think it's useful for you, but we also generate it because we think you're going to be wanting to modify it depending on your specific needs. So it's a code generator that automatically configures a lot of things for you, but then gives you the power to modify everything according to your specific business needs. Next to the Java code, as we can see here, we've got some Docker configuration. So everything in Jhipster is made for you to run locally. Usually we try not to use Docker if we don't need to. And here typically in this current session, I will not need it. But if you need a more complex setup, we generate the full Docker configuration for you. For example, I selected MySQL. Well, it generated for me a MySQL Docker compose file that I can use to just start MySQL. If I had selected MongoDB, it would generate a MongoDB .yaml file here with the Docker compose configuration for MongoDB. I've got also here some configuration files which had been generated. The important ones are here. So those are here, the YAML files are the Spring Boot configuration files, which probably you will want to override. And here you've got Liquibase. So Liquibase is a tool for versioning your database schema. So this is what is going to generate my database and update it automatically. So all of this is configured for you. So you've got Java code, the database code, the Spring Boot configuration. And just afterwards, we'll see we've got also a web app here, which has been generated. But first, let's run the Java code. So everything was already generated for me. So let me just click here on run. This is going to run Spring Boot for me. By the way, we use the auto reload feature from Spring Boot. So basically, you run this once, and then you will have automatically reload of your code. So this is only going to start once, and you will keep that running in the backend, and it will automatically reload your code when you change it. So it has started in 7 seconds. So it's a bit slow, but honestly, we do a lot. And most importantly, here we start up the database for you. So the database and Hibernate, those are taking quite a lot of time. We can click here and have a look. Oh, sorry, because I want a specific browser for you. Let's click here. And so here I can access my app, which is already running. I can already tell you I'm going to have a small error, you will see. I'm only running the backend for the moment. So here it's trying to contact the front end, which is not working yet. We haven't had a look at the front end yet. But that allows me to show you how Jhipster works, well, what our philosophy is. When something fails, we're trying to give you some meaningful error messages, telling you what you messed up, how you could improve. Well, what it's telling me here is exactly what I need to do. I need to run npm to start my front end, because at the moment only the backend is running, only the Spring Boot code is running. So let's run it here using the command line, just because I believe it will be easier for everybody to follow. So I'm doing npm install and npm start. So npm install is going to download npm packages mostly for Angular, and npm start is going to build that front end and start it in my web browser. So while it downloads everything and builds everything, let's have a look here at the code. So now we are in the web app here. The web app is, well, let's go to index.html. So that, I would say, is a normal web application working with Angular. So my Angular code is here. It's coded with TypeScript. And again, we have the same features for React and Vue.js. If I go here to my home page, for example, we can see that I've got a router, an Angular router. I've got an HTML page here, which is the one which will be displayed shortly. We've got some Sass files, so for CSS styles, and we've got some TypeScript also to link everything in between and fetch some data. Typically here is going to check if I am authenticated or not inside the app. Again, Jhipster is a full stack application, so it comes with a database and with security. So here it's going to contact Spring Boot, which will contact the database and will check if well, your login password are correct or not. And depending on that, it will show a different web page. That front end here is running, as we can see here, with Webpack. So it's a specific node server that is handling all the Angular and front-end code. This is also using auth reload. So when I will modify my front-end code, it will automatically reload. So we have both auth reload on the front end and the back end. So basically, when you use Jhipster, you've got like two processes running, one for Spring Boot and one for Angular. And you keep them running all the time. And you just modify your code and everything reloads automatically. It's going to start up in like 10 seconds. I'm just having a look at the chat. Not having any feedback. So if anybody is interested, well, don't hesitate to post comments in the chats. I will be happy to answer them, especially when there is some free time like now. So this is using Angular 10 at the moment. We are always following the latest versions. It's, I would say, a little bit slow to build, but that's Angular. It's not really something because of Jhipster. It's going to be much faster in the next release. And here it is. Oh, sorry. Again, wrong window. Let me open it up here. And so this window is, oh, sorry. We have a question from Adrien. Is it possible to add custom framework for enterprise purpose? I'm guessing you mean like frameworks in the backend. Oh, no, sorry, you said JavaScript. Yeah, oh, I mean, if you want to use if you want to add any for example, here, if you are with Angular and you want to have some new Angular modules, you can, well, install them as you would usually do with Angular. Currently, we have our own Angular server built on Webpack, in the next release, we will use Angular CLI, which is a standard one with Angular. So it's perfectly possible to add more modules because, let me just show here on my start.jhipster.tech. So start.jhipster.tech is also made with Jhipster, and we wanted to have some statistics here about what people were doing with Jhipster. So we have some graphs. So this is typically a new module that was installed and that runs in it like any Angular application. We only provide you with a skeleton, and then you can add more stuff and modify everything as usual, I would say. You are not tied to Jhipster. There's basically very little impact if you add stuff. The only little thing is, so we're doing new releases of Jhipster quite often. We try not to break existing stuff, but if you modified heavily your Jhipster configuration and then we do a new release, sometimes upgrading can be a little bit challenging. We're doing a lot of work to remove as much as possible of those issues. But I mean, anybody can understand if we generate code and then you change it heavily and then we provide a new version, well, there's going to be some work if you want to upgrade. But honestly, usually it's not that much work, and I mean, we have a lot of experience with that, and we're doing our best to simplify that, especially in the next version, by the way. So let me go back to my app. So my app is running. It's fully mobile first application. Let me log in. So by default, the login is admin. So again, we're trying to make things easy. In that case, it's not very secure on the other hand, but it's only for development. So that's fine. That application is running on port 8000. So if I open a second browser, let me just show you how this works, because it's all managed by something called Browser Sync. So Browser Sync is managing that for me. So for example, here, when I scroll, you can see it's scrolling on both. When I go to this screen, it's going to the same screen on both browsers. So usually people use that technique to test with different browsers or to test with different screen resolutions. And you can, for example, you see, click type text, and it's automatically being mirrored on the other screens. So it's a great way to work when you are a front-end developer. And that's also what is doing the hot reload. So we're going to see that. Well, let's see that right now. You see, we've got a welcome Java Jhipster. So let's have a look at the hot reload on the client side because it's right here. You see the welcome. Oops, sorry. The welcome page is here. And it's translated. So I'm not going to use the translation now. And we're going to say, I don't know, bonjour. And as soon as I save my page, well, it's going to restart. And it's already there. You see, bonjour, Java Jhipster. So basically, well, here I'm having a small screen because I'm presenting, but usually I've got two very big screens. So I've got those next to each other. So I just type my code and everything auto reloads on the front end. And something for the back end. Let's just show a little bit how it works on the back end. Here I had my main class. So at the end, it's telling here some code. Let's just say bonjour also here to see how it works. And as soon as I compile my code, this automatically reloads my backend. As you can see, it's already reloaded here. And we should have bonjour somewhere. Where did I put it? Bonjour URL. Where is that? Application is running. I did something wrong somewhere. Hello? Maybe I'm not in the right part of the code, but I think I am. Anyway, you see it automatically reloading, so probably not a big deal. Let me stop and run just to force it, but I think it worked. It's just the screen is too small for me to find it easily. So reloading fully like I did, it's taking like 10 seconds. Oh, hello. No, I think maybe I had a bug. Let me have a check again. Yellow. modify it. So a full reload is like, I don't know, 7 or 10 seconds, and the smaller one, like A, is like 3 seconds. I have a bug on this one, as you can see. So sorry for that, wrong demo, but maybe I'm doing something bad somewhere. Because you see the auth reload is running, so maybe I'm not on the right file. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, let's move on, because what we have done here is a very simple application. So that's the goal, the initial goal of Jhipster. So we generate you a skeleton application. So you've got a front end, a back end, a database, and some security. So here you can go and, for example, change your admin settings and maybe change your password and log in and log out. Oh yeah, and we also provide you with some error pages. So I would say it's a skeleton app that everybody can start with and modify. But that's not over. So that is the very, very beginning of Jhipster, like 7 years ago. But a few months after, we created what we called subgenerators. So subgenerators are a way to enhance an existing Jhipster application. And the most famous one, the one that everybody wants, is the entity subgenerator. So as you can see here, I've got no entities. And what I would like to do here is to improve that project. So this is a skeleton page that I would say everybody would have, well, depending on your options. So like I'm having MySQL, maybe you'd rather have MongoDB, but it would be the same. It's only like a technical skeleton. But now I would like to do some business code. So my current example, because we're in the middle of the pandemic and Christmas is soon, is that I would like to do a web shop. I would like to create an online shop. And for that, I would like to have customers who have addresses, who want to buy products which are ordered by categories, and those people want to have wish lists of those products, and so that's a business case, and that's more complex than just generating a skeleton app. So that's what is doing the entity subgenerator. We also have a web version for it. So let me go back to Jhipster Online here. And I'm going to click here on Design Entities. And as you can see, I've got quite a lot of them, which are ready. I'm going to open the online shop here. So I'm guessing that anybody can understand this just by looking at it. As you can see here, I've got a customer. The customer has got some addresses. He has got wish lists of products. Those products are ordered by categories. And those categories, I've got statuses, available, restricted, disabled. That's typically business code. You can see one-to-many relationships. So this is being written with what is on the left here. So this is what we call the Jhipster, the GDL. So it's our own domain language, the Jhipster domain language. It's very easy to understand, and it's also very graphical. So usually people are very quickly familiar with this. For example, if I want to add something here, I did welcome, I can see here. With test, move this one. You can see it's automatically updating here on the right. I can save it. And so this code is, this domain language is going to generate entities on Jhipster. So let me go back to my Jhipster Online, and I'm going to say this online shop, I'm going to apply this code to the project I have just created, which was called TMP. So that's on GitHub, of course. It's not saying it. I need to refresh. Yeah, we don't refresh that automatically because it takes some time on the GitHub API. So TMP, here it is. And I'm going to apply that. So if you go back to my project on GitHub, you're going to see the pull request arriving. This is generating all the entities we have seen, like category, product, customer, address, wish list. It's creating the backend, the front end, the database code, and it created the pull request. Here it is. Let's go here. It's easier. So that's a lot of code, mostly boilerplate, but not only. By the way, we generate both Java code and TypeScript code, but also the test code for both of them. So you've got unit code for the Java code and unit test also in JavaScript, in TypeScript with Jest. So let's just merge this and have a look at the code. I'm a code guy, so instead of discussing too much, I'd rather have a look at the code. So let me just go back here to my IntelliJ. I'm going just to pull the code because I just merged it. So I'm just pulling it. It's arriving. If we have a look here at my domain classes, we can see that we've got like category, customer. I don't remember which one I had modified to say test. Hang on. Design entities, online shop. Test was in category. So let's have a look here at category. Yeah, I got test here, for example, and you can see it's mapped on the database column. We also generated the database tables and the front end. And as you remember, everything was auto-reloaded. So the front end is already auto-reloaded. So if I go to my app here, sorry, to this one here, in entities, I can have the category here already. I can have the product. Everything is here. The backend is not updated yet. That's why it's a little bit empty. Let me just update the backend. You remember, I just click on build the project, and then my project will automatically refresh. When it refreshes, it's also running liquid-based scripts. Oh no, I got a bug here. I'm forcing it to rerun. It will work if I force rerun. Maybe it's because I'm on JDK 14. Not sure. It's weird. We will have a look. Just a small bug. So now if I go here, I'm going to have some data because my backend has been restarted. As you can see, we also generate some sample data. So this is done with a project called Faker.js. So we generate sample data. So you can have something that, let's say, looks a little bit like real business data. Here, for example, customers, it shows that we had the first name, a last name, an email, and a telephone. So we are trying to generate some fake data, which looks a little bit real. If you don't like this, well, if you want to go further, mostly because honestly, I'm guessing most people will like it. If you go to Liquibase here, the fake data is here. So those are CSV files. So you can just, if you take addresses, for example, you can just open them up with any CSV editor like Excel. I work for Microsoft, so you should use Excel to edit your CSV files. And you just change those, and then, well, everything will work. So those are the sample data which is being generated here. It's only in development mode. Currently, I'm developing. We're going to go to production mode in a few minutes. And of course, you will not have sample data when you are doing production, of course. But of course, it's nice to be able to work with those without doing anything. So here I've got my my online shop, which has been created. I created first a skeleton app. Now I did some business code. Of course, I will want to improve that. As we saw, we have auto-load everywhere. So maybe I want to remove the IDs here. So for that, I will just need to go to my application, to customer, and I don't like the IDs, so I'm going to remove them here, for example. You can see that here. And as I got auto-reload, well, it will be very easy to remove them. Let me just delete this line. And as I got auto-reload, I don't do anything. This should reload. Yeah. And the first line disappeared. And I don't know if I want to merge first name and last name. It's very easy, and so on and so on. After that, it's up to you to improve that code, of course. Yeah. By the way, as I said, we generated test for you. So we've got full support for Java test. So let me just run the Java test first. If I just click here on Java, you can say run all tests. This is going to test everything. Of course, when you modify stuff like I just did, some of the tests will fail because I modified some stuff. The backend test here should not fail, but we're going to have some issues on the front-end test because I modified some stuff. And it's just to show you first. So the backend test, which are pretty fast because we've got some tricks to improve how Spring is running. So we've got like 200 tests. It runs in 6 seconds. It's honestly, it's fine. For the JavaScript part, you remember I changed some JavaScript. So if I run them, let me run them. Sorry, with npm. Come on. Npm script. So I've got this that came back. So npm script, here they are. And let me run the test here. I'm going to have some issues with the welcome page because I changed the welcome page, you remember, and probably also on the customer page. But it's just to show you that everything is generated for you, including testing. And of course, if you modify stuff, well, you need to modify your test, which is, I would say, logical. We've seen development of the backend of the front end. We've seen testing. Now let's go to production because it's nice to be able to have auto reload and test and everything running, but the only important place to be is production. So we support a huge number of production systems. Of course, you can just package your file as an executable jar file. Oh, no test fails. Oh, maybe there's no test on the ID and on the welcome page. By the way, those are unit tests. We also provide, but they are not, well, they are optional, so I don't have them here. We also provide end-to-end tests with Cypress. Those would typically fail because I do them all the time. So here, by default, you only have unit tests, and if you want to have end-to-end test or performance test, also we do performance testing with Gatling. If you want all of them, those are options which are not by default because, well, I mean, we could generate everything, but at the end, it doesn't mean anything for a normal person to have like all those tests being generated. They just don't know what to do with them. So by default, we just give you fast and easy unit test. And if you want more, well, you just need to select the option. Oh, I've got another question. Oh, so it's Adrien, Anthony, which is who is answering Adrien. Yeah, what he's talking about is so when you want to improve Jhipster, here we are only on the very I would say default version. If you want to improve it, so we just talked about, for example, performance testing. So by default, we provide them with Gatling. Maybe you want another performance testing tool, and we do not provide it. So you can totally join us, or you can do it by yourself, or do it inside your company. This is what we call a blueprint. So blueprint, this is a way to improve your Jhipster code generation. We've got like extension points to the generator, so you can add or modify what is being generated. A lot of people do that. We've got like hundreds of those blueprints. Both open source and proprietary, because those are separate projects, so you can totally do them the way you want. And quite a lot of companies are doing their own. The most obvious reason to do that is, for example, this. So here we have the default Jhipster page. Let's imagine you are working in a big bank. Of course, your bank does not want that. They don't want the Jhipster logo, footer, or the Jhipster, I don't know, menu. Probably they don't want the Jhipster security settings by default because they're a bank and they've got some specific stuff. That's why those people are doing blueprints. So they are modifying what we generate, so they can generate their own version of Jhipster, and that can be non-open source because, well, it's your own project, and of course we are happy to have, I don't know, big companies who are extending Jhipster for their own specific usage. Again, Jhipster is fully open source. We don't want to make any money from it. We're not employed by Jhipster. It's owned by a non-profit organization, so nobody can work for, well, the non-profit could hire some people, but it's really not the goal. We do not pay people. We do not have employees, and we do not have support contracts with companies. What companies do is that they do that by themselves. Sometimes they go with a company which knows Jhipster very well, and they do their own version of it. We are very happy about that because those companies usually find bugs and some improvements, and they will give it back to us. So the open source projects benefit from all those people working on Jhipster, even if they are doing some proprietary work on top of it. So let's go back to talk about production. So we've seen test, we've seen development. Now we need to go to production. you can go to production, I would say, very easily using the usual Spring Boot system. Well, let's close that. Terminate. Let's go with the terminal because we're doing production work now, so the terminal is the way to go. So you can totally do a Maven package to do a production build of Jhipster. Sorry. So by default, Jhipster always run in dev mode. So as you saw, we have hot reload, we've got testing, we've got everything to make developers happy. But in production, obviously, you don't want hot reload. You don't want the same settings. We had CSV files to add some fake data in development. That's awesome. In production, that's absolutely not what you want. So we've got two, let's say, profiles for Jhipster. You've got the dev one, which is the one we have been using previously. And you've got the prod one, which I am using right now. Production is a very different world. So here we are doing, so we are going to run all the tests. We're going to package everything into an executable jar file. And that jar file can be run, I would say, everywhere. We also generate for you Docker Compose files, and we're using Jib, which is a Google project, to build a Docker image for a Java project. So here also it's very easy to generate a Docker image of my production build. So I would say the two easiest way to run Jhipster in production is either an executable jar file, which is what I'm doing right now, or a Docker image, which you can do with Jib. Both of them work very well. Then those are for people who want to deploy Jhipster typically on a VM, but maybe you want to deploy it on the cloud. So if you want to deploy Jhipster on the cloud provider, we support most of today's cloud. Let me just go to our webpage. If you go to production here, you can see that we support AWS, we support Azure, we support Boxfuse, which is a small cloud, but we support Cloud Foundry, Google, Heroku, and we also support Kubernetes and OpenShift. So of course, you've got versions of Kubernetes, for example, on Google, Amazon, or Azure. So it will work on all of those. So I'm working on inside the Azure engineering team. So we've got AKS, which is the Azure Kubernetes service, and you can deploy Jhipster as a Kubernetes system on Azure Kubernetes service. So we support all of those clouds. Those will provide more features than just deploying an executable jar file. So I'm going to show you the example with Azure, but honestly, it works the same with all of them. So I'm doing that because I work at Azure and I don't pay for the service, but there is no real tie with Azure. You will have if you want to deploy with Heroku, you will basically have the same commands for Heroku, and it will basically work the same. So let me just show you where it works. So I'm going to run Jhipster locally. I have been using it using start.jhipster.tech, so our online version, but you can also run Jhipster locally, just an executable here. And I'm going to tell it to deploy to Azure App Service. So that's the platform as a service offer from Azure. Again, if you want to use Heroku and so on, it will be the same system, but not, of course, the same command. Running this will basically create some resources inside Azure, and it's going to deploy Jhipster on those resources. So let me just go to my Azure portal. So a little bit because I created them earlier. Now that is very complicated because Jhipster is going to create them for me, but it's mostly because time is a little bit short here. So I've got my own resource group. So in Azure, a resource group is a group of resources. So I've got a MySQL server, I've got a sample application, and I've got application insights. So application insights it's here to monitor your Jhipster app. So we will be able to have a look at this. So if those do not exist, Jhipster will create them. If they exist, well, it will use them. So I'm going to tell it to use this one. So use this resource group, use everything should be by default because that's the default names. And I'm going to, so it depends on the cloud providers, but usually you have those two options. either you build and deploy locally, which is what I'm going to do. So it's Maven and so on running on my laptop and running the AZ command line to deploy to Azure. Or you can use GitHub Actions to deploy everything for you. So this is better in a CI/CD system, but it's a little bit more complex to set up, and my time is short, mostly because you need to have secrets inside GitHub Actions to deploy to your cloud provider. So as you can see, it's going to modify a few files. So this is also a Jhipster subgenerator. So that it's like the entity subgenerator. It's going to modify some files. Well, as it's going to take some time to deploy, let me open up again my IDE so we can have a look at what has been modified. So it gives you a better understanding on how Jhipster works, what it modifies for you, and of course, how you can tweak Jhipster for your own usage. Here it is. And as we're using Git, it's going to be very easy to see what has been modified. So it modified the pom.xml. Here it is. You can see here the little green stuff, which is what has been modified. So it added some specific Microsoft jar files to, well, so this one is for application insight. So that's for monitoring my app. And there should be a second one. Here it is. So this is a specific Microsoft Maven plugin to deploy my app automatically. Because here I'm deploying it with Jhipster, but Jhipster is not really doing it. It's configuring Maven to do the deployment. So after that, you don't need Jhipster anymore. You can deploy directly using this Maven plugin, and you don't need Jhipster anymore to do that. The third thing it did, it has created some specific configuration file here. So I've got a specific profile here for Azure. We talked about the development and production profiles in Jhipster. So this is what you are using when you do development. This is what you are using when you do production. And when you do production with Azure, you've got a specific one here, which is basically only to instrument your code, again, for monitoring. Let's have a look. Oh, it's still building. So this is doing a full build of Jhipster, so it takes some time. It's doing all the tests. It's currently doing the front-end test with Jest. Once everything is built, it will deploy everything. By the way, we were using Angular also in development mode. That's why we had auth reload and also why it was easy to debug. It's minifying and packaging everything, so it's going to be much faster in production. If we have the time, we will do an audit with Chrome, and we will see that the production build is very efficient. But of course, that takes more time. That's the difference between development and production. Here we've got more checks, a longer build in order to be more efficient when we are in production. Now it's doing this is the backend test, and it's going to deploy right now. I've got another question. Anybody here from Mole area? I have no idea what it is, so I'm sorry. Let me just have a look if I have some other questions. No. Well, let's discuss a little bit why it takes the time to deploy about the rest of the Jhipster project. So first of all, as we said, it's fully open source and it's managed by a non-profit organization. We always welcome new people to join. And if you want if you have any issue with the project or if you want to help, so we've got several topics here which are important to discuss. First of all, so we are fully open source and in the spirit of open source. So everything we do is public. It's not that I don't want you to contact me privately. I'm very happy to have some messages from people. But first of all, I don't always have the time to answer people. Secondly, I don't know everything. Again, we've got 600 contributors, so there are many things in Jhipster that I don't know. But most importantly, we want to do everything publicly because we are open source. We want everybody to benefit from an answer. So let's say you have a question. It's probably an interesting question for other people. That's why I would not like to answer you privately. I'd rather answer you publicly, so other people can benefit from the question and from the answer. So that's why we always push people to, well, contact us publicly. We've got several ways to do that. We've got Stack Overflow here. We've got our own tag on Stack Overflow, which is quite active, more than 4,000 questions. So that's usually where people go. We've got a chat room. Hopefully, there is nice messages at the moment. So you can see people chatting. Lots of people chatting here. And if you want to engage with us, typically on Twitter, you are welcome to do it. But it's mostly for news, like saying, oh, we're doing an event, that kind of thing. Not really for questions. Like, yeah, I'm saying I'm going to do this presentation. It's not really the right place to do questions and answers, because there's too many people, and also it's not voted. Like what we have here on Stack Overflow. It's really nice because you can see like the active questions, the questions which have the more votes, and so on. So it's very, it's better done to do that on Stack Overflow than anywhere else. Also, I forgot to say, we are very active on GitHub. Let me just open up my GitHub. And oh, sorry, we've got our own organization here. And that's, I would say, where all the fun is happening. So you can see people are working on this all the time. Let's have a look at our code. So build success. So it said it deployed my app here. I'm going to copy paste this in the chat so you can test also in the chat. I just pasted it on Discord. So my app should be up and running, connected to MySQL and monitored with application insights. Maybe the router is it's going to arrive. Let me just show you in the other portal what we have here. So my app, it's this one. It's fully monitored by App Insight, and yeah, maybe it's more interesting to go to App Insight to have a look. You see, I've got monitoring, which is enabled on it using Java. So my application is automatically instrumented. So you've got fine-grained monitoring on the app, and also this is working up to the database level. Oh, hang on, it failed. Hang on. Let me start it again. Oh, I mean, just reload the web app. Maybe I did that a little bit too quick. We can have a look at the logs, maybe. Yeah, no, that's not. Hang on. We're going to want this. Yeah, maybe activity logs. Should be arriving. Come on. Yeah, it succeeded 4 minutes ago. It should arrive. Don't let me down now. We've got like 5 minutes. It succeeded 5 minutes ago, so it should be there. Let's give it some time, but usually it works out of the box. What we can have a look here, because I had it running earlier. What we can have a look here is performance of my app. As you can see, well, I had an earlier version running just before because I tested it. You have MySQL running here also. So all of this, so I cheated a little bit. I created that with Terraform because I'd rather use Terraform than what I have with the Jhipster CLI, but it's working the same in the end. And hopefully this is going to work. Or maybe I did a mistake. Oh no, I know what I did. And so it's all my fault. It's fully my fault. Hang on. Do I have a way to do that easily? So let me explain what happened. It's totally my fault. I don't even need to look at the logs. You remember I modified some fields here. Sorry, when I went to my GDL Studio, I modified some stuff here. And so I modified some fields, and I already had deployed my database earlier because I did some tests. And as I modified the field, so Liquibase tried to update my database, but as I had some existing data, it wasn't happy. And so I already know that this made everything fail. How can I do that quickly? Oh, we got 4 minutes. Like, no way I can fix that. Maybe I can delete the database. Not sure I can do anything. Hang on. I can going to work in I've got only 3 minutes. But no time to delete the database and create another one. Sorry about that. So it should have worked if I didn't mess up the database when I did my demo. Yeah, I don't see how I could fix that in 3 minutes. Yeah, so sorry about that. So again, databases are important, and so just as we've got 3 minutes, let me detail this a little bit more because it's an interesting bug and shows what happens in production. So when I did my demo, I modified this code here in category. I think it was welcome before. It was called welcome. It was like that. So I modified this. So I generated an application which had some different settings than before. So what it generated here, it had generated some Liquibase changelogs to update my database, and it generated a changelog here to say I want a customer with test, and not welcome. So when I deployed my database, it saw that I had an existing database, which is wrong because I just tested that before and I didn't delete it. And so when I went to production again, Liquibase checked, saw that there was a modification in the database, but it was not altering the database. You see, it's creating a new table. The table already exists with some different column. So it has got some data because I did some tests. So it just saw that everything was wrong here. So Liquibase failed, told me that I did not know what I was doing. Probably wrote it down in the log. So the log takes like 2 or 3 minutes to appear. I don't even need to go to know that I messed up. And as the database failed, then nothing started, and everything is crashing now. Which is bad in a way, but good in another way, because here I can show you the value of using a tool like Liquibase to check that your database is correct and that you can update it normally without breaking your production. So production is always very important. So sorry for messing that up, and at least we've got a good explanation for that. My code is available on GitHub. You can contact me on Twitter if you want to. And I got like 30 seconds left, so that's why I'm rushing up. I'm just having a look if anybody has got some questions. No. Well, thanks a lot. And yeah, somebody telling me no problem, error happens, especially when you understand it. It's even better. So thanks a lot, and I hope you will have fun with Jhipster and that you will join us if you like the project, either as a user or as a developer. Again, we are always looking for new people to join the fun. Thanks a lot. I think my time is up, but as I have no feedback from the organizer, as long as I can talk, I will talk. Maybe I had the time to.
All right, looks like I'm live. I'm checking the chat on the Discord, and I see basically nobody from the mall area. People posting like months in Belgium. That's completely other side of the Belgium, guys. I'm looking for somebody from the mall area. That would be like nice. Anyway, today I have a small presentation for you. If I put it into correct monitor, this is it. And What I will be talking about is how you can actually use the Roslyn and what is a Roslyn to improve your C# codebase or your .NET codebase. My name is Jiří Činčura. You can find my blog on tabsoverspaces.com, and also you can find me on Twitter. You can see my Twitter handle on the screen. Without any more introductions and everything, because you can find that on tabsoverspaces.com, I will quickly jump into today's topic. So if you look at the C# compiler from before, it was a black box compiler. What I mean is that basically you stuffed something into the compiler, and on the other side there was the code, the binary code, or in this case, in case of .NET, it was the intermediate language, and the intermediate language was then executed by the .NET runtime. It was written in unmanaged code, and all the refactorings and renames and references were actually done kind of like out of the box of the compiler. There was also some small split between what was in Visual Studio and what was actually the compiler. So we had the compiler, and there was also something that was called Visual Studio Language Services, or it still exists. The problem is that all the red squigglies and IntelliSense and coloring inside the Visual Studio was done by a different product somehow than the compiler itself. So if there was a bug in the compiler, it had to be replicated in the Visual Studio Language Services and vice versa. So sometimes the Visual Studio Language Services or the debugger or something was showing you the variable or something, and the compiler was seeing actually something else. You've probably never seen that because they were doing quite a good job of hiding this split, but it was still there. And probably the most important and kind of wrong stuff for the compiler was that was written in unmanaged code. What I mean, the C# compiler originally was written in C++ code, basically. That means that the team writing the compiler was spending most of its time in a different language than the compiler they were writing it for. So a common sense tells it's better to use your language and use your tools as you are improving it. And if you spend, I don't know, like half or maybe 75% of the time in a different language writing a compiler for C#, you obviously don't have that much of an experience with the language itself. I'm not saying that the language designers and compiler writers in the C# team don't have experience with the C#, not at all. But I'm just saying that if you would be writing the compiler in the same language as you are designing, then obviously you would have way better understanding what are the pain points and what you can improve. So the Roslyn is the next generation and currently the last generation of the C# compiler. It's almost 10 years old. I think it was open sourced somewhere around 2010, 9, 12, something like that. I don't even remember, but it will be close to 10 years. It's completely open source, and not only open source, it's also an open platform. What I mean by the open platform is that it's not a black box compiler. It's not like code from the one side and the binary from the other side. It's something that you can actually actively use and change something inside it to benefit. And you have access to all the features inside the compiler. So, for example, the syntax information that the compiler needs to parse your code and compile it, but also the semantic models, because sometimes the identifier might be variable. It might be a class, it might be a structure, it might be something else, and you want to know, is it a class or something completely different? And depending on that, you do your decision or something. It has a rich API, which means you can use a lot of stuff from the compiler for yourself, and I will show you today what you can actually use. From geeky point of view, there are few interesting pieces in the Roslyn code base. First one is that it's almost completely immutable. Immutable data structures are really interesting because these allow you to basically write, let's say, multi-threaded or parallel code without worrying about sharing a state. Because when you cannot modify the state, you can share it freely. And it's pretty interesting that something like a compiler is using something like immutable data structures, because from performance point of view, the immutable data structures are, if we are comparing nanoseconds, will be always on the other side of the spectrum, because a couple of nanoseconds you can always shave by mutating the fields or something, like not creating copies and all this stuff. There's a lot of lazy initialization in the compiler, which means the compilation, if the compilation never hits that code path, it's not going to be executed and initialized at all. So sometimes you might even get a faster compilation times compared to, let's say, the old compiler or some other compilers, because if you are compiling simple code, just of if and while loops and so on, you are not using anything extra, then it's not going to be initialized, and the data structures are not going to be populated, and so on and so on. And also the Roslyn compiler, again, from the geeky point of view, is more or less log-free. That's thanks to the immutable data structures, but also the design allows to use the threading and parallelism features without locking some data structures. So that's interesting as well. So if you look at what the compiler gives us, we can split it into 3 different layers. The first one, the bottom one, is something that I would call a compiler pipeline. And if you've ever written a compiler, this is probably the minimum stuff, more or less, what you need to do. So you need to have a parser, you need to have some kind of handling the symbols, then you need a binder, or something that tells you, okay, this code means a user or the developer is calling a method on this class, and it's a virtual method, so we need to do virtual call, and so on and so on. And finally, you need to have some kind of emitting stuff. In case of C# compiler, it's EL emit, because it's emitting intermediate language. On top of that, very likely, if you would be writing a real-world production compiler, you will have some kind of API, because you don't want to use this low-level stuff directly. So you will have some kind of syntax tree API, so you can actually find stuff in the syntax tree. Obviously, you will have a symbol API. Then you are gonna have some kind of binding and flow analysis, so you actually know, like, okay, is this code gonna be executed? Am I going to compile it? Is this used, for example? Is this member used? Because probably you've seen in couple of last versions of Visual Studio, if you have like a private method and the method is never called in the class, then the name of the method is kind of like gray, and it tells you, hey, you are not calling this private member, and because it's a private, there is a great chance that it's just useless. So maybe you can delete it, maybe you forgot something, and so on and so on. And finally, some emit API, so you don't have to manually do some stuff in the intermediate language or some kind of binary language that you are using to produce the final results, because sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to do the stuff on the low level compared to some high level constructs. As an example, maybe you know in the intermediate language, you cannot have try, catch, finally. In intermediate language, you always have try, catch, or try, finally block. So if you write a try, catch, finally as a one block in the C#, then in the IL, you need to emit the try, catch, and then over that, try, finally. And finally, on top of these two layers, we have something that's called, at least in Roslyn terms, language service, and that's all the like nice features you can get from the compiler and that the Visual Studio is using. So it's something like the colorizer and navigate to. So if you do like F12 or something on the on the method, you can actually go into the method. You have the renames and find all references and so on and so on. It's a lot of stuff that's happening on a top level. And this is probably something you sometimes want to use. Maybe you want to create a window that gives you all the uses of some method. Maybe you want to get a red squigglies if somebody is using your API, but the API might be deprecated or might be used incorrectly or something like that. So this is the summary what I was just talking about. So the syntax tree API gives you the lexical and the syntax information. The symbol API gives you stuff for like find all references and so on. Then we have the binding analysis API, which is used for like name conflicts if you have overloads. The casting, so for example, if it's an implicit, explicit cast, for example, you are calling a method that wants to have a long, the int 64, and you are passing int 32. So is this a good overload or not? Can you cast it or can you not? So without any more talking, let's jump into the code. And I will open here another Visual Studio just to give you an idea of what I'm actually targeting and what I'm trying to do. So let me create a simple console app. I don't really care what type of application it is. It's just a simple console app. And there we go. And you've probably seen in last couple of versions in Visual Studio a lot of helpful hints of what you can do with your code. So for example, you can see that my arcs are kind of grayed out. That means that something is not okay. And if I go over it, it says, hey, it's unused. So you can probably remove it. Same would be with a private method, right? If I do private void test and leave it here for a second, it gives me again the grayed out stuff and tells me, hey, it's not used because it's private. You cannot call it from outside. So it's probably a candidate to be deleted, or maybe you forgot something. Same with like the name of the class. So if I actually call my test method, oh yeah, it should be static. And if I spell it correctly, then if I put a mouse or the cursor over it, hopefully you can see the grayed out background and it tells me, okay, you're actually calling this method. So all these nice features are powered by the Roslyn compiler now and the pieces in the Visual Studio. Finally, you've probably seen all these like screwdrivers and light bulbs that you can actually expand, and it gives you some kind of like refactorings and tips and fixes of what you can actually do. So for example, for Hello World, I can create a constant and it creates a constant for me, and I can use it. Obviously, if I like to rename it to something else, it's immediately renaming it to at all the places that it's used. So let me close this one because we don't need any more. And let me jump quickly into something that's called analyzers. And analyzers are an easy way to be able to actually plug into the Visual Studio and even outside the Visual Studio. I will show you that at the end, and analyze the code. You can analyze on a different levels. On a syntactic level, you can put in your semantic model, so you can actually see whether it's a class or something, and you can do a lot of stuff. From, as I said, like misuse of API. Maybe you want to help your team to not use some old API, or you have a newer API and something like that. So let's start with the code. If I am creating a new analyzer, it creates for me 3 projects. It creates for me a normal like a project, then one for the tests, and one that has a v6 name in it that allows you to create an analyzer as a v6 package. The distribution model for analyzers exists in two ways. The first one is that you will build a NuGet package, put it on NuGet, and then anybody can use it, can reference it, and you have the package, the analyzer inside the project. So whenever somebody opens the project in the Visual Studio, the analyzer will be active. The other way is that you will create a V6 package. The V6 package will be the normal Visual Studio extension package that you can publish somewhere. Somebody can install it into the Visual Studio, and then it's active inside the Visual Studio, no matter the project. So depending on your preference, you can pick one or the other. In the real world, 99% of the analyzers are distributed through the NuGet package because it's pretty easy to put it onto the NuGet, and it's definitely easier to have it inside a project, so you don't have to have like some kind of setup, some kind of Visual Studio setup to open the project and use all this stuff. So what you need to actually do to write your first analyzer? Well, first, let me give you an overview of what this analyzer that I wrote. It's really simple, and I will give you an idea why I wrote it this way, what it's doing. So if I run it, it's gonna build it, start the Visual Studio, and in this case, it's starting something that's called Visual Studio Experimental Hive or Experimental Instance. That basically means it's a completely clean Visual Studio without anything around it. My analyzer is loaded into this Visual Studio. So I'm kind of like debugging Visual Studio inside the Visual Studio. It's pretty slow, at least on my taste. So if you are gonna write the analyzer and debugging it, you will pretty quickly learn that it's better to like properly structure your code and do as much as possible outside this debugging. Because yeah, it's a kind of like experimental instance of Visual Studio. There's not much initialized and so on. So that means it's a kind of slow-ish. And what this does is, if I type, if let's say true, doesn't really matter. Hello, and there's nobody from mall, so I will take hello mall. Hopefully somebody will be there, and it gives me this green squiggly that says, if you can see it, if is just a statement, use block instead, and that's my message that I actually created. So what my analyzer is actually doing is, if you have an if statement, it forces you to put it into the brackets, put it into the block, and then it's fine. Then the green squiggly goes away. And you can obviously have a warning, you can have a message, you can have an error, depending on the severity of the stuff that you are doing. And you might say, well, that's nice, but you can, or I can do this using the editor config settings. Exactly this. I can say, hey, for if statement, I want always the brackets. I don't want this single line because it's easy to forget something. Like if I put it this way, then it might be easy to miss that the console write line is not actually inside the if statement. It might be wrongly indented or something like that. So yeah, sometimes the teams say, okay, you always need to use the brackets because then it's clear, and it's even easier to debug something. Sometimes it's easy to add extra line or something, and you don't have to worry about adding and removing the brackets. So far, so good. As I said, you can do this with the editor config. So this one would be way too much work for a little reward. But let's imagine that I don't want this to be allowed. So, okay, I get a green squiggly. But for example, in my case, I sometimes, especially at the start of the method, do some kind of validation. And it's always like if, let's say, args length 0, for example, doesn't really matter. So if the args are empty, then I will throw, let's say, argument exception name of, and I do args, if I spell it correctly. And in this case, I want, and as you can see, it's working, I want the single line if to be allowed. So as long as it's a throw statement, throwing exception, then I'm fine with it. If it's something else, then no, you need to use the brackets. And this would be a little bit more difficult to do with the editor config, sometimes it's easier to have like all the information around it. For example, about the type of the exception. Is it a custom exception? Is it a system exception or something like that? So this is what my analyzer is doing. And let's check the structure of the code and let's see what I've actually done. So this is more or less the structure that's generated for you when you start a new project. So what you have is a bunch of strings. In this case, it's using the localizable string. But if you are like me and you don't like localized error messages in the .NET framework and you think it's stupid, then you can obviously put this as a normal string and it's going to work. I just use the original structure. So I'm creating some kind of a diagnostic descriptor. It's sometimes called like a diagnostic. The error itself is as a diagnostic, which is an ID, which should be unique. In my case, it's an if analyzer, so the users can Google for it, and you can exclude this in case you don't want it, and so on and so on. I'm giving the title, then the message format that will be in the error log, the category, the default severity. In my case, it's warning. I can say, hey, it's an error, it's a message, depending on what I want. So it's hey, it's an error. So it will be a red squiggly instead of green squiggly. Then I say whether it's enabled by default. In my case, it's true, and a description itself. What is important is that you can actually have a NuGet package with like, I don't know, like 20 different analyzers, but only some of them will be enabled by default. And then the users can enable more of these when they want, and obviously they can disable some of these if they don't, and obviously they can change it from the warning to error or from warning to message. That's possible as well. So if it's not like your team where you can do the decision for the team, but you are publishing something publicly, you can still do some like, okay, let's do enabled by default, make it a warning. And in case somebody finds your set of rules nice, they can say, hey, it's a really nice set of rules. And instead of warning, I want an error. They can change it to error. Okay, then there's a method initialize. The initialize method basically gives me the place to do some kind of initialization of my analyzer. And the analyzer registers itself for some kind of event. In my case, I'm registering for syntax node action. So whenever the compiler is processing a syntax node, it will call my analyzer. In my case, the syntax node needs to be an if statement. The syntax kind enum is actually enum with almost all of the different syntax nodes and syntax pieces the C# compiler is actually tracking. What you can actually see is also that the C# compiler is tracking the white spaces. That means you can even check whether the indentation is correct, whether you have comments or whether you don't have comments, because, for example, I am a strong opponent of over commenting the code. The comments should be used only where really necessary. Everything else should be readable from the code. So you can check, okay, there is an excessive amount of comments, so I will throw a warning or something and do that. So in my case, I'm registering myself for syntax with the if statement, and I have a method that's called analyze if. This method is actually doing the work, and what I'm actually checking is, hey, if the statement itself is not a block, which means it's not like inside the brackets, then do something. What I do is, okay, but if it's a throw statement, then just return and don't continue. So the throw is okay. If not, then I will just create a diagnostic, which means, hey, this is the rule that I created. That's this piece of code. I can pass some kind of information. In my case, it's the location where the green squiggly or red squiggly will be, and then I report it. You can report 0, you can report 1, you can report multiple errors, multiple diagnostics from your analyzer. So that's what my analyzer is doing, and you can see it inside the code with the green squiggly, because that's what's with my analyzer. But you've probably seen these screwdrivers and light bulbs that allow you to execute something. And one thing that's really nice is that you can actually, without way too much code, add these helpful tips and add these helpful refactorings or code changes, even with these diffs, where you have the green that's lines added and the red that means lines deleted, pretty easily. And what you need to do for this is create also the code fix. The code fix provider is actually fixing the code, as the name suggests. So in my case, I call it if analyzer code fix provider. I override fixable diagnostic IDs, where I provide the infrastructure of the Visual Studio and the Roslyn compiler, the IDs of the errors and the warnings, the diagnostics that I am actually able to fix. So in my case, it's the constant from the if analyzer, the diagnostic ID. I can do batching, which is most of the time what you want to do. So I do the batching. That's like well-known type of refactoring. And then I have two important methods. First, I register the code fix. So whenever you click on the light bulb, the Visual Studio and the Roslyn compiler will tell, hey, there's an error, and you are telling, hey, you can fix it, but can you really fix it? So this method will be called, and I can do an extra analysis whether I can fix it or not. In my case, there is not much. I just get the syntax root of my document. I find the node where the diagnostic is, which means where the green squiggly is, and I know it's a statement because I'm just reporting it on a statement. And then I just register the code fix. There is no if, there is no decision, anything like that. I just register the code fix, and the code fix can change either a document or the whole solution. So in my case, I'm fixing the document, but you can also fix the whole solution in case your fix spans multiple projects or something like that. So I have here fix my if method, and the if method needs to modify the document. So I will get a document, which is the file that contains the error. I will get it as an input, and I need to return a new document as an output. You can see everything is asynchronous, and in this case, you can see that everything is immutable. So what I do, I get a syntax root, which means basically tell me where the file starts, the code, where it starts, and I call replace node. I take the old statement and I wrap it into a block. So I use syntax factory.block and put the old statement inside it. So I basically, if we would have this code and I'm fixing this code, I basically say, hey, take this code and replace it with a block and put the rest inside it, right? That's what this line is doing. And I'm getting a new root. The replace node is actually not changing the original document. It's changing the document and creating a new one that I actually get back. So that means that if you have multiple analyzers, multiple code fixes, these can be run without affecting each other, and then you can select the one that you want to select. And finally, I fix the document with the new syntax root that I created, and I return it. So if I run again the analyzer, we will see not only the fix that I'm saying I can do, but we will also see a few nice features from the Visual Studio, from the analyzers that you will get basically for free. So let's say I have something like the console write line. So it's again a warning, and let's give it a few seconds to initialize. There it is. We have colors and we have the green squiggly. So I have the light bulb. In the light bulb, I will see fix my if. That's what I provided, and it tells me how actually the code change is going to look like. So it tells me, hey, I'm going to add an opening bracket and a closing bracket. In this case, it does not understand that it's like the closest one because it matches the closing one from the method, but it does not really matter much. And I can see what's gonna be changed. And I did nothing to have this kind of like diff. It's just automatic. What's more interesting is that I can actually click in this place and say fix all in document, project, or even a solution. So I can say, okay, it's not only one instance, but it might be like multiple places. So let's say, for example, true, so the compiler does not complain. And I say, okay, this is wrong. By the way, the shortcut to invoke the light bulb is control and the dot. And then it's the fix my if. I say, okay, in this document, fix it everywhere. So I click the document. It gives me all the instances that will be like changed. So there will be bracket, there will be extra bracket. So I can check, uncheck, and so on. And I can click apply. And boom, it's done. Sometimes I even use this one to do some bigger refactoring, like renames from some Hungarian notation and so on, because you can easily execute this on the complete solution. If it's a like bigger refactoring, it can run for even a couple of minutes, but you will just say, hey, the whole solution, apply, and then you can have a chocolate or something, and yeah, after like 5 minutes, it's finished, and you know that the code is actually correct, because unless you really screw something up, you will get a valid code back. You still can, but it takes a little bit of time to create an invalid C# code because you have all the extra information in it. So that was we can save it. That was the first analyzer, pretty simple analyzer, just to show you how it works and what you can actually do with these analyzers. So I can close this one because, as we said, this is something that you can more or less do with an editor config or something. But I want to show you something that's a little bit more interesting, because it's also using the semantic model. And the semantic model is something that you can hardly do with like regular expressions, find and replace, editor config, and so on, because you need to have the semantic information in your model. So in my case, what I'm actually doing is analyzing link statements. Let me show you what I'm actually targeting. So let's say you have I don't know, 1 to 100, doesn't really matter. And you do data.var, and let's give me everything that's smaller than 50 or something like that. And then you do like print or console write line, doesn't really matter, the data, whatever that means. And you probably know that with the link statement, if you run this piece of code, it's actually going to filter out all the x's that are greater or equal to 50 and give you only the rest. But you are not assigning it to anything. So it just executes the code, but there is no assignment. This is the correct piece of code. It's the same with the string, like string substring. Sorry, it needs to be a string. So if I do substring, I'm actually getting a new string that's the substring of the original one. It's the same story. And sometimes you can forget to assign it to the variable. It might be a refactoring that you are extracting something. It might be stuff like this that happens to me from time to time. You have, let me format it a little bit. So you have this kind of statement, and you say, okay, well, I need to do some kind of debugging in between. So let me put a semicolon here and do the var in another statement. So I do data var and maybe format it or something. And you continue working on your code, and suddenly nothing works. And you're like, hey, what happened? Yeah, you forgot to assign it to the data and continue working. So what I'm doing here is actually analyzing these types of errors. So whenever I find an invocation expression, and I will show you in a minute why and how I actually figure it out, I call my analyze link method. In this case, I know I can cast it to invocation expression because I already said, hey, I'm interested in invocation expression. And then I will check, hey, is the expression, if the expression's parent is equals, or it's an assignment, then I just return. So that basically means if there is like var x equals, which means it's the equals value, or sorry, this is an assignment, or an equals somewhere, then I'm fine and I can return. Again, I will show you in a minute how I actually figure it out, because unless you are writing a compiler every day, it's probably pretty difficult to know, oh, what's this type of syntax actually in the model of the C# compiler. And there's a lot of small nuances what actually the equal sign might be and where it might be and what it is. So once I'm past this, I will say, okay, give me the semantic model. And on the semantic model, I will say, give me the type info of the expression itself. And if the expression is on type IEnumerable, and it has a type arguments of length 1, so if it's like IEnumerable of int or something, then I know, okay, bingo, I found something that's not correct. Obviously, I could do something more interesting or more foolproof, but in the sake of like simplicity of the code, I'm just checking the name IEnumerable. I don't expect anybody to create an interface IEnumerable in his own code, so I'm not checking the full name or anything like that. And I'm checking that it's actually like generic type with one generic type. But that's definitely not 100% foolproof. If that's the case, I report the diagnostics on the location of the expression. And as a parameter, I give myself the type argument with the name of the type. Why I am doing it? I'm doing this because my message to the user is this one. So it says, hey, oh, that was some kind of shortcut that was eaten by Visual Studio. There it is. It says the link expression, yada, 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 new variable of IEnumerable, and the curly brackets 0. So that's the parameter that will be passed into it. So you can actually pass something into the error message itself, so the user knows exactly what's happening. It's not a generic error message like the name of the class, name of the method, or something like that. So with that, if I execute it and type some wrong code, let's open the console app again and write some wrong code. As I said, this will teach you a little bit of patience because it takes a little bit of time to start. And if you have the debugger attached, it's even longer. So let's remove this and let's do the same. I will do data, some kind of enumerable, doesn't really matter what it is, range from 1 to 100. Oops. And let's do data where I'm sitting somehow outside my calibration for my keyboard, less than 50. So let's give it a few seconds, and there it is. So it says the link expression does not modify the input. I should assign it to IEnumerable of int32 because I have int32 inside it. So in this case, it gives me correctly that it's not working fine. If it would not be IEnumerable, it would be something else. Then it would not trigger. So you can maybe put it into like only your classes or your code and ignore something else, depending on one. You basically have all the options available. Sometimes it's, hey, you shouldn't use this method. You should use the other overload that we created or something like that. And thanks to the code fixes, you can even make it an error. Then everybody will be, hey, but why did you change the method and so on? And then you just tell, hey, just use the screwdriver, come on. or the light bulb and just say on a solution and do one huge commit, and it will be fixed. So that's a slightly better than like the deprecated attribute or something like that. So that's what it is. Obviously, if I would do like data equals something, then it would go away. But I said that I would show you how I actually figure out what kind of expression I want to target, and how I actually figured all this out. It's kind of easy. What you can actually do is go to View, Other Windows, and there's a syntax visualizer window. I will put it right here. And if you click on something, really, it gives you the complete overview of what it actually is. So in my case, let me select something, right? It will be something a little bit easier. So this one gives me that I selected a local declaration statement. Inside is a variable declaration. If I expand the variable declaration, I will get an identifier name. In this case, it's a token, and the token has some leading and trailing white spaces. If I check the token, somewhere here bottom, I would see what it is. Okay, so it's a text and it's a var, makes sense. Then there is a variable declarator, and it's again identifier token. In this case, the value is expression. Makes sense because the variable name is an expression. And I can even go back. So there's still the local declaration statement. As you can see, it's still selecting the matching code. I don't want to say on top of it, but before it's an open brace token, the whole thing is a block, and you can see it's selecting the whole block. It's part of the method declaration. This is a part of, let me scroll it a little bit, class declaration. It's a namespace declaration. There's a bunch of usings, and on top of that, it's a compilation unit. So this thing will actually help you find whether you are looking at some kind of assignment or equals expression and so on, because sometimes it's a little bit difficult to figure everything out. And as I said, sometimes even if you think it's the same type of code, it's not. So for example, you would say this is an or and or something, but sometimes it's called and also or else, depending on the short circuit evaluation or enabling of short circuiting the evaluation of if statements and so on. So sometimes it's a little bit difficult, and this definitely helps you to do that. The other difficult part is if you are creating the code fix provider, and this is the default code fix, so it's doing nothing, you need to actually change. Let me open the if analyzer again. You need to actually change the code, and although you can use these the syntax visualizer to write the new code and see it, it's not the stuff that you would do with the syntax factory itself, because the syntax factory needs to be like nested inside. You need to create like blocks and statements and variables, and sometimes if you create a variable, you need to reference it on the other part of the code and so on. So there's a bunch of tools that you can actually use to understand this and create a code. So that's what I have here. So the first one is something that's called Roslyn. Let me move it to a correct screen. I can. Why is Firefox? Can I move the whole window? Yes. I don't want to switch to tab. I cannot even close it. What's happening with you? Ah, there it is. So I can basically type any type of code into this window. So it will be a class C void test I'm doing something like this, doesn't really matter. And I can click Get Roslyn API calls to generate this code. And this will give me the complete code, so the compilation unit, the members, and all this stuff. But you can actually use this one to extract only what you are interested in. So, for example, I'm interested only in the member declaration, so that would be the method or something like that, and copy paste it into your code. Change it a little bit because obviously you are copying the code from the middle of other code, but it's definitely really easy to do the new code without actually like typing it completely manually. So that's one. The other one that you've probably heard of is SharpLab, and the SharpLab has a feature that allows you to check the syntax tree. So I have here a simple class with the method m, and I can start expanding it. It gives you the same view as you have in a Visual Studio, but sometimes it's easier to do this outside the Visual Studio or have multiple tabs and so on. So it's a class, there's a method declaration, there's a return type, it's a predefined type, it's a void keyword or something like that. So sometimes I even go into the browser, into the SharpLab, because it's way faster than looking for this window. And if you're inside your analyzer, where you are going to put the code that you are trying to analyze, it's sometimes easier to do it in the browser. So with that, I can close these two Visual Studios, go quickly into the slides, and there's one thing that I would like to show you as well that the Roslyn is doing. And Roslyn, in fact, is not only the C# compiler. In fact, it's handling also the project files and all the stuff around compiling the project, compiling the code. What it means is that it has a feature that's called workspaces, and the workspaces allow you to actually take your solution, your projects, and run analysis across the whole project, across the whole solution, even outside the Visual Studio. So everything that I was doing right now was done inside the Visual Studio. But sometimes you want to do something as part of the build process or outside the Visual Studio because you are doing it only once a day. It might be a very, very difficult process. So you don't want to create an analyzer for it, because even though it's not blocking the Visual Studio, it would still be eating CPU cycles from the developers' machines. And if it takes like, I don't know, like 20 seconds to analyze something, then every now and then when the developer stops typing for 20 seconds, you would be using, I don't know, like one core of the CPU or something like that. Or even you might be doing network calls or something like that. So you don't want to do this inside the Visual Studio, probably. So I have another demo prepared. And this one is something that you probably know. You can even do it with some different tools, and even the Java or other environments have this one. And what I'm actually doing is I'm checking whether the C# file name is the same as the class or the structure inside the file. So you've probably seen this one. It might be with the namespace. Is the namespace correct with the folder structure or something like that? And I'm doing this as a normal console app. If I check it, this is a normal console app. There's nothing specific. What I'm actually doing is, we can open it again. I'm actually using something that's called C# workspaces. And in my case, because I'm using the MS build to actually have a real workspace, I'm using the workspaces MS build. But you can actually do something that's called ad hoc workspace, where you just put a bunch of files into a project and you do the analysis. You don't have to have like full project on the disk. So I create a MS build workspace. I open the solution. In my case, the solution is the Firebird client, which is an ADO.NET provider for Firebird database that I'm actually writing for, I don't know, like last 10 years or something. And I will be analyzing this one. So I open the solution. I check all the projects inside the solution in the for each block. Sorry about it. Then I check all the documents in the project, all all the files in the project, and I call analyze document. In the analyze document, I will check, hey, is this a C# file? If so, then I go with the analysis. So I will get the file name without the extension. So if it's like a foo.cs, I will get the foo. So this is the expected file name. Then I get the syntax tree, I get the root, I get all the descendants, nodes, and the self, and I check, hey, is this a class declaration or a struct? Because it might be a structure. So sometimes when I'm writing these analyzers, I find really interesting to basically learning what all the options of the C# language are there. Like, I'm not saying the class and the struct is something really new, but I've wrote a bunch of analyzers that pushed my idea, like what different declarations you can have, because you can have events, you can have delegates, you can have classes, you can have structures, and so on and so on. So if it's one of these, I check whether the text, the identifier text, is what the file name, what the expected file name it is. If not, then I return false, and I will give the text of the identifier. And I run this on the whole solution. Outside any Visual Studio, outside anything, it's just a real console app. So if I run it, it's going to load the solution, load the project, and give me some warnings. That's fine. And then it will give me information about classes and stuff that's not correct. And what I've actually found is, hey, I have a class that's called console logger provider, but it's in the file console logging provider. So maybe some refactoring or maybe some mistyping or something happened, and I should probably fix it. So yeah, this might be something that you might send daily or weekly to the developers, because let's face it, different file name and different class name is not something that you would like maybe force on the developers, because it might be a stupid mistake, stupid typo or something. The code is still gonna run. There's nothing really like bugging or something. It's just, yeah, it's not that nice. And you can probably see that it was probably something with the refactoring, because we have the null logger and it's in null logging provider. So this is missing the provider, and it's logging versus logger. And I can definitely tell you, yes, this was it's an old version of the code, and it was the refactoring that I've done, and I forgot to change the file names as well. It might be one class per file if you are into this. It might be some kind of formatting. It might be some kind of like you are using the old NuGets. So if you have like a more than 3 versions old of a NuGet, you will get an error. You can even fix the project file, because you don't have to only generate code. You can also fix the project file, and so on and so on. And because now we are running outside the Visual Studio, you can do basically whatever you want, because you are not fighting for CPU cycles. You will not be bothering people by your long processes or anything. You can do it once a day on the build server during the night and just send the summary, or even fix it and create immediately a commit file. Sometimes you want to change the version name. Again, if it's the version in the for example, the project file, you can change it, and you are not doing string replace and everywhere in the XML file. You're actually like parsing the project file, finding the correct node, and changing the versions and everything that you want. So with that, that's everything that I've prepared for you. I will check the chat, because we have, I think, 1 minute still left. No, the clock just rolled to 11:50, so we don't have time for any like live questions. That's fine. I will be still on the chat, so either if you are from the mall area, or if you have a question, feel free to ask there. You can find me on Twitter. You can find my blog. So feel free to actually send me a message or something. And if you have a question, I will be happy to answer there. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy the rest of the day, and see you next time.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my presentation on getting started with Blazor and Clean Code. So I'll start with a brief intro. My name is Bruno. I'm a developer and team lead at Dun Technologies. We're located just a bit north of Montreal in Canada. So right now it's not even 6 a.m. And we specialize in custom software development for our clients. And I also host the Bracket Show with one of my colleagues. It's a French YouTube channel we've been doing for 4 years now, where we talk about anything related to software development, like tricks, design patterns, tools. And it's mostly in part because of this channel that I had the honor of receiving the title of MVP, Microsoft MVP this year. And so after more than 40 videos, interviews I did at Confu in Montreal back in February this year, the next step was a conference. So this presentation is the result of this adventure, which I already had the pleasure of presenting earlier this year at the first edition of Blazor Day in June. So I hope you'll appreciate it. So why clean code? Or why we want our code to read like well-written prose? We've all been on the right side of this image at one point or another in our life, either during a code review, when getting back into an old project, or when jumping into a project that's been made by someone else, because everyone knows someone else's project is bad code, right? And the worst is when you realize all those WTFs come from code you did a few months ago. Now, Clean Code, a book written by Robert C. Martin, who's also known as Uncle Bob, is one of those books that every developer should have in its library. Uncle Bob has contributed to the Agile Manifesto and established some of the foundations of software development with the solid principles. His book features a collection of good practices that aim at making you write better code that's easy to read for you and other developers, code that's easy to maintain, and code that's easy to test. In the end, code that will get you on the left side of this image. And with Blazor WebAssembly now released since the month of May, a lot of people want to get their hands on it and play around because it's a serious contender for a single-page app development. And when there's hype, excitement, good practices tend to be put aside because, let's admit it, it's fun to play around with new toys. I know, for example, that I probably won't read the user manual of my PlayStation 5 when I receive it. So it's the same kind of thing. So what I'll do in the next few slides is highlight some of Clean Code's principles and how they can be integrated in your Blazor development so that your first steps with Blazor become killer apps. Although those principles apply to software development in general, most of my examples will be derived from the original Blazor WebAssembly template, showing you how we can take what it offers and make it clean. So we'll start with one of the most crucial things in Clean Code, meaningful names. One of the most important things to have are names that reveal their intention, not only for variables, but also for methods, classes. So names, think about the semantic. Names are crucial, but the semantic of the words you use are just as much important. Say you develop a human resource management system, for example. There's a huge difference between firing an employee and deleting an employee. And last I heard, deleting someone is not allowed in a lot of countries. So the name of your objects, fields, methods should reflect what the actual user do with the system, not what the developers do in the code. Speaking the same language as your users or stakeholders will have also the advantage of allowing an easier integration for new stakeholders as well as new developers. Considering this, if we take a look at the forecast retrieving in the default Blazor project template. When looking at the forecast variable, we clearly see what it holds. It's not obscure, it's easy to read, it clearly reveals its intentions, and it has no disinformation, like the list suffix in its name when it's actually an array. The call to get the data, on the other hand, doesn't clearly state its intentions. Sure, it tells us that it gets the data from the web API, but first thing is, that's not something the component needs to know. Right now, it doesn't even know what data it's retrieving other than being an array of forecasts. It needs to know what it's retrieving, but from a domain perspective. So by just moving the call into a service and with a name that tells us what it does, the call would now look like this. Much clearer at what we're getting into our component. And we can go a step further and look at the HTTP call that's now in the service, where changing that request string to a constant now tells us what we're getting from the backend without telling us what the route is. Using this constant will even reduce the minor risk of doing a typo in your unit testing when checking your service for the HTTP call. And speaking of unit tests, having things separated like this will make it easy to test each of those objects with the proper mocks. And so with proper naming of variables, methods, readability, and testability of your code will greatly increase. Functions. The way you write your functions is another step towards having clean code. As Uncle Bob would say, the first rule is that they should be small. The second rule is that they should be smaller than that. So this example is not from the Blazor template. It's actually from the Bracket Show website, which we did in Blazor WebAssembly. But the idea applies to front-end as well as non-Blazor project, obviously. This method retrieves all the videos from a YouTube playlist to display them in a carousel on our site. It's not a small method, and there's a lot of reading to do to actually see what it does. So, and the smaller the method, the easier it is to read and test. If you give proper names to your functions, it all combines together to form some nice readable code, which this function doesn't do for me. One thing also we tend to forget is that we can use local functions since C#7 if we want to extract methods without adding them to the scope of the class if it's not necessary. So with just a bit of refactoring, our method is now much smaller with the help of local functions in this case. Notice at the same time that the naming of those methods is crucial to extracting into something that makes the code much more readable. A good practice I try to reach the best way I can is limit my methods to 5 instructions. More than that, there's a lot of chances that something can be extracted into a smaller, correctly named method. And another benefit of those small methods, when you're a few developers working on the same projects, it will reduce the occasions of encountering merge conflicts. So if you take the habit of extracting those methods into a smaller one, you'll definitely have easier to maintain code. Another thing that's really interesting to do, since most of our Blazor projects right now are new, is start them the right way by applying the command and query separation principle. This principle makes a clear separation between modifying your objects with commands and querying them. If you've worked on a front-end application recently, you probably used a state management pattern like NGRX, Redux, Vuex that applies the CQS principle with actions and reducers that mutate your state and queries to display data in your components. Unfortunately for us, there's already a package in Blazor to implement this, like Fluxor, which I used in my example. So if we take the counter component that does add 1 to the counter local field in the original template, instead what we do is that we dispatch an action to say, hey, I want to increment the counter. I'm not doing it. I'm just telling you that that's what I need to do. Then in your store, the reducer will take this action and know what to do with it. So the reducer will say, hey, right now we have a certain number of clicks. I'm incrementing by 1, and I'm emitting a new state, which becomes the new source of truth. And in your component, when you've bounded your value to the state, it will update automatically without querying it back. It will just update because it's bounded to the state. Notice also how all those methods are small, fully apply the single responsibility principle, and so will be incredibly easy to unit test. It's not necessarily easy to get started on the idea of command query separation, but the efforts of learning it and putting it in place will be worth it. So another great benefits of Blazor, the shared project. One of the things I enjoy the most of Blazor is this shared project. Gone is the maintenance of your backend C# classes that the Web API exposes, and your TypeScript interface in an Angular project, for example, that the frontend uses that mimics the same exact object structure. We can now have a single class in that shared project that both backend and frontend use. But as you can see in this architecture diagram, the shared project is only used between client and server, and it should stay that way. Don't allow those DTOs to cross the server boundary. I've seen some projects in the past, like 100% done in TypeScript with Angular frontend, Node backend, where the same objects were used from the frontend all the way to the database. Don't do this. In the same way that your database object shouldn't get out of your data access layer, only domain objection, the objects in the shared project shouldn't go any further than the server. And another great thing to put in this project are your validators, since again, you'll be able to have your validation rules implemented for both front-end and back-end. No need to write twice the code, it's shared. You can use data annotations from Microsoft, like the required example we see here, although I'd suggest going with something like the Fluent Validation Nugget package, since it's much easier to test when writing unit testing, and also preserves single responsibility of your DTOs and validators by not mixing them together in the same class. And for the front-end part, you can also use the Blazor Fluent Validation package to integrate this validation in your edit form to have it done easily. So, unit testing. Nobody wants to do a brand new project in Blazor without unit tests, right? But there's a few limitations at the moment, so let's look at this. Testing components. Let's be honest, it's painful. Writing tests to see if some markup or some other that gets displayed just isn't fun for me, no matter the technology. Take the default templates weather forecast page, for example, where we would want to test that a table is shown only when you have data, and when you don't, it's a paragraph. At the moment, there's the bunit Nugget library that's really promising, but it's still in beta. So there could be a few missing features here and there that are necessary to test our components correctly. So the question is, what can we do to ensure the quality of our application while limiting our component tests? First thing to do, extract your logic into services that you can test. Regular classes are really easy to unit test, so the more you extract in those services, those classes, the more it will be easy to test them. Preserve only UI changing logic in your components. Components shouldn't be dumb. They emit some actions to change the state of the application, modify the layout or the style of what you see, but shouldn't do more. And that logic should be in methods or in your immutable state if you're using CQS principle, not in the HTML markup. On top of making that logic extracted into something clean, it makes the code in your HTML more readable. And if all else fails, you can use Cypress or Selenium to do some end-to-end testing. It's a bit more overhead to get started on end-to-end tests, but if you really need to test those UI changing parts and don't want to use a solution that's in beta, or if you had a limitation that it has, that's the way to go with all the other benefits end-to-end testing can bring. So a few tips that are not necessarily related to clean code, but that I feel should still be part of how you shape up your apps in Blazor. Don't group by type. The Blazor template gives you the classic folder structure where things are grouped by type. pages together, shared components together, services, and so on. Imagine in a huge project how you'll be scrolling around if you have lots of pages, components, services in your project. Take the time to restructure things up to have a more domain-oriented approach and group things by domain concept or feature for a much cleaner approach. Things that go together should be together. And also with lazy loading that just came out with .NET 5, this approach will make it incredibly easier to migrate some of your features into their own project that will be lazy loaded at runtime. Blazor template also puts the components code into the same file. While that might seem like a viable solution, it's generally a good practice to separate them. Logic and presentation shouldn't go together, and it's easy to do it with partial class support. Just for the simplicity of being able to put them side by side in Visual Studio when working on your component, instead of just scrolling up and down between the HTML and the code, it's worth it. And it will also help down the road in your commits. So you'll easily see when there's some changes to the actual UI versus changes to the component's logic without having to scroll through the file. This image. When I first heard about Blazor, I thought I would not write JavaScript anymore. Only C#, a dream come true for any C# developer, right? Then I realized that we just couldn't replace the huge list of packages available in JavaScript in an instant. So I'll probably end up writing some more JavaScript for some time. Not my dream scenario, but at least it's easily usable with the interrupt Blazor offers. Then I found a post on Chris Sainty's blog, who is another Microsoft MVP and an incredible Blazor reference, by the way, that got me back to square one, where I wouldn't write any more JavaScript. So I hope you want to know how. It's by writing TypeScript. So by adding a Razor class library project to your solution, you can write TypeScript instead, and it will be easily accessible from the C# classes that access it via interrupt. So after tweaking things up a little bit from the blog post, I ended up, for example, with this TypeScript class. This will generate a JavaScript file in the end, and when you include it in the scripts of your index or host file, it calls the load function that puts your class and its functions into the window object. After that, it's only a matter of adding a C# class that will access this with the JavaScript interrupt that's available in Blazor. So moving from JavaScript to TypeScript is one thing, a great thing, but what bothered me the most of all the scripting is that it wasn't tested. Even if you have a few lines of code in JavaScript or TypeScript, if you're not testing it, you're still at risk of introducing some bugs in your app. So with this setup, you can tweak things up with TypeScript configuration on the Node.js application project, and you can write spec files that will test your TypeScript just as you would in any Angular or other TypeScript project. So I hope those few tips and tricks provided some insights on how you can make your code better in Blazor or in general, or at least served as a refresher on some good coding practices we should all follow in order to get just a few WTFs per minute. So here are, lastly, the key highlights for me. Don't take everything from templates as an example to follow. They're more of a starting point to get you learning the basics of a framework, not for enforcing all the good practices and clean code. Put nothing more than UI changing logic in your components. Business logic should be in testable service in your backend, not in your UI. Names, choose them carefully as they are the key difference between making readable and regular code. And finally, if you haven't, read this book. There's so much more in this than what we briefly talked about today. It's definitely worth reading. Thank you. I see that we have probably 20 seconds left. So for questions, I'll probably hop in on Discord and see if I can answer a few questions if you have some. Again, thank you for listening.
Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc, que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me well. If you can't, please drop a comment in chat and I'll sort it out. But it's great to be here speaking to you. Hopefully next year we'll be in person. We'll see how that goes. And I'm going to drive straight in here. We've got a lot of material to cover this afternoon. So I'm going to talk to you about toolchains this afternoon. And I've been writing code for about 40 years now, and over that time I've used a variety of different toolchains to take that code and actually run it. And recently I noticed something interesting, and to illustrate that I'd like to take you on a journey through some of what I've seen and used. So right back to the beginning, in 1983 my dad bought me an 8-bit computer. It was the humble Acorn Electron. And the tool chain really consisted of one command. It was run. Now, I didn't know about the conventional hello world at this time, but had I known, I probably wouldn't have used it. It's too boring. I want my program to actually be doing something. And repeating the same line over and over again is the most simple example I could think of. And I can show you this running. So let's see how things go here. I actually have an 8-bit emulator running here. I also have a 16-bit emulator, a 32-bit VM, and a 64-bit Docker container running on my machine. So I hope this is all going to hold out, but we'll see how it goes. So I can type my program into here, and that is basically my tool chain to run it. And hey presto, I get lots of hellos. Now, the great thing about the Acorn Electron is that it shared a basic with this computer, BBC Micro. I don't know if anyone's seen this, but there was an initiative in the 80s with the UK government and the BBC collaborating to put one of these in every school in the UK. We only had one of these because we were quite a small school. But I still typed my program into it and left it running. And I actually got called into the headmaster's office because no one knew how to stop it. But luckily, stopping it is quite easy. You just press escape. So I should be able to do that here. And escape did actually escape in these days. So there's some meaning behind that word, which is quite nice. And it's not entirely true that the toolchain was just run. I mean, there was actually, you could actually reset the computer by pressing a certain key, right? There was a break key on the keyboard. So you press that and reset it. And then you could go old to get your old program back, and then you'd have your program back. So, but taking your code from source to production really was just run. That didn't include distribution, of course, which was done via the trusty cassette tape. I guess I'm kind of digressing already a bit, but the point is that toolchain worked. It was all I needed, and it saw me through my 8-bit years. Now, fast forwarding a little bit to 1987, I worked all summer one year, and I saved up and bought myself a 16-bit Atari ST. And this is where things got a bit more complicated. So I should be able to get this running for you as well. So I have here a 16-bit emulator, and I start it here. And now I should be able to start the basic environment. And the nice thing about emulators is I can fast forward them to make things nice and fast. There we go. So now I can print hello again and run my favorite program again. And hey presto, it works. It's in this output window. Escape doesn't work here, but I can press Control C, or I can hit this break menu thing up here, and I can list the program. And things are more sophisticated. I think they are also more complex. I have to start this whole environment in order to get into BASIC, and I've got these windows which I'm not entirely sure I want. But it worked fairly well. I have to admit I lost interest slightly around this time. I just started playing games and things like that. But fast forwarding to 1998, and I found myself in a job. So I had, I must admit, it was quite a dull finance job, but I spent a lot of time in Excel. So let's just fire up Excel. This is just kind of a standard, I know, sample report type business thing. But when I was in Excel, I discovered this record macro button. So I pressed it, and then I did some things in my spreadsheet, and I don't know, I might have sorted the range or something like that. And when I stopped recording, in old versions of Excel, the code would just pop up in front of you at this stage. But if I switch to the VBA editor, I saw all this kind of stuff, right? And I thought, this is quite familiar. I've seen something like this before. It's got the word basic in it. So I thought, let's see what I can do with this. So the first thing I did, of course, is I wrote my favorite program. So you can actually do a debug print, which is kind of the equivalent of what we did before. And go-to is a bit problematic because there's no a line number or a label. So I discovered that I can actually add a label to a line because there are no line numbers here by default. And I can go to it, and hey presto, it works, right? So we're doing, I'm back into my old familiar territory. Escape actually does escape in VBA, which is quite nice. You can choose to continue. You can choose to debug. So this was something very new to me. I could actually step through this code using F8. So I could step through this thing and watch it running. Or I could continue by pressing F5, or I could actually end the program. So things are getting really sophisticated here. And even though it's moving away from the command line, I'd start to kind of forget about the command line a bit here. This was a very powerful environment. I managed to do a lot of very good stuff in my finance job. And eventually, I managed to graduate from that and go towards doing some more properish programming in something called VB, right? So VB6, if anyone's seen this before. Right, now let's step up to the 32-bit world. So I have a 32-bit VM running here with Windows XP and all its glory. So isn't that wonderful? Just look at that lovely UI. So I can get Visual Basic up here. Yeah, standard X is fine. Unfortunately, you always have to have a form with a VB application, but I can still go into this code behind this form and I can write my favorite program. So we've still got debug print. Hello, and I have to do the similar kind of thing again and add my, oops, if I can type, my label, and I can run that with F5 or this button up here, and hey presto, it's working, right? So you see down here it's printing hello. Escape doesn't work in VB6. So now I'm kind of stuck trying to find out how to exit my program. There's a stop button up here, so let's press that. Things don't quite work as expected now. I mean, can I get rid of the whole thing? Yeah, kind of. So VB6 doesn't really want me to end my program, so I need to do things slightly differently. But so the toolchain's not quite what I expect, and I'd kind of really forgotten about the command line at this stage and typing run. But VB6, I did find it very productive, and I spent a lot of years writing quite a lot of useful stuff in VB6. Yeah, let's get rid of that. No, let's not send an error report. I was not brave enough to give my Windows XP VM a network connection, so that wouldn't do anything. Now, how do I get out of this thing? Oh yeah, Control Alt left arrow, and yes, I'm out. Okay. So yeah, that didn't quite work as expected, but it was very useful, as I said. At this time, I got quite interested in the internet as well. So I found a thing which was another part of Visual Studio 6, which was a thing called Visual Interdev. And using this thing, you could write things like ASP websites. Someone just pointed out I could have put a do events into my VB program. So that's a good tip. I'll remember that for next time. Actually, I do remember that now you come to mention it. So let's fire up Visual Interdev, if I can get this working again. Yes, we're in. So here we are, Visual Interdev. And I did try and create a project so that I could kind of debug it and stuff, but I just couldn't get this stuff working for the life of me. You need to do something with IIS, I don't know. But what I did discover is that I can create a new file. And let's say this an ASP page. And I can put something in here like response.write hello world, and I can save that in www.root, which is the default directory that IIS serves. And if I've done all this correctly, I should be able to get IE6 running. Look at that, isn't it wonderful? And then I can go to localhost, and yeah, I should get my hello world, which is great. So that's a hello world in classic ASP. And I can also do other things like I could loop this if I wanted to try and write my favorite program. I discovered that if I do an infinite loop, it doesn't actually end up rendering. It just sort of crashes completely. But I can do something like a for loop, for instance, let's say 100 times, and then next, I think I'm getting the syntax right. This is VB script. Do I get 100 hellos? Yes, I do. Okay, so something similar to what I really want to do. But that's the kind of the basics of classic ASP. Again, the command line is a distant memory at this stage. I'm using a web browser, and I'm using an IDE and just saving things. So, but anyway, that was very productive, and I did a lot of very useful things with that for many years. Now, again, excuse me, I was not the only person interested in the internet at this stage. However, Microsoft was not the most interested at the beginning. In fact, I don't know if anyone's ever heard this quote. This is from someone you may have heard of, a guy called Bill Gates. You may have heard this one as well. The internet is just a passing fad. That was Bill Gates too. So even though I didn't realize at the beginning, I think at some point Microsoft had a bit of a kind of oh shit moment, and they realized that, well, the internet actually is a thing, and it's getting quite important, and it would be quite nice if we did something about it and got involved. And they decided to put this .NET moniker on a lot of things. So this .NET passport appeared. I don't know if anyone remembers this. And actually, Windows Messenger at one point I think was called .NET Messenger. They just started slapping .NET onto everything. I couldn't find a screenshot of that, unfortunately. And it was difficult to know what this .NET thing really was, apart from a kind of like a bit of a panic to say we need to be more internet-y. But in the end, I found myself in Visual Studio .NET. and it was called visualstudio.net in those days. These days it's called Visual Studio 2019. So let's just have a look at how that looks. I can create a new project. I can create this console app. Yep, sure, let's just create that. And it creates a hello world for me out of the box. And of course, the first thing I did was I wrote my favorite program. And you can have line labels in C# if you didn't know that. And this time I even get IntelliSense on them, which is quite nice. And if I run that, hopefully, once it builds, I should get my hellos, and there we go. So let's just put that. Let's just put that over here because I want to show you something else. Let's put Visual Studio over here. And what I can do now is I can do things like obviously debug, right? I can put a breakpoint in and debug this thing, and you know, I've got all the nice things available to me that you'd expect from the modern IDE. And this was the start of me building and deploying from Visual Studio for many years. We didn't have right-click deploy back in those days, but we had mice and keyboards, and we worked out how to deploy from Visual Studio, and everything was fine. Now, over the years, I learned about things like source control and testing and continuous integration, and the most novel idea of all, teamwork. So until this kind of time, I was acting more or less as a kind of lone hero. I was just churning out all this wonderful stuff directly for users, and I thought I was some kind of magician. But when I joined the development team, I started to learn the value of working together. And I realized, for instance, the value of having a reproducible build that everyone could access and didn't rely on one special developer having a special setup on their machine, which would allow them to build and deploy. So we looked into things like cruisecontrol.net. We used this very successfully for quite some time as a CI server. And Bamboo by Atlassian, we used that for a while. TeamCity by JetBrains, used that with a lot of success. And of course, it wasn't enough to just build that code. We wanted to test it as well and package it. So you can see here there are some tests running here somewhere. But the thing is, you know, tests would fail, right? And other things would fail. And it sometimes became difficult to tell if we would break the build before we pushed our code to source control, because we typically implemented this stuff in the build server using various features of the build server and plugins and things, and it wasn't that easy to tell how all of that would behave before you pushed your code to source control. So we thought, wouldn't it be nice if we could recreate some of that locally, right? Wouldn't it be nice if we could just run a simple command locally to recreate most of what the build server is doing? And that's where build scripts entered the picture. So one of the very first things for building build scripts was a thing called make. Okay, and let's actually show you make running. So let's step up to the 64-bit world now. So I have here Visual Studio Code. Now this is running on my Windows machine, but in the context of a Linux Docker container. So if you haven't tried remote container extensions for Visual Studio Code, I recommend you do. They're fantastic. You can just open a folder in a Docker container, but have the IDE locally in your host OS. So it's pretty cool. So although this is Windows, I'm running it in the context of a Docker container in Linux. So I'm running Bash. What that allows me to do is to run make, and here is a make file. So make has the notion of a target with a name, so I'm just calling my target hello, and content of the target, what it actually does. And here I'm just echoing a hello world back. I can run make, and oh, I'm in the wrong directory. I can run make, and I get my hello world. Now that's not too interesting, but I've got some more stuff I prepared earlier here. If I put this into my make file, let's just see the whole thing. So now I've defined an all target, which is what runs if you don't specify a specific target. Then I'm saying that all depends on test depends on build Build just pretends to do a build by echoing build, and test just pretends to do a test. So what you do here, you'd actually have some kind of command which actually did your testing, and here you'd have some kind of command which actually did your building. But just for demo purposes, I'm just echoing back to the console. And if I run make, we get, I didn't save it. If I save it, then we get building and testing. And you can run a specific target like build, and make has a whole bunch of other command line options for, I don't know, listing targets, and you can do a dry run with -n, so just simulate what would happen if you run the targets rather than actually running them, and a whole load of other things. So make was used for many years. I mean, it dates back to the 70s. It was used for building and still is used for building much of the software you use and are familiar with. However, I didn't start there because that's a Unix system and I didn't know it, right? So make was built for Unix, and I was in Windows building .NET, and in Windows and .NET you use MS Build, okay? Or to give it its full title, the Microsoft Build Engine, MS Build for short. So let's have a look at Hello World and MS Build. So let's just get rid of this noise here. And here I have a Hello World in MS Build. So we have some preamble here. It's XML, so we have an XML schema, and it's not enough for the target just to be called default. You have to tell it it's the default target. You define your target using this target XML element. You define, well, this is a way of printing a message using this message XML element. You have to give it importance high, otherwise it won't be shown by default, which is interesting. And back in the day, I would run this with msbuild.exe. These days, I can run it even in Linux using .NET MS Build, just to show you how it's running. And hopefully, yeah, there we go. So we get a hello world. We get this nice logo every single time we run it, unless we do, I think it's no, is it no logo like this? Yeah, that gets rid of that. So that's an MS Build Hello World. Now, writing a build script in XML isn't ideal. Just ask me how many days I lost trying to do simple things like string replacements and things like that. I mean, it was tough. However, I didn't really have a better alternative, so I did persevere with it, and I did write some very long and complex build scripts in MS Build, even though it was a bit of a time sink. But, you know, XML, I mean, there was another tool called Nant, N-A-N-T at this time, which was in many ways a lot nicer than this. But it was also XML, so I didn't get too excited about that. So I decided to have a look around to see what people were using. And at this time, Nancy was a very popular HTTP framework for writing HTTP apps. And Nancy used a thing called Rake for its build script, right? So Rake is a Ruby thing. Let's have another look at Rake running it for real. Okay, well, I've lost my VS Code window. Here it is. So let's get rid of this noise. So this is a Hello World Rake file. So this is Ruby. They don't call them targets, they call them tasks. You give it a name and your task has a body, right? So I'm just printing Hello World in Ruby syntax. So I can just run Rake and I get my Hello World. Again, here's a more interesting example. So here I'm saying the default task, which again is the task that runs if you don't specify which task to run. Default depends on test depends on build, test pretends to test, and build pretends to build. And again, you put your real commands in here in real life. And if I run, oh, this time I will save it first. If I run that, I get building and testing. And again, you can run a specific target. And again, Rake has a whole bunch of stuff for other command line options, and again it's got its dry run -n inherited from make, and that's very cool. Now I think Ruby is pretty cool. It's a nice terse language with a nice neat syntax. It seemed ideal for scripting, so I thought, right, I'm going to convert all that MS Build into Rake, and oh, it was so much better than writing MS Build XML. I really loved it, so I converted everything to Rake. After a while, that got rid of, that was it got rid of a lot of complexity, but the overhead of having to install a Ruby SDK every time I bootstrapped a machine just to build .NET projects, it became a little bit unbearable. And the open source community wasn't a huge fan of this either. You know, people would clone repos and say, "What? I have to install a Ruby SDK just to build a .NET project? That isn't ideal." So I did start to look around for other alternatives after a while, and I got involved in a project called ScriptCS around this time. So I became one of the maintainers of ScriptCS. And this was a project which allowed you to write and execute C# just using a simple text editor, or in other words, scripting. So I thought, well, that would be quite a nice way to write my build scripts, right? You know, building C# with C#. Why don't we give that a try? What I needed, of course, was a way to define targets. You know, I wanted to do like a make and rake kind of thing in C#. So I created a library called Bow. And this is a kind of hello world in Bow. You just describe, you define a default target. You don't have to give it a name. You do your hello world and you call a run method. And then, apologies, that should actually say script.cs, not script. You script.cs install the Bow NuGet package. You pass the Bow file to script.cs and it works. I didn't actually run this. I'll explain why in a second. But there's just for a more interesting, non-trivial example, this is the equivalent Bow file to some of the stuff we saw before. The default target, which is an implicit name of default, depends on test. The task. I use task to match the rake naming convention. Test depends on build. Build just pretends to build. Test just pretends to test. I'd love to run this for you, but I couldn't get ScriptCS running on my machine, let alone Linux. ScriptCS, it had a lot of traction for a while, but ultimately it suffered a similar kind of fate to a lot of other C# scripting initiatives, and it never really became a first-class citizen of the .NET ecosystem. It never really got things like debugging and IntelliSense and testing and stuff like that. So I persevered with it for a while, and I did convert a lot of stuff to Bow from Rake, and it worked quite well. Now, the interesting thing at this time is that Microsoft were looking at other approaches to .NET, and Node.js was getting a lot of traction at this time. And some people in the .NET team, they decided, well, wouldn't it be good if we had a Node.js-like approach to .NET? Something cross-platform, something based around the command line. So they thought, well, what can we do in that space? And they come up with something called Project K. And I don't know if anyone remembers Project K, but this was a thing. And Project K allowed you to do this kind of thing. You would create a program CS, similar to what we've seen. But then instead of creating a CS proj file, you create a project JSON, and you declare your framework in there. It was quite tied to ASP.NET Core at this time. If you wanted to print to the console, everything was in tiny NuGet packages. So you'd import a system console NuGet package, right? Again, all very Node-like. And then you would run kpm restore, just like you'd run npm restore, and then you'd krun it, right? Again, I can't run this because I can't find the K binaries anywhere. I don't know if they still exist. But this was quite exciting. A lot of the community got excited about this. Microsoft decided that Project K wasn't a great brand. So they spent a lot of time, and they invested a lot of time in thinking of a new name. What can we call this thing? Something future-proof, something we're not going to have to change again. So they called it DNX. So some of the K commands became DNX, and KVM became DNVM, and KPM became, I guess that sounds with .NET NuGet or something. And as you might know, that name didn't stay either, and eventually we ended up with .NET Core. The idea of .NET Core, at least at the beginning, was also still this: every single thing would be in a tiny little NuGet package. So if you wanted to print to the console, you'd import, I don't know, system.console. And if you wanted to do some file system operations, you'd import system.ao as a NuGet package. That idea didn't last for too long because it became quite impractical. It's best we don't talk about .NET 1 too much. But by the time we got to .NET Core 2, we had something we could actually use, including the .NET CLI. So let's have a look at a .NET Core Hello World. So let's switch back to VS Code. Let's get rid of this noise here. Now I'm going to create a directory called demo. I'm going to cd into it. And I can now do .NET new console. And that will whir away for a few seconds and create some artifacts for me. Let's have a look at what it's created. So we've got our, okay, there we go. We've got our demo directory up here. It's created a demo CS proj. It's saying that, hey, I'm an XE, and hey, I'm a .NET Core 3.1 app. And it creates a program CS, which conveniently is a hello world. So of course, you know what I did. I wrote my favorite program straight away. So I converted this to my favorite hello. And oops, that should be a semicolon, yes. And now if I've done everything correctly, I should be able to just .NET run that. It takes a moment to compile. It's not interpreted. But if I've done, there we go. I get a hello. Now, this is getting really interesting, right? I found this really interesting. Specifically, I thought I could Control C this. Can I do that? That's interesting. I wonder why that. Oh, yeah. Okay, caught up eventually. Yeah, I can Control C it. Normally that happens straight away. That's a bit strange. It didn't happen straight away. Anyway, I got really interested in this, especially because of this part. Right, this started to look really familiar, and you know, I felt myself in a similar situation to where I started here. You know, I'm basically I'm writing a program, and I'm just running it. Right, so things are starting to feel fairly familiar, and I realize there's a lot more noise in the version on the right than on the version on the left. However, .NET 5 is now a thing, right? That was released, what is it, 6 days ago now, or something like that, 10 days ago. And .NET 5 comes with C#9. So if I switch back to Visual Studio, and if I change my target framework to .NET 5, I'm now using C#9 by default for this project. And in my program CS, so I tell you what, first of all, I'll just get rid of this using. I'll just put it down here because that's the only place I'm using it. So, I mean, that's obviously something I could have always done. I can get rid of the namespace. So that's, again, something that I could have done, I think, even in C#1, right? You didn't actually need a namespace. But because I'm in C#9, I can get rid of that, right? I can get rid of the class. I can get rid of the method. Right, and that is a valid C#9 console app. If I run that, I should get my window up here, and yeah, I'm stepping through the code. And you know, this looks like a script, right? But it's just a regular C#9 console app, and I can step through it. And you know, I've got IntelliSense and debugging and all the rest of it. I've got absolutely everything I'd expect from a .NET project. So things are looking really familiar now. Now, again, there is some noise on the right compared to the left, and let's inspect that for a moment. So this used to be my command prompt, right? My command prompt is now this. Okay, so that operates in the context of a user with certain permissions, right? So that's an advancement. That's a new capability. Back here, there was no user. It was just the computer, and that was it. It operates in the context of a machine. I tend to name my machines after my favorite films. And that machine has a certain identity. That's really important when you're on the network, for instance. So again, that's an advancing capability. So there's a good reason all this stuff's there. We're in the context of a file system, right? Back here, there was no file system, right? There literally is just nothing. It's just whatever's in memory. I mean, you could save to tape, right? But that would take about 5 minutes, and you didn't do it very often. If you got a power cut in these days, it was really bad news. You tended to lose everything you were working on. Again, ask me how I know that.
But here we're operating within the context of a file system, so you know that's a good thing. Oh, we're actually saving a character here, right? We're typing one character less here. We're having to tell the system which program to list because we're in the context of a file system. Obviously, a file system can have more than one file, so there's more than one program available. I mean, again, back here, there was just the one program in memory and that's it. Here, I have a choice of programs on disk, so I'm having to specify which one to list. So again, that's a good thing. Here we had line numbers. Here we don't have line numbers, so I'm having to give it a label. We don't need line numbers, right, in most languages. So again, the reason that exists is a good thing, although I'm doing a goto, which you don't really tend to do these days anyway. There's not much call for it. And the last major difference is this .NET thing. So there is a choice of platforms available to the OS now. It's not just .NET. There are other things you can use. So I'm having to choose a runtime platform. So again, that's a good thing. So while there's complexity moving from left to right, I think all the stuff that's there represents an advance in capability. So it's all there for a good reason. It's a shame we've still got the CS proj, right? Because I think we could default that, for instance. I mean, that's what you write almost all the time. The current default for the output type is actually a lib and not an exe, which is a bit of a shame. I think it might be nicer to have it as an exe, so that's a bit of a sticking point. We could default this to the latest framework, right? Just whatever the latest version of .NET you've got. That's even more feasible with .NET 5, right? Because there's only one TFM. So we could default that. And then we could largely get rid of the CS proj. You know, that's a bit of a sticking point that the default is currently lib and not exe. But, you know, if we can find out a way of getting around that, we could even get rid of the CS proj. Now, because this is effectively very much like scripting, I thought, why don't I write my build scripts like this? But of course, I need a way to define targets or something similar. So that's why I created a library called Bullseye. And Bullseye allows me to define the target. And all I do is add a reference to Bullseye here. So let me just show you that very quickly. Let's clear this stuff here. Now, if I get my CS proj up, you should see this happening. So if I can .NET add a reference to the Bullseye package. Unfortunately, in remote containers, this view here doesn't update live, so I actually find I have to switch away and switch back. But there we go, right? It's added a reference to Bullseye, and that allows me to do things like this. So if I go using static bullseye.command, and then I can do something like target default, and I can do my usual console.write right line. Well, let's call that a hello world. I don't want to repeat this line because I do want this thing to exit this time. I do actually want to finish running my targets. And then you can do run targets and exit. And I just pass the command line arguments through that have come in through the command line. And you'll see why in a second. So now if I've done everything right, I can do .NET run. And hopefully, fingers crossed. Oh, yeah, okay, something's gone wrong. Bullseye not command, it's bullseye.targets. Okay, that's the name of the class. Let's try that again. And it's worked. So I get my, so it's telling us we're starting, we're running the default target. Here the default target is run and succeeded. There's my hello world. And then I get a summary at the end, just to tell me what was run and how long everything took, etc., etc. Let's do something slightly less trivial. Let's actually create a test target, which depends on build. That's going to pretend to build. Let's create a build target, which is not going to depend on anything, but it's just going to pretend, oh, sorry, that should be pretending to test. That's going to be pretending to build. And the default target is just going to depends on test. Okay. So very similar to what we've seen before. Sorry, that's scrolling too much. Default depends on test depends on build, and each of those just pretends to test and build. And again, you'd put real commands in there if you want to do this for real. So now I should be able to .NET run, and again, hopefully if I've done everything right, once it compiles, it works, right? So we're getting our build target starting and succeeded, test target starting and succeeded, and a nice summary of how long everything took. So in this case, build for one reason or another took 14 milliseconds, and that's 93% of our build time. And that's very useful for analyzing where your build is taking time. Now that's all fine, but what I need now is a way to actually write the commands in here, right? How do I actually make this test happen? And that's where I need a method of writing external commands, of running external commands. So I actually want to do .NET build, and I actually want to do .NET test. And that's why I created a library called simpleexec. So let's have a look at that. What I've done here is, let me just get rid of this noise. I've created a simple solution here. There is a simple project in here, which is just a .NET standard library. And it just has a single class which does nothing, right? Then it's got a test project next to it, which just uses XUnit and some other prerequisites. Obviously, it references the project under test, and it has one unit test in it, which just makes sure that I can create the class, right? So really, really straightforward stuff. What I then have is a targets project that references Bullseye and simpleexec, and it actually does the work. So the build now actually .NET builds, and it just says, well, configuration and some other stuff just to stop the verbosity. And the test actually does a .NET test. So if I run that, I just switch to the right directory first. I've now got multiple projects available to me, so I need to tell it which one to run. So I do .NET run, and I want to run the targets project. And again, hopefully if I've done everything right, that should run. Okay, and it seems to be working. So here we've got our build target running, and that's the output from .NET build. Then we've got our test target running. That's, if I can find it, that is, yeah, that's the output from .NET test. And then we get our summary at the end, and we see how long everything took. So that's all quite nice. Now, I've now got all the building blocks I need. I've got a way to define targets, and I've got a way to run external commands, right? With those two building blocks, I can write my build scripts. Now, you might also ask, why bother, right? Why even bother writing a build script? Can't .NET do all this stuff for us? And the answer is, well, yes, it can, right? So I can get rid of all of this, and I can just run .NET test, right? I'm just going to run .NET test in the solution directory. And that's going to go and find the test projects. It's going to build everything so it can run the tests. It's then going to run the tests. And even if I look inside the library directory, there's even a NuGet package, right? So I have just built, tested, and packaged my project using .NET test. Right, so why bother writing a build script? Well, the answer is don't bother, right? Just don't bother writing a build script. Just run .NET test. And in fact, that's exactly what I do for one of my projects, simpleexec. I just run .NET test. In fact, I do run .NET build as a separate command, because just to get this output from .NET build, right? Because when you run .NET tests, you don't get that output from .NET build. You only see the output from .NET test. And then I run .NET test, and I just skip the builds because it's already been built to get the output from .NET test. But the point is, I don't need a build script. So for simple stuff, just do that. You know, there's nothing wrong with doing that. But the thing is, stuff doesn't stay simple for long. So of all the projects that I manage in the community, that's simpleexec is the only one that I can build in that simple way. For everything else, I tend to need a build script. Now, you might ask, why didn't I use something like Cake, right? Why didn't I just use Cake for this? That's a well-known package for writing build scripts, used with a lot of success in the community. So the answer is I did look at Cake, right? I did evaluate Cake. And I found that Cake runs CSX, which is a custom scripting dialect, which is very specific to Cake. The scripts, there's custom command line parsing built in. pretty much every external command you can think of, like .NET and NuGet and everything else, is wrapped in a .NET API, right? So you don't have to invoke them directly. You just call this .NET API, and that does the invocation of the commands for you. It has a bunch of system-level APIs, right, for doing HTTP requests, for globbing and file system operations and things like that. There's a whole bunch of custom tools which are required, right? And that's because this custom C# scripting dialect is not understood by the .NET SDK, right? It's not actually C#, it's a dialect of C#. It has partial syntax highlighting in some IDEs where you've got custom extensions, it might work. You've only got IntelliSense and VS Code, right, via custom extension. You can write your build scripts in a console app like I just did, but there's a whole load of boilerplate required for that with a custom host, and it's a completely different API. It's all class-based rather than kind of being just a program CS. Now, all of that is really required because it uses a custom C# scripting dialect, and it doesn't just use regular C#. Now, all of this needs a lot of documentation, and it means that the Cake maintainers have a lot to maintain, right? So they have to maintain an API for running targets. They have to maintain an API for custom command line parsing, many APIs for wrapping external commands, a whole bunch of APIs for system level operations, a whole bunch of custom tools. These things are far from trivial to maintain. A bunch of bootstrapping scripts for those custom tools. Syntax highlighting via custom extensions, IntelliSense via custom extensions, the boilerplate for the CLI, and a whole load of documentation, right? This is a complex ecosystem, and to be fair, they've done a good job of documenting it, but there's a lot of maintenance required there, and a lot of coordination. So there is actually a processes repo in the Cake org, which describes all the processes they require for collaborating on all this and making sure they release stuff in lockstep at the right time and all the rest of it. So there's a lot of coordination required for this. Now, the reason I didn't choose Cake is because I don't require most of this, right? I just require something very, very simple, just to define targets and just to run external commands, and I can use the .NET SDK to do all my running, and I can use Visual Studio to do all my coding, and I've got all my debugging and everything else. So Bullseye and Simple Exec are very simple. Bullseye just runs a target dependency graph, right? Just doesn't do anything else. And Simple Exec, it just runs external commands. And they're designed as building blocks to be used in conjunction with each other. And all that other stuff, well, custom CLI parsing, that can be done by other libs like system.commandline or master command line utils. There are examples of doing both of that in the Bullseye repo. Wrapping external commands, I just don't do that. I prefer to invoke them directly. And the thing is, if you wanted to wrap external commands, that could be done by external libs, right? So if you wanted a .NET API around the .NET CLI, for instance, you could create a standalone library for that, right? There's no need to conflate that with Bullseye or with another target definition library. As I said, I prefer not to do that. So because these commands, they have an API already, and that API is their command line interface. They're usually documented in terms of that command line interface. So whenever you read that documentation, you have to translate that back to however the .NET API has been written. Those things might get out of sync. It's a potential source for bugs. So I think adding that extra layer of abstraction doesn't add that much. And the .NET API might lag behind the tool, for instance. The tool gets a new option, you have to wait for the API to get it, or you might be using an older version of the tool but a newer version of the API, so you've got version mismatches, and so I don't think it really adds as much. So my preference is not to wrap external commands in .NET APIs. I just pass the name of the command and its arguments, which is its interface, to Simple Exec, and it just does that work for me. System level APIs, again, that can be provided by other libs. There are good libraries for HTTP, there are good libraries for globbing, and of course you've got the BCL itself, the base class library. It's all open source. You can submit PRs to add file system operations, all the rest of it. That's where that stuff tends to belong. There's no need for a custom tool and bootstrapping scripts. Like, you ain't gonna need it, right? Because you're just using the regular .NET SDK, because you're using .NET a regular C#, and that means you get syntax highlighting everywhere. You're getting IntelliSense everywhere. Doesn't matter whether you're using JetBrains Rider or Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio for Mac. You just get all that with you thrown in, and that means refactoring and whatever else. Debugging, analyzers, code fixes, even performance tooling. You just get the whole lot with it because you're just using a console app. Documentation, well, there's not much required, right? What is required is there, but there's just not much required because it is just so simple, and there's no coordination required because it is just standalone apps, standalone libs rather. So that means the maintainers of Bullseye and Simple Exec only need to maintain an API for running targets and an API for running commands, right? It's very simple. And in fact, I'm the only maintainer right now, right? And I just don't have that much to do with either of them because they're just so simple. This does match elements of the Unix philosophy. So one element of the Unix philosophy is to write programs that do one thing and do it well. Write programs that work to work together. I know people that are using Bullseye but are not using Simple Exec because either they don't need to run external commands or they have a more advanced use case, so they use a more advanced library for that. I also know people that are using Simple Exec but are not using Bullseye because they just need to run external commands. They don't need to write a build script. I know someone, for instance, that's using Simple Exec to play MP3 files in the background of a GUI app. So wherever you need to do a simple external command invocation, Simple Exec will fit that. One thing I should also call out is that I provide Bullseye and Simple Exec as is with permissive open source libraries. I'm not emotionally attached to them at all. I don't care who's using them. The only reason I'm showcasing them here is because they demonstrate, I think it's a good demonstration of the evolution of my tool chain with respect to the evolution of .NET. So the .NET CLI does most of what we need now, right? The .NET CLI effectively is our tool chain. And I created Bullseye and Simple Exec just to give me a simple way to orchestrate the slightly lower level calls to the .NET CLI, right? And my build scripts really are very, very simple. It's just kind of, call .NET run, call .NET test, call .NET build, call .NET pack at some point. Sometimes I still have to use new specs, so I can't just do the built-in packaging mechanism. And that's all they really are. They're just simple orchestrators of the .NET CLI. So the build scripts I work on have really evolved from that place of complexity back to a place of simplicity. And if we look at where I started, well, there are some clear similarities here. I do have to select my runtime platform, right? Because there's not just .NET available to the OS, there's lots of other runtime platforms. And as we saw earlier, that's a good thing. I do have to select which program I want to run, right? Because I have more than one available to me these days. So again, that's a good thing. But at the heart of it, I am just still running. I am still just calling run. And this is the interesting thing that I observed is that how the tool chain that I use and the way I use it now has kind of gone all the way through GUIs and things like that, all the way back down to the command line. And I still have the ability to bake my choice of platform and file name into, say, a run CMD, right, or a run.ch. Although the more common convention these days tends to be build CMD and build sh. So through my colorful journey through. From the 8-bit terminal through the Acorn Electron, through the Atari ST, VBA, VB6, Visual Interdev, Visual Studio, MS Build, Ruby, Script CS, I'm back to a familiar place in the command line, and albeit typing build instead of run. But it feels comfy and it feels right. And I think when a long journey of learning leads you all the way back to a small step from where you started, it's a strong sign that step is in the right direction. So I hope you've enjoyed that, and I hope you found that useful. And as I said, I hope to be with you in person next year. And thank you very much for listening.
Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner.
All right, we'll get started with advanced Fiddler techniques. My name is Robert Boedigheimer. You can see my Twitter handle there. A little bit about myself. So I am a progress ninja for Fiddler specifically. I'm a Pluralsight author. I've got my Twitter, my email, and my blog information there. I do have a link at the end to the slides and the code for this, so you'll have access to all of that. But if you need to, feel free to reach out to me on any of those channels. So today we're going to focus on HTTP. So HTTP is the Hypertext Transfer Protocol. So this is the protocol used between the browsers and the web servers whenever you're reaching web pages and working on websites. Gave you the link to the RFCs for this. So I have actually had to look at the RFCs before to understand how the protocol works. So they are actually pretty readable. It's no guarantee, obviously, that every browser and device is going to follow all of these rules like they should. But things like caching, where I wanted to know specific response headers and such, it's useful to look at these. I put HTTP 2 in italics because I just wanted to warn you that currently Fiddler does not support HTTP 2. So if you happen to open up Fiddler to do troubleshooting, it's actually going to fall back to HTTP 1.1. HTTP is a request and a response paradigm, as we'll see, and you'll see a header and a body sent with each request and each response. So what is Fiddler? So Fiddler is a tracing tool that was built specifically for HTTP. So Eric Lawrence was working at Microsoft, I believe on the clip art team. People would order clip art and then they would have problems downloading it. And at the time, basically the best tool was probably Netmon, which is basically a Wireshark type competitor. It's very low level. So in order to troubleshoot, it knows it can do a lot of protocols. It's watching all of the traffic on your machine. It was hard to pick out the specific request and response to figure out what was going wrong. So Eric didn't know C#, he didn't know .NET. .NET had just launched basically, did not know HTTP, and he decided to spend his weekends learning all of that stuff so he could write Fiddler, which is cool. It was acquired by Telerik in 2012, which is now owned by Progress. And I gave you a link here where you can download it for free. There's actually two versions now. You are probably familiar with Fiddler Classic, which is the version that's been out forever that runs on only Windows. There's a new version called Fiddler Everywhere that runs on Mac and Linux and Windows, so a cross-platform version. I'm going to focus today for the advanced techniques on Fiddler Classic. Fiddler Everywhere is growing. It keeps getting new features all the time. These advanced features are still things that are only available in Fiddler Classic. So I'm going to show Fiddler Everywhere at the end, and I'm going to point out the features that we talked about, but that's why I'm still showing Fiddler Classic for most of this talk. So how does Fiddler work? It's a proxy. So I talked about Wireshark. If you open up Wireshark, you pick a network interface, like your Ethernet or your Wi-Fi. It's going to intercept all the traffic for all the protocols. Fiddler's a little different. It's going to spin up as its own app, and it's going to act as a proxy. And so when I open it up, it actually tells, so in my case with Fiddler Classic, when I open it, it's going to tell Windows that there's now a proxy running, and modern browsers and other clients that understand how to use a proxy will switch and route their traffic to that particular app. So let's look at what that looks like. So I've got my browser running. I'm just going to open up Fiddler. We'll go back to the browser. So I'm running the new Edge, which is awesome. If I go into System, Proxy Settings, if you see here, it's now using a proxy server. So as soon as I started Fiddler, Fiddler told Windows, please redirect all of the HTTP traffic. So you can see it's pointed at 127.0.0.1. So it's basically saying, browser, I've got an app running that wants to act as a proxy for this protocol. And 127.0.0.1 is this machine, so on my laptop. And here's the port that Fiddler runs on. And if I go more to the right here, you'll see it's actually also routing HTTPS traffic. So now with this in place, I can go visit. I've got a fictional travel page here. I'm just going to hit Control F5. And when we come in, you can see, I assume most of you have probably used Fiddler before. If you haven't, I made the request to the web page. And then I can also see I needed a couple CSS files, some JavaScript files, some JPEG files, and a font file. And on the right here under inspectors, I can just look at the raw request, and I will uncompress that, and we can see the raw response. So again, that's typical Fiddler Classic. That's how it works. So again, if you're having any issues and you're trying to trace a client app and you don't see the traffic in here, it's important that it sets a proxy. Like I said, modern browsers just do it, so it won't be a problem. If you have another tool, you have to make sure you've got a proxy set. So Eric chose to use the term web session for a single request and response. So I'm an ASP.NET developer. I think of a session as all of the requests I'm making for all of the pages as I visit throughout my browser visit to that site. But within the documentation, within the tool, a single web request and response is called a web session. So there's lots of things I can do on individual sessions. I'll just go back and forth here. So again, I have a fictional travel page. I'll just show you what it looks like briefly. So I use Bootstrap, and pretty typical. If I go back and look at what that looks like, again, I can see the actual web page. So let's say I see Bootstrap here. I work with a lot of third parties. I work with my ops group. I work with my other developers. If I notice something here, I can actually click and say, I want to mark this. And maybe I'll just make it orange and put a comment and say, please look at latest version. Because later when I send this to people, if I send them that archive file, they can easily see the ones. I can say, look at the requests in orange. That's what I'm worried about. That's where the problem is. Look at that particular thing. So that's one thing that I can do. You can search. So if I come in here, I might notice, so I work on an e-commerce site. I've got a lot of potential third-party content that I might be including. I might look and say, I don't remember using this font, right? I see there's a web font being downloaded, and I don't know why. So let me go do a search here. I can just say edit, find sessions, type in halflinks. You can see it highlighted the actual font file, but what I'm looking for is who requested this. So something I didn't know for a long time. Inside of Fiddler, so I use HTTP compression for performance, and so all of my content that can be is compressed. By default, Fiddler's not searching in that compressed content. So I want to say decode compressed content and find again. Now I'll see what I wanted, which is that font file is being included because it happens to be defaulted in the bootstrap min.css. So that explains why that's here. Another way I can do this, I can just right click and I can look for a parent request. So if I do that, it'll do the same thing. It's going to look and indicate that Bootstrap is the parent, and that's why this one was requested. So there's a lot of other things you can see later. I can go save off that individual file if I need to. I can do some filters, which we'll see. Again, lots of nice features there. Another one I didn't know for a long time was if I need to see, for instance, all of the other JPEG files, you can actually hold down the Alt key. And if you pick any value, so I'm going to hold Alt, click on Image JPEG, it's going to mark all of the other web sessions that match that same value. So it's just a quick way to identify where are all the JavaScript files, where are all the CSS files, etc. Let's talk about decrypting HTTPS. So you should use HTTPS everywhere on your whole website. All sites need to use HTTPS for various reasons. It is just HTTP running on top of an encrypted channel, either SSL in the past, which you shouldn't be using anymore, or TLS today. Fiddler can act as a person in the middle. So if you think about it, the point of HTTPS is so that people in between my browser and server can't see stuff, right? That's why I'm using HTTPS. It turns out that I can actually set up Fiddler to decrypt my HTTPS. And the reason that I can do that is because it's a proxy. So I'll show you how to turn this on. So let's go back into Fiddler. I'm just going to clear this. We'll go look at Bing. So I make a request. And I come in here and it does what you'd expect by default. So it shows that I connected to bing.com on port 443, which is HTTPS, but I can't see any of the actual traffic. So that's what we want. But when it comes to troubleshooting, I do need to see this. I can come into HTTPS and I can say decrypt HTTPS traffic. Now I've done it before on this machine. If I haven't, what would happen if I click that, it's going to come up and say, it's going to walk me through a series of dialog boxes explaining what this feature is going to do. So what this feature does is Fiddler is going to act like a certificate authority. So if you're familiar with how HTTPS works, the server will get a certificate that has a public key, so the browser can come get that public key and do its encryption. Because Fiddler is sitting in between the browser and the server, Fiddler wants to act like a certificate authority. So if I turn this on, I'm going to tell it to trust Fiddler's root certificate. So all I'm doing is I'm saying on this machine, this Windows machine, please trust any certificates that get generated by Fiddler. So if I hit OK here, I'm going to clear this out. I'm going to restart Fiddler just in case it needs to pick that up. I'm going to go back and hit Control F5. And now you can see, I can actually see all the traffic like you'd expect. So again, I'm not breaking HTTPS. It's not a backdoor. I'm particularly telling it to trust Fiddler as an certificate authority. So if I come in and look at my certificate manager and I go under personal certificates, you'll see here's Bing. It was issued by Fiddler. So what Fiddler's doing again, it says, I'm going to make a certificate that makes it look like I'm bing.com because I trusted Fiddler's root. The browser says that's fine. Fiddler will decrypt it. It will then go out to the actual Bing server, get its certificate, and re-encrypt it. So over the wire, it's all encrypted, but Fiddler's able to intercept and do that decryption so that I can still do all the troubleshooting that I needed to do like I did before. Let's talk about filters quick. So filters are just a quick way for me to either modify what things look like in Fiddler, hide things, I can make it behave differently, I can actually modify requests. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to go back to this and hit Control F5. I'm going to open up Fiddler. So I can come into filters. And I can do a number of things. So the first one is, let's say I'm got my machine turned on, I've got Fiddler running. Often if I'm running other tools, maybe I'd see traffic for Outlook. All sorts of other things are coming into my trace that I don't want to see. So I can actually say I only want to see things to and from specific hosts. So if I only want to see things to my web server and not get a bunch of other web sessions I don't need, I could do that. I could also say I only want to see traffic from specific clients. So if I had multiple versions of Edge running, or Firefox, I could come in here and say I only want to see traffic from that particular program. So that might be helpful again, just to limit what I see on the left-hand side. I can make modifications as well. So I talked about compression before. The way compression works, modern browsers will send and say that they accept encoding, and they'll say gzip, deflate, brightly, whatever they support for compression. That's how the server knows that it wants to send back compressed content. In this filter, I could say, please delete that request header. And if I come back and hit Control F5 and go back into Fiddler, now you'll see instead of being about 2K, the actual response was about 10K, and that's because the filter intercepted the request on the way to the web server, and it took out that header. So now the server doesn't see that, so it doesn't think it needs to do compression, so it comes back not compressed. There's a lot of other things I could hide down below. I'll show you this one. I can block particular files. So I'm going to block CSS files. And as you would expect, the page is going to look horrible because there's no CSS styles. Why would I do this? For performance reasons, I may want to start inlining my CSS. So basically, I can say I want to take just the critical CSS and embed it directly into my web page so that I can get a very fast paint, and then I'll download all the rest of the CSS in the background. In order to test that, that's cool to be able to go into Fiddler and say I don't want to see the real CSS files. That way I can see that if I'm doing it correctly, my page should look better than this if I'm doing my inlining correctly. So that's kind of a handy technique. We all have to deal with compliance for either GDPR or in the US for CCPA. And so we have to care about who's setting cookies on our website. So you can actually say flag responses that set cookies. And now if I go back and make a request, it will mark sessions that set cookies. So that's another thing that I could do with filters. So again, filters are just meant for very quick things that I want to do to be able to change how things look or to change behaviors without having to do a lot of work. Next, we'll look at Composer. So Fiddler got its name basically from this feature. You can fiddle with requests, which just means that sometimes it would be hard for me to do testing and make a browser do something in particular. It's really easy to do that with Fiddler. So let's go back and look at another example. I'm going to clear this out. I'm going to go back and request the web page again. So what I can do with Composer is I can drag this request over. So I'm going to take this, I'll take this bootstrap. I can drag it over. I could type a complete request if I wanted to. I can look at the raw request here. I'm going to take off the same except encoding just to show you I'm basically modifying the entire request. I can re-execute it. And as you see, instead of being 20K, it's 122K. Because again, I've modified the request. So I can play with anything that I want, which is nice for testing. So I'll show you another example. I have a web page here that's selling some tablets. I'm going to check out, I'm going to buy, it should be $1,000. So if I were to drag that over to Composer, I want to check and see if my web developers are doing things correctly. So I'm doing some tracing here. I can see it's doing a post. Something odd, I notice it's sending the cost of the tablet as one of the parameters to the server. So what if I change that to just $2? So instead of $1,000, I'm going to say it's $1. I'm going to hit execute. If I go back into the inspectors here, it's compressed. I'm going to look at the raw response. And if I look at my order confirmation, I can see I placed an order for tablets, and I'll just pull that into Notepad so we can see that a little bit easier. And it's $1 each. So we have a problem, right? Our developer on the server is taking the price from the client. Again, that would be somewhat hard to simulate. The point of Composer is I can do anything that I need to do to be able to see how changing that request might change what would happen on the server side. I can also execute curl commands. So I work with security groups, and they like to send and say, you have a particular problem. Here's a curl command that you can run. I was looking for a good curl client for Windows that I felt was safe. I didn't realize it was built into Fiddler. So under the scratch pad, I can type curl, which is just a command to say I want to request bing.com. If I make that request and go look at inspectors, you'll see curl is the user agent. So if you have curl commands you need to run on Windows, just be aware that you can do that via the composer. Another cool thing is breakpoints. So let me go in here. There's a quick exec area down here. I'm going to type BP after. I'll type BPU first. So what I'm saying is BPU means on the way to the server. If you see a bootstrap min.css file, I want you to do a break. So before you send it to the server, I want the chance to make a modification. So I'm going to hit Control F5 and get back into, oh, I need to hit enter, sorry. Go back and do that again. So I hit Control F5. You'll see Fiddler will glow. Here's the request. So what it's done now is it says, I want a breakpoint. It saw bootstrap min. I now have the opportunity to come in here and modify that request. So we'll stick with our theme here. I'm going to take off except encoding. I'm going to run to completion. And you'll see again, it comes back not compressed because I manually modified that. So that's cool. I can make changes on the fly to see what's going to happen. So I'm going to type BPU. So I can take that off. I'll type BP after site.css. So now I'm saying I want it to go to the server, but when the server sends back the response, I want to get a breakpoint again so I can modify that response before it goes to the client. So we can see my page here. I'll hit Control F5. Fiddler starts to glow. Here's my site CSS. It's compressed, so I'm going to take that off. I'm going to scroll through here. I'm just going to change the color of the body to be red and say run to completion. So again, now you can see it modified on the client. So this is really handy for me when I need to do quick troubleshooting. I don't want to change the code, build, deploy. I just want to get in between the browser and the server and see if I tweak things, what does it do? So I actually had a problem. I bundled my CSS file years ago because in HTTP 1.1, you don't want to make a lot of requests. So I bundled all my CSS together. It worked great. But a month later, I made a change to my CSS. Stuff wasn't showing up right in IE, and I couldn't figure out why. So I tried a lot of things. It took a long time to do my build deploy. So I came into Fiddler, just did that breakpoint, just started tweaking the CSS to see what would happen. And it turned out that IE has a limit of 4,096 unique styles per style sheet, and I'd crossed that limit. So it wouldn't have been fun to find that. It was very fast to be able to just go into breakpoints and make those kind of changes. So let me turn that breakpoint off so we don't keep having that. So I just type BP after with nothing after it, and that clears that. So next we'll look at autoresponder. Because Fiddler is a proxy, it's sitting between my browser and my server. I can actually have Fiddler respond for the server. So instead of everything having to go to the server, Fiddler can intercept individual requests and make the return straight to the client. So I can set up a lot of different rules. I can use regular expressions, etc. So let's take a look at where I would use this. So I'm going to make a request to my page again. So I'm going to go to the autoresponder. I'm just going to drag the bootstrap request over and drop it. What I want to see is if I make a request to this, I can actually make that be slow. So I'm going to make that thing take 15 seconds in this case. And I need to save that. Got a slight resolution problem here, so I want to move over where I can do that save. I am not able to see my save here, sorry. That's unfortunate. So what would happen now if I were able to save this off? Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. I have never had that happen to me before. I'm not sure what's going on with that. So bear with me. If I were to able to save that rule, now I could come back into the browser. And then when I hit Control F5, I would see what it would do to the client. So what would happen is this would actually sit for 15 seconds and wait. So again, why would I want to do that? Well, I can individually target make requests slow and see what happens. So again, I might notice that when I do that, it's going to be a blank page. And so that tells me if I could do the inlining of CSS again, I could avoid that problem when my CSS was really slow. I wouldn't have that issue. Another thing that I can do, I can actually come in here. I'm going to take that off. I can right-click on the web page and say Unlock for Editing. And if I go into the inspector, I can actually change things in that page. So I'm just going to add my initials here. I'll go back and turn that off. If I were to drag that over to autoresponder, now when I come in and make a request, Control F5, you'll see the title change. So I'm able to intercept that request, modify it, save it, and then now every time the browser made that request while I had Fiddler open, you would see that change. So I've seen people do this where they'll actually save off their entire site. So let's say they had a really important demo. They're afraid it might not work. You could save off all of your web pages to disk and then make autoresponder serve it all from disk instead of the server. So you could do your demo as expected. If things weren't working, you could open up Fiddler, turn that on, and you'd be able to still show everything that you wanted to show. We'll talk about tracing devices. So I've used Fiddler forever. Fiddler Classic only runs on Windows. So I run a responsive website. So I've got, small, medium, large breakpoints. So someone might use a phone, so say an iPhone. I want to still be able to trace and use all the Fiddler features. So you can actually do that. So I'm going to go open up. So the way I do that, I'm going to go to devices. Turns out on an iPhone, if you go in your Wi-Fi settings and scroll down, you can manually set a proxy. So I'll start Fiddler up on my Windows laptop. I'll figure out my IP address. If I go into Tools, Options, and go to Connections, I can say Allow Remote Computers to Connect. So by setting that, I can go on my iPhone, I can pull up the site, and then if I look at the Save Fiddler trace for this, you can see if we look at the inspectors, you can see that it's the iPhone. So just cool, I can use all the features that are available in Fiddler, even though I can't run it on my phone. As long as I can set a proxy on that device, I can force the traffic from that phone through my Windows laptop, and I can do my tracing. If you can't set a proxy on a device, you can actually set up what's called a reverse proxy. If you want to look at the Telerik documentation, we don't have quite enough time to go through that, but that's another option if you happen to have a device where you can't set a proxy. Some common issues I'll show you in the tool here. It's possible if I only wanted to trace a given browser, I can actually click on this and drag this down to my browser, and then it will only do traffic from that browser. So people do that, and then sometimes they forget they did that. So they'll close their browser, open another instance, come back, and it's not tracing, and they don't know why. Just check that you didn't do that, and if you did, just click it again so that it's watching every process. A more common thing I do, I'll do a trace. I get everything I want to get. I'll turn capturing off manually down here. Because I don't want a whole bunch of other web sessions coming in, I already have what I wanted, so then I'll start to analyze it, but I'll forget to turn that back on. So just be aware, check those two things if you're not seeing it. If not, it might be that your client is not proxied. So I'm an ASP.NET developer. I run IIS locally on my laptop. And so when I open up Fiddler, I can see the traffic from my browser to my ASP.NET page just fine. But my ASP.NET page might call a lot of web-based HTTP services. By default, .NET does not honor proxies. So if I have my .NET code, it's not going to end up being traced. If you actually go in your config file, you can force .NET to route all the proxy traffic to Fiddler, just like you saw with a browser. So just for instance of whatever your client software is, if you're not seeing it traced in Fiddler, make sure that it's using a proxy. Talk about Fiddler script. So Fiddler script is a way for me to programmatically make changes. So if I go into rules, customize rules, this is a JavaScript C# sort of language. So I can come down here and say, if the web session contains a .jpeg, I want the color to be yellow. So I just hit Control S. I'm going to re-request the page. And now if I come into Fiddler, oh, I just did what I warned you, right? I got to have my capturing on. And now you'll see that that's yellow. So it's just a quick way to write code to intercept. So I've actually used that. I wanted to test what would happen if a given vendor failed. And I could have used autoresponder, but I had to set up a lot of rules for various URLs. So I actually just set up some Fiddler script to say, please look for that domain in the web session. And if you see it, return a 404 or return a 500. So it's just a quick way to programmatically intercept and do things. Another thing you can intercept, you can change the quick exec. So I changed and made up a new one called RH. So it's just remove host. So I can get rid of localhost here. And you can see all of my sessions were from localhost, so they're gone. So just be aware Fiddler script lets you also modify how things are affected by quick exec or individual requests, which is cool. There are some cool extensions available. One is called the JavaScript formatter. So these are just free extensions. I'm going to say make JavaScript pretty. We'll request this again. So what this is doing is you can see it highlighted. I had a jQuery file here that was minified, so it would be hard to read on the client if I needed to troubleshoot it. I can use source maps. I can pretty print in DevTools. But if I have a lot of JavaScript that I need to step through, if I turn this on, because Fiddler is sitting between the browser and the server, it's unminifying, so to speak, all of those files on the fly, which is handy. Another one I like is show image bloat. So I'll hit Control F5 again, and if you'll notice there's some bricks here. It says 43% of this image is metadata. So when I take pictures with a camera, it's going to store lat long, shutter speed, a whole bunch of stuff that visually my customer doesn't care about. So 43% of that download time or size was wasted on that metadata. So I happen to use a tool called JPEG-Tran. There's a lot of different tools you can use, but this image bloat is a quick way to turn it on and look through your website and see places where you might have metadata that you should remove. So I'm going to turn that back off. I'm going to mention FiddlerCap. So FiddlerCap is a tool for non-technical people. So I had a marketing senior exec that had some problems with the site. I didn't want to explain how to run Fiddler, and she was remote. So I had her install FiddlerCap. So FiddlerCap, I can tell her clear your cookies, clear your cache, decrypt your HTTPS traffic. She just hit start capture, opens a browser, goes where she wants to go, hit stop, hit save. She can then send me that archive file, and I can open up in Fiddler. So it'll look exactly like Fiddler had done the trace, but I'll be able to see everything that I need to be able to see. Very helpful feature. Often a customer will say, site doesn't work right. Well, that's not real helpful. What didn't look right? They can actually hit snapshot while they're doing the capture, and it will embed a screenshot into the capture file. So I can see, here's the page they requested. Oh, this is what it looked like. It's a lot easier to see what went wrong. So just check that out. Some miscellaneous things. I showed you can save the response file. I talked about screenshots, so I can do that in Fiddler as well. So let me open up Fiddler again. So if I were to make this request, in Fiddler here they have the camera. So if I hit that, it does a countdown. And if I go back, it's going to take a snapshot, and then it embeds that screenshot directly into the trace. So again, while I'm capturing, it's helpful to get those screenshots, because if I need to send this to somebody as an archive file, I want to be able to send that. So again, I can save off all of these requests. Another cool thing you can do, it's not obvious, but you can pick encryption. So if I pick this and give it a name, it's going to use AES encryption, which is strong encryption. I can configure it to use 256 bits if I want to. When I type a password, it'll derive an AES symmetric key from my password. So now if I need to send this to a third party or store it somewhere, all the IP addresses, maybe I have credentials or credit cards in this trace I don't want people to see, I can have that be encrypted with strong encryption, which is helpful. There's a text wizard. So I did a capture the flag competition for a conference last week. And I needed to translate some stuff. So if I had something that I thought was base 64 encoded, I could come and say from base 64. So if you've got things that you need to do encoding or decoding or check a SHA hash quickly, just be aware that text wizard is in here and can do those kinds of things. You can create your custom inspectors. You can spoof out your user agent, so you can say that you're a different browser than you are. So from a server perspective, it will behave differently. We saw the quick exec, which is a cool area if you like command line. So I can come down here and say I want to see requests that are greater than 50,000 bytes. I can also say I want to select CSS, and it'll pick all the CSS files. I can say CLS to clear. So again, you can extend that. You can look up the documentation. There's just a lot of quick commands if you're more of a command line person. Another cool one is host remapping. So let's go out to example.com. So I've got this example.com website. I can actually come in and say I want to remap my hosts. So I'm going to enable that. I want example.com to go to my local host. So if I were to hit Control F5, so what I've done is I've spoofed it out that it looks like I'm going to one domain, but I'm actually serving. So why would I want to do this? I've had where I needed third-party libraries only worked on the production version of my website. So while I troubleshoot on my dev machine, the libraries wouldn't work. So I could use that host remapping. I would use my production server name, but it would actually route to my local machine where I'm running Visual Studio. I could debug everything, but all of the client-side libraries, the browser is convinced that it's at this URL, even though it's running somewhere else. So that's actually very helpful at times to be able to make that remapping happen. We'll talk about Fiddler Everywhere quickly. So again, Fiddler Everywhere, the advantages are it's multi-platform, so it runs on Windows, Linux, and Mac. It's got an improved user interface and some collaboration features. Again, the only reason I didn't show it in here was because I needed to show some advanced features that aren't built in yet. They continue to work on these features, so it's getting better all the time. So I'm just going to open this up just to give you a taste of what this looks like. So I sign in because it's got some good cloud-based collaboration tools. So I'm going to come back here. I'm just going to go back to the actual web page and hit Control F5. And this looks like what we saw before. I've got the basic inspectors. If I wanted to do an auto-responder rule on Bootstrap again, I can just say add a new rule. I can come over here and make changes to this. So again, here I see the delay that I wanted before. So if I come back into autoresponder, now you can see it's doing the delay that I was hoping for. So that's cool. I can also edit in Composer. So we looked at Composer before. I can come in here and manually change and take off the accept encoding. So that's available. Another cool thing, I can store off past sessions. So if I look at this, it used to be difficult to open in Fiddler Classic multiple versions of traces. I can look at what worked before and compare it to what I'm doing live now. And by the way, this is the way to turn off live. So it's nice to have in the same place a previous session. I can also store requests. So if I need to, I can open up this previous request. It'll take me straight into Composer, so I can make changes to it. So again, a lot better interface. I can do most everything. So most people use this level of features. It's only if you want to do some of the scripting and some of the odd things that I showed you earlier that aren't quite there yet. So I listed out some of the things that aren't there yet, but it's getting better all the time and it works cross-platform. So check it out. Some quick resources. I am a Pluralsight author. I have 2 courses on Fiddler. The first one is your website has a problem. Might be CSS, might be styling, might be performance. I show you what the right tool is. Should you use Fiddler? Should you use DevTools? And I walk through, here's your problem, and here's how you'd solve it using these tools. I also have a course specifically just on Fiddler that goes into a lot of the stuff we talked about in a bit more detail. Eric has written a really good book on Fiddler Classic, and so I've probably read this about 10 different times. It's not that expensive and it's a great resource. So one of the examples was host remapping. I'd read it was available. I just never needed it. And then one day when I had the problem with my production libraries not working on my dev machine, I realized, oh, that's right, there's something there. So I just like to reread it to see stuff that I might have missed. Again, here's my Twitter, my email, my blog. That's a link to the slides in the code. So feel free to reach out to me if you have any specific questions after the talk. And I'll try to stick around here and check out the chat to see if I can answer any. But if I do miss it, please let me know. And that's all that I had. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner.
Hello, everyone. All right, let me make sure I've got everything all set here, and then we'll get going. I assume everyone can hear me just fine. My name is Dean. Yay. Okay, great. Well, I am going to go ahead and share my screen, and we'll get going. Okay, we're there. All right. Again, my name is Dean. I'm joining you from the United States, South Carolina. It's about 8:30 in the morning here, so not too early. Everyone is up and everyone is here. I'm at the office, and ta-da, behind me, and we're ready to go. We are going to be talking about designing complex interfaces today, and it's going to be a lot of fun. First, you can catch me online anytime if you want to talk to me after this presentation or whatever. I'm at ExperienceDean on Twitter and Instagram, and you can find me on LinkedIn as well. I'll add all of that. And I'll have these slides available to the conference presenters after our talk today. So let's get right into it. I want to start with a little story. Once upon a time, there was a design team, and they made an interface for a data-dense, complex digital product. And they did their best to make it easy to use. And this is what they created. Now, they followed modern usability rules when they made this thing. So they made it clean and open and spacious and sort of easy to look at and to assess and to approach. And they thought they were doing the users a really big favor by obeying these standard usability rules for white space and all of this. But there was just one problem. Despite the fact that they were super proud of their creation and they give it to the client expecting everything to be perfect, something different happened. The client hated it. They hated the bigness of it. They hated the scrolling. They hated having to go to separate steps in the interface to do something. They hated not being able to see everything right away. So, what's going on here? Because I thought this interface was created according to great design rules and usability rules, yet the users hated it. Well, what happened? Well, the first thing to understand is that the product was made for expert users, specialists. They had expert domain knowledge, and this is a complex UI. So these are interesting kind of users, and these people are really different. And that's the key thing I want to focus on today. You see, designers and UX specialists and content strategists, they tend to think that folks like Apple and folks like Google are really doing something super right by making things clean and simple and just right. And they view these companies as doing things wonderfully. And they view everything you make as cluttered and horrible and terrible. So clearly, we have to do better in some way. And that answer is to make interfaces kind of like this, that are open and airy. Yet remember, our users hated this. And I mean hated, not just a casual hate. They complained loudly and refused to use it. So what's so different about them that made them hate this thing? And that's what we're going to explore first, because when we want to understand complex UI, we're going to have to understand the complex UI user. So what we do is we like to create a 4-quadrant approach to the types of users that approach all sorts of types of different digital products. So let's imagine for a moment that some digital products are used more frequently than others, right? So at the bottom here, we have rare use, stuff that we only use in certain situations. We don't use them all the time. And as we move up, we get into constant use, stuff we use all the time. Now, let's also think of moving from the left to the right. And at the left, we have our novice user or our beginner. And this person might be new to digital products, or maybe they just, they don't really connect well with them as a rule. These people can be new to a product or a device. They can be just about any age. They can be young, they can be middle-aged, they can be old. They use very basic mental models. They think about very basic ideas of how to use interfaces, and they stick with them. They're slow. They're very methodical. They know they're novice users, typically. It's not a surprise to them. They know where they are. And they're also kind of technophobic. They don't really like new things. So as we move to the right, we look at the expert user. The expert user is very different, of course. They're comfortable with advanced UI and complex interactions. They may not be really good at it, but they're comfortable with it. There's a difference, and we'll get into that later. But these folks tend to be confident. They tend to be impatient. They rush through their work. They tend to be younger. They are very dismissive of complexity. They are unlikely to read any directions. Strike that. They simply don't. They don't read directions. They are reluctant to ask for help. They don't ask for help. And they have lots of very specific, specialized domain knowledge. They might even be trained in the use of a product. Right? These people are different. So what we have is frequency of use going up, and left to right, we've got tech savvy. And that puts us in a situation where we can put different users, right? Rare use at the bottom, constant use at the top, and we get a little bit of a sense of quadrants and where users might fit. So today we're going to focus on two extremes of users in order to understand complex UI. And that's the experts or specialists who are using something constantly versus the novices who are using something only rarely. And let's explore this difference, and it'll tell us why that interface that team made was so wrong. So let's start with our novice users. Now, let's talk about the types of apps that they use. Now, if I'm a novice user and I'm using something rarely, I'm probably going to use something like Airbnb. Right? I might book a trip. Well, maybe in 2021 or 2022, I'll book a trip. Or maybe I'm doing my taxes. In America, we have a product called TurboTax, and it helps people of all kinds do their taxes and make it easy. Maybe it's a medical survey, something we won't do very often. Now, novices might do certain things often. They might text, right? They might use their phone. They might text. That's something everyone could do, and they do all the time. But mostly, we're going to look at software that's designed for rare use. So I mentioned Airbnb, and here it is. Airbnb is a very simple interface. You have one thing to do. You're looking for a place that you want to book at a certain time. Now, Airbnb's very survival depends on it being easy to use for all sorts of people, whether they're new to computers or not. So all the interactions you'll notice are very simple. They're large. There's not a lot to do here. And when you get on into other parts of the app, you're going to see that there's still very, very simple interactions. When you're going ahead to look at just pictures, that's all you can do. Look at pictures and close it. Super simple, right? On mobile, the simplicity and the practicality continues. There is not much in these screens at all. Very few things to do. It's intended to invite that novice user who isn't used to using complex things. I mentioned that tax software. Now, taxes are very complex. Here in the United States in particular, doing your taxes isn't really that easy. So software has been made to make the process a lot easier for you. And notice this interface. There's very little to do. Even though taxes are complex, I really only have a couple of things to do on this screen. Even when there are a lot of options on the screen, they are very simply presented. But for the most part, and you see this on mobile, there's hardly ever a lot of things to do on the screen. In fact, often there's only one thing to do, and that's it. It's meant to be easy and open and clean and spacious. That would be true for a medical survey. Imagine you're in a doctor's office and they want to hand you a survey about your condition to help understand how to treat you. Well, they don't know a lot about who you are. And so the interface is going to have to be very simple and meant for anyone and everyone. So all of the buttons, they're going to be big, and there's going to be very little to do. And this is something that someone with poor eyesight or motor skill problems can still use very easily. Notice how big and spacious and simple. Even when you finish, thank you. And that's all you get. That's really important for novice users who are asking certain types of questions. Is this going to be easy? Do I need help? Is this a scary thing? Am I going to have a hard time with this? Where do I click? What do I do? These are the ways that novice users approach interfaces. Really, they just want to be satisfied that they do it right and can get it done at all. And so the satisfaction of getting something done is really a big deal for them. I got this thing done. I feel good about myself. That's why interfaces for novice users are like this. They're simple, they're plain spoken, spacious, large, general, very limited things to do. Okay, now our experts are very, very different. They're using software like productivity suites or data dashboards or internal software. These are things that you're probably making, you're probably working on them all the time. These are things that experts use. And here's an example of Domo. It's a pretty fancy dashboard. It's got a lot going on. It's not a super great example, but you get the idea. It's an interface with a lot happening. It's more likely to be used by internal type of users in a company or expert users. But here's what the expert users really, really need and want. Is it fast? Does it help me get my job done? Does it get in the way? Does it show me everything I need to see? I have to use this all day. Is it easy to look at? Is it easy to interact with for hours and hours and hours? And honestly, don't try to help me with easy stuff. I know this. I know this. This is what experts are like. They want efficiency. It's a very, very different need. They want it above anything else. In fact, anything that gets in the way of efficiency, that gets in the way of productivity, is radically hated. No question. So that's why interfaces for these types of users tend to be complex. They use very specific language. They might even use acronyms, jargons, abbreviations. They're compact, they're dense, there's lots of stuff in them. They're for very specific people with specific knowledge, and there's no specific tasks necessarily, but a lot of open-ended, big, long investigations or tasks that occur with an interface. Wow, that's totally different. It's totally different. And in our company, we call the ability to design for people like this, we call this counterintuitive design. It's design that at first glance appears to go against usability or design wisdom. Experts want things that our instincts tell us are wrong, especially for designers or UX people. And that's why something like this is created. Something like this interface, which is big and we're proud of it. But the expert users, now that you know the specifics about them, they look at this and say, I won't even use this. Don't insult me. See, we're trained all the time, at least designers are, and UX people, that spacious interfaces and simple interfaces are easier to use. They're definitely perceived to be easier to use. And they kind of look better. Here's a nice field of stars. It's lovely. Now, an expert user wants density, data density, and it changes the rules. Expert or specialist users look at this interface and you know what they say? This is nice, but I really need more stars. This is how they feel about interfaces. Okay, now we have a couple of problems though when it comes to creating complex UI. First problem is that most interfaces that are complex have traditionally been designed by development teams. They understand the need for density, they understand the need for complexity, and that's fine. But these teams are unschooled in UX principles. They either don't attempt design, they work right out of the box, or they throw every possible design trick at their interfaces to beautify it or make it pretty in order to see that it somehow becomes more usable. Right? And because most development teams doing this, they're making these types of mistakes. Right? So let's look at a few. We can go way back to the client-server days. And this is basic out-of-the-box client-server stuff. Interfaces are overcrowded and dense. That part of it is kind of right. But it's really hard to use because everything is close together and it's a mishmash and it's horrible and they don't test well. And it's a problem. Even today, as we get to be more modern in our approach, as we look at newer interfaces, they're still made out of the box. You know, in this particular interface, we have controls that are at the bottom of the screen and there's space all around them. Why are they at the bottom? The titles and content in microcopy are hard to see. It's hard to know what you're looking at. It's hard to scan the data. So development teams, they understand complexity, but they can't create something typically, generally, that's usable or very strong in that regard. And they see that failing, and then they try things like this. They try to throw color and icons at it, and they push visuals, but they do so typically badly. You know, we've got, you know, all sorts of colors here doing who knows what. We've got search at the bottom of the screen. We've got big icons. Are they useful? Who can say? But they take up a lot of space, and all this stuff is happening here that's really problematic for this design. It's really actually made a bad design worse. So we've got two problems, and they're pretty serious. Modern design approaches, from the usability or design side, they are not suited for complex UI or complex specialist users. But dev-led approaches, they fail at basic usability. It's a real problem when we're making internal interfaces in complex UI. It's a serious problem. Now, data-dense interfaces can be easy to use. They can be well-designed. They can work well for complex users. This screen you're looking at here, it might look difficult to use, it might look complex, but I assure you, this screen has been rigorously tested from the wireframe process all the way through to production with real users and stakeholders. They use it efficiently, they use it easily, and they deeply appreciate it. So how do we get from a big mess from two perspectives to something that we can use? And that's what we're going to talk about as I go through the rest of this presentation and explain a few things. There's a lot of depth here. We're only going to get to a bit of it, but hopefully we'll get to some of the big important stuff for you. So complex UI done right? There's two approaches to making complex UI right. One is process, changing your process so that you can, and the other is the actual stuff you make. We're going to talk mostly about implementation today, a little bit about process, and there's one process point I want to give you today that's super important for making complex UI for specialized users. And that is how you use wireframes and prototypes and how you begin to define and develop these interfaces. Wireframes and prototypes are how we can see an interface in action before we get to code and before we go too far down the line. And as such, we can show them to stakeholders and users and decision makers and get lots of feedback as we go. The biggest thing that your wireframes need to do, process-wise, is to drive the evolution of requirements. And in this case, I'm talking about interaction requirements, also technical, also business, but primarily what is happening on the screen and can people use it, right? That's the thing. And so one of the things we do with our wireframes is we annotate all our requirements for interaction on the screen. There's lots of ways to do this. There's lots of tools you can do this with. But the main thing is that when you are working together as a team with UX people, designers, and developers, thinking about an interface and thinking about those complex interactions, you've got to have a place to model it, and you've got to have a place to flesh out those requirements. It's super, super important, or nothing I'm about to tell you about implementation is actually even possible. So this is the biggest thing I'll say. Even simple screens could use definition, could use requirements, could use status, Is this wireframe old? Is this still valid? Is this new? Is this obsolete? Things of that nature. We use a tool called Axure to do our wireframes, and this allows for advanced scripting, prototyping, and annotated notes flagged to specific elements. Very awesome, particularly when business analysts and developers are trying to dissect how something works. And we use process flows and wireframes and things like that. And wireframes, as we go through and deal with requirements, the biggest thing they do, and the most important thing they do for complex UI, is they allow us the ability to design early for edge cases. And they allow us the ability to design early for what we call the unhappy path. What happens when things go wrong? As you delve through complex interfaces, you'll find they typically have lots of screens and lots of interactions and lots of errors and lots of edge cases. So you have to work them out as early as possible, because at some point, the types of edge cases you have start having an effect on the core base design. So you want to work very hard to make sure your design can encompass all the different types of edge cases very well and within patterns. And that's a big deal, because if we can do that, then we're thinking through all of the complexity correctly before we actually have to put it on screen. If that makes sense. That's our important process point. We could do a whole talk just on that. But let's dive right into what makes complex UI good or bad. So design is the first thing we think about when we're thinking about whether a complex interface is a problem or not for expert users. And we, all the time when we make these interfaces, we have what our team has called the space wars. And it's all about space and screen real estate. So the biggest thing we have to do when we are fighting the space wars is we need to conserve space. Everything we do for an expert user is about giving them more space to do lots of varied things. First, let me give you a set of rules. Then we're going to look at several interfaces and show you how well they do or do not fit those rules. Okay. We want to minimize the shell. This is the Chrome, the stuff around your interface, the header, the navigation bars, whatever. This needs to be small and out of the way. The interaction area, where I'm looking, where I'm doing things, this needs to be as big as you can make it, as big vertically and as big horizontally. We have to be very careful on whatever device we're targeting about scrolling and where that occurs and what is or is not below a scroll field. All data we offer has to be highly scannable, at a glance, quick. Very important. We want to use things like icons or images very sparingly, and we want to avoid large, clunky design elements. And keep those in mind as we look at screens like this. Now, this is a sample dashboard done by a designer to show that they can make dashboards. But there's all sorts of horrible problems happening here because they're just simply not thinking about complex users. First of all, everything's clunky and big. This is not a very efficient use of space in the interaction area. Now, we've got, big icons everywhere, and it's just kind of a problem. It's using up a lot of space and not very well or efficiently. It's not even terribly well designed, I'd argue. Now, the top bar, way too tall, way too tall. There's lots of pixels we can conserve there. And then if we look at this left navigation bar, we see that it's super wide and it has all these icons. It looks like we might be able to collapse it. That's good. But it is way too big. It's taking up way too much valuable interaction space. Okay, how about this one? We get a little better here. The top bar, still too tall. In this area where we have a grid below, if that grid is important, people are going to want to see a whole lot more of it. Now, in this case, these two particular pictures of people actually were important to the interface and to the users, but probably things like that are not going to be, and they either need to be gone or somehow accessed differently. And even in this top area where we have Anastasia Plaza South and we have a drop down and things like this, that could be much more compact, much more tight. And if we wanted to bring up that grid, the ever important grid, we can. Of course, there's no left bar on this interface. Very good. We're maximizing horizontal space. This screen is definitely using space better in terms of the size of the elements. That header bar, very small. That's good. But it's followed by a bar with big icons. Probably doesn't need to be quite that big. We have plenty of room for a data grid. That's good. And the data grid is got alternating rows, very easy to see where you are in a big data grid. Very nice. But it's got this left bar that is doing what? Now, I know it's about picking different records and putting them over into the left, but those records are not accessed frequently. So what would be better here is if that bar could collapse. It also has a search in there, which duplicates a search right next to it. Not necessary. So good instincts here, but not totally right. Now this screen, lots going on here. It's another one of those dashboard designs. I'm showing it to you because it's doing two things well. It's really minimizing that top bar, and it's minimizing that left vertical bar. Very good instinct. Now it's doing a bunch of other stuff wrong. It's trying to make things little and nimble and fit a lot. But in terms of the design, everything is washed out and gray and kind of hard to see. Imagine looking at this for 10 hours a day. And we have these buttons up at the top that are, who knows what they do. And there's no text associated with them. They're very big. There's a lot of space to the left and right of them. It's really a problem. And then when we look at how a data grid is done, the ever important data grid, well, it's super light. It's hard to look at. Boy, I'm sitting here even now. It's on my screen, and I'm looking to see that I can differentiate all these light gray elements. That's a problem of design, not thinking of the fact that the expert user who uses this all day has to stare at this for hours. All right. Now, a couple of things are going to be better here. In this interface, the top bar is small again, could be smaller. This left nav area, okay, it's too big, but I see this hide button, and that tells me that that bar is going to collapse. That's very good, especially if the information in that bar is seldom accessed. If you don't need that stuff very much, you should collapse so that you can gain more space. Typically, bars like this in app suites, they're taking you to other places anyway. There are other apps in your overall suite. So you don't want to have to access that all the time. Collapse that. And now we get to a screen that's really doing some things right. Okay, it's got a small top bar. It's got a very small vertical bar. It's actually using color very well. We'll get to that in a minute. And go ahead and look at this big red bar, right? It's an alert message. It takes up a lot of space. But even with the big, huge alert bar there, you see that space is generally used better here. Imagine if that alert bar were gone, everything pops up, we see more. And really the only problem with this screen is that where we have our title and our dropdown, that might have been put together and made a little tighter. But they're on the right track. We're going to come back to a screen like this. Okay, in order to conserve space, you need to hide things. You need to hide things that are not necessary, things that we don't use very often, which we've hinted at. You can do that in the interaction area. This is a very simple admin screen where we got lots of different things to decide about. We do not need to see these things all at once and have this massive conglomeration of stuff that's hard to scan. We don't use this part of the system that often, so we're going to hide all the complexity, make it fast. Remember, expert specialized users, they want to go fast, and they don't want to have to pore over all your stuff. It's a very difficult balance to make. Here's an example of that left bar that's open and then closed. Here's it open, and here it's closed. Notice how much space is being devoted to the main interaction area. Almost all of it. And now we're really on to something, because when we're spending all the time in the stuff that people are doing, we're doing something right. Even in forms, we would hide complexity in forms. You don't have to show everyone everything. Here's a simple radio button that when expanded, we see a lot more stuff, and it's complex stuff. It's hard to design well. Forms are notoriously difficult. We don't need to show that. We can just move on. Hiding complexity, that's your friend. Just don't hide things that people desperately need all the time. That's the rule. Now, we have to make our interfaces for complex apps, sites, and software, we have to make them readable, easy to look at all day long, because that's what these users do, often on many monitors, not just one. Fonts are a great way to do this. You need to use the right type of fonts. You should always be using type that is made for the screen. It's not made for anything else but screen display. Use sans serif type. That means type without those funky little legs and fun stuff on it. Very simple type. You want optimized numeric display. Nothing fancy, nothing fancy. You want the type you have to be able to get really, really small and stay very readable. And you want to think about using system defaults, particularly on iOS or Android, whose the type they've set for these screens is already very well suited. So here's an example of a few different types of fonts. On the bottom, the bad ones. On the top, sort of the better ones. Roboto condensed light, excellent for complex interfaces. As we go down, Georgia is a serif font. It's terrible for complex interfaces. Spacing's all bad. Numbers are a mess. Monospaced fonts, okay for numbers, terrible for type. So what we want to do is find type that works perfectly. And here's an example of type used well in the ever-important data grid. Now, type is very condensed. We can fit a lot here. There's a number of things going well here, by the way, in the data grid. We have lovely alternating rows. We have highlighted the leftmost row, the most important row. In fact, in our grid, the stuff on the left, the columns on the left are the important things. As you go further right, they get less and less important. The top header row, that stays fixed while everything else scrolls, so we can always see what column we're in. Lots of good stuff happening here. Now, the one thing they could have done better is maybe tighten those rows, give us some more data, and that would have been almost a perfect grid. And you can look up default fonts by platform. I'll have these slides ready for you later. Okay, doing good. Let's be intentional about color for complex interfaces. It's actually very important. There's ways to use color well. And the first thing we need to focus on is using it very little. We need to show restraint with color. We want to reserve color for interactions, not for decoration. We want color to convey meaning. And we want to focus on neutrals as much as possible to allow for better scanning of data. We need to follow accessibility guidelines for color, WCAG AA standard. We'll get into that in a minute. And we want to test with people who don't see color well. We're going to be careful of cultural context. Color means something different in different parts of the world. So right now, what we're going to do is just look at a fairly standard Western color context, where we have basic neutrals and then color that tends to denote certain meaning. Green, good, go, okay. Yellow, wait a minute, warning, something might be a problem. Red, alert, error, an issue. This screen didn't do that at all, did it? This is one of those screens done by developers, tried to throw color at it. First of all, it's designed badly across the board, and the color is utterly atrocious. This needs to be completely salvaged, redone. Now this screen, which we've looked at before, actually is using color very well. Color here means something. If it's blue, it's a hyperlink. If it's green, it's a button. Everything else is data. Very good. Now it's got a teal color over in the logo. That just shows us what piece of the app suite we're in. That's fine. But color means something here. Now this particular screen, they tried hard to use color the right way. Red meaning alert, yellow meaning warning, green, okay, acceptable. but they use color badly. It's not accessible, it's not readable, it's not designed well. It's too much. They have their hearts in the right place, but didn't execute well. And look at all that space up at the top they could have done better with, right? This is an example of color done well. When we use data displays, color becomes very important. So we can look at specific data elements and see them quickly, especially with a good legend. So I want to know, can I look at this green option here that shows me where that data point has gone? Must be fast, must be quick, even at a glance. Now, you might look at this screen and say, they're violating some color rules here. And you might be right about that. But what if we got rid of all that top branding color and just looked at the interface? We see, they left all their color up at the top to differentiate themselves in the market, but below, not so bad in color. It's more neutral and very good. Now they have other problems with clunky pieces, but in color, not bad. Okay, we're going to work very hard in complex interfaces to use our words correctly. And what that means for complex UI is, of course, simplification. We need to be as simple as we possibly can for complex users. They're not going to read anyway, so let's not write a bunch for them. But we do have to write every single word in the interface. And people tell us all the time, how can you have writers on your team? You do all this complex UI stuff. I'm like, are you kidding me? We have to write all of this stuff for every single app, for every single complex intranet or site. There's a ton to write because you have to get every single word correct for complex, specialized interfaces with expert users. You have to. So that means we're only going to use real words from the early stages of the wireframes on. No lorem ipsum Latin to fill in anything. Only the real thing, because only by using real words can we test well with stakeholders to make sure they understand them, to make sure they make sense and they can use them. And more to the point, when we're using real words, we can understand how words are affecting spatial relationships in our complex UI. And remember, space is everything. So we have to care deeply about how many words we've got, where they go, whether it's too long, whether they're understood. We have to write them all. This is important for any bit of content, but particularly for modals and decisions and errors. Everything has to be just right. You can't have just anyone write this stuff. And you also, of course, have to use correct words. That means it's okay with complex interfaces to use technical language, to use jargon, to use abbreviations. It really is. The rule is simple. Use the words that your users use, right? If your users speak a certain way, you speak that way. If your users use jargon, you use it. Okay, and this is true of this interface. All these words, you see jargon here, but the users understand it completely and like that, so we're going to use it. Okay, a little bit more before I'll get us to some questions and a question and answer time. There's some things in front end that you can do, and this is a little bit more into the process side of it, that'll help you create complex UI. First, you're going to want to choose a tool. Obviously, you have to choose a framework and a tool. You don't do this stuff hard-coded in any way, shape, or form or from scratch. We actually use Kendo UI. We love it. It's great for extensibility and customization and really good on accessibility. This is a fairly standard Kendo UI presentation. We've tweaked it a good bit, but it's close. But this is also a Kendo UI grid. And we're going to target it toward our users and toward the context and the design that we're after. And of course, as we look at it, we can say, no, we can do a little bit better for complex UI, can't we? Yeah, our expert specialized users will like that. A little more compact, a lot going on. Wait, we can do better. Even better. Tighten it up. Still wonderful, still usable, more stuff, all using that same framework. And of course, we're going to use reusable components, patterns, widgets, elements across the board. And this starts in the wireframe stage. It doesn't start with front end or later. It starts early. It starts with design and wireframe. So you're building what you know will need to be components as early as possible. And this is design patterns as well as functional patterns. In this case, we need to know everything about an interface, about success messages, for instance. How tall can a thing be based on our device profile? What colors are we using and why? How will alignment work? Where do the buttons go? All these things, because these are going to be replicable code elements later. Okay, and these are the types of patterns we typically use. We are going to make error and alert patterns that we can use on and on and on. And this is super important as we get into things like style guides that are used by other people once our work is complete. We're focusing on always code-based style guides for the teams we do work for. Super important because most back-end development teams are not very good at this sort of thing, and front-end is where they fall short, and it's where everything gets right. So it's super, super important. And of course, we have to think broadly, don't we? Because we live in an age of multiple apps. In this case, app suites. You know, we might have a crazy complex UI here, and we have a navigation bar that really exists only to get us to other things. And that is all about creating patterns, components, widgets that work across software pieces, that work as microservices, or that come together harmoniously. That's not easy to do, so you have to start very early in the process with the whole team. And of course, that means all the front end you do is informing wireframes, because we're all in agile processes where some things are in front end, some things are in back end, some things are still in wireframes. And as we solve problems in the front end or figure out technical issues in the back end, we're going to have to change a lot of our components, our widgets, our elements, our patterns. And so we have to go back into the wireframes and go ahead and change them. This is a wireframe screen that's got a lot of those different widgets in it. And as they are updated or affected, we have to go back and make sure all the future work in the wireframes is going correctly. They inform each other. And this is where development teams have a hard time typically as well. Okay, a couple more things and we're all done. We want you to always be accessible. We view accessibility as two sides of one thing, two birds on a wire. It's usability for everyone. Usability and accessibility are the same thing. And we want you to do everything you do to the WCAG AA standard at least. AAA is extremely difficult. AA tends to be great for just about every purpose. If you're doing this, you're creating the right color contrasts, you're making sure people who are using screen readers can use complex apps well, and more importantly, you're making sure that people who use the keyboard to do everything can still use it. And if you're building to the WCAG AA standard, you're already there. And if you are porting old systems, legacy systems to the web or online or to apps, you know that your users are very, very power keyboard users, and they will have a terrible time not using the keyboard. They will continue to use it because the mouse is slow. The keyboard is fast. And that will help you make complex UI right. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. Any one of those things could have been a whole talk in and of itself. But let's review briefly what we've got. In order to do complex UI right, you have to understand the users of complex systems. These are specialized users. They have domain knowledge. They tend to be power expert users. You need to understand what they want. Very, very important. They hate change. Everyone does. They love Excel, typically. You have to understand that about them. Now, UI and UX standards have not changed for these people. It's just our perception of them. Because all we're really doing is making sure we spend lots of time with expert users to understand them well and to do what they need. That is excellent user experience. You know, just because we make things more compact doesn't mean we've broken a rule. It means we're doing it right for the right people. These people are super different. You're working in the dark if you don't understand them. Now, user testing is your way forward here. All right, UX pros, they feel they understand what people want, but not everyone understands what they want. You have to show them, more importantly, observe them using a thing from the wireframes straight through the work in progress and at the end. It's the only way you'll be sure that complex interfaces are right. Expert users, they're tough. They're notoriously tough. You must test with them in order to be sure you're going in the right direction. I can't emphasize that enough. It's the key to pretty much everything we talked about. Okay, of course, I have some books to offer you. Interaction design for complex problem solving, very good. As a developer, you enjoy reading this sort of thing. It's very good for developers. And then there's information dashboard design. Gives you a lot about some of the concepts I've talked about today, about how to make dense interfaces right. The big thing I wanted you to know, though, after all of this thrown at you, is that you can totally do it. If the only thing you do as a developer, part of a development team, is to understand this problem clearly and be able to communicate with other members in your team, particularly these designers and UX people and content strategists, that is rock star stuff. And that will make you a developer that everyone wants to work with. So do that alone and you'll be fine. All right, that's it. I've been your host today, Dean Schuster. Here's all my stuff. You can find me online. Please do connect. This is a lot of information. I'll be happy to have you contact me. And I'm going to get back to, let's see, yay. Okay, good. I'm going to get back to just me. And I haven't seen everything here in the chat, and I'm looking at some stuff in chat now. Yeah. Multilingual, great. We do a lot of multilingual work. And so the main thing to do, as you can expect, is to, when you start, know that it's going to be multilingual. You have to do it from the beginning. If you're using similar types of alphabet structures, it's easier. It really becomes a problem when you have characters, like I'm thinking of Mandarin, that are so radically different from Western characters that your interface can end up being very, very different. But typically with different languages that are using similar alphabets, and I'm even thinking of, an English alphabet or Cyrillic, they're going to be similar enough that you're focused on character counts, and you have to design flexibility into your system. So a lot of times in America, we have to make interfaces that are English and Spanish. We have to do that a lot. And English words for nav or buttons might be this big, and the Spanish words are almost always longer. So we have to build in this flexibility. We build that in from the wireframe stage. You've got to do it that early, or you are in trouble. You'll end up designing something that can't work. So that's how I'd approach that. But there's a lot more to multilingual interface. Mostly it's planning from the start. And I would get a native speaker to translate, by the way, and not rely on Google or anything like that. The words are that important. Okay. So let's see. Oh yeah, fonts. Serifs, one for block of text. Well, serifs can be easy in certain, look at that, it's right there on my screen. Serifs can be easy in certain situations, but they're almost never a good idea for super complex interfaces like the ones we've been talking about today. Mostly because sans serif type can be rendered super small, super crisp, and super tight in an interface. And typically, when you're dealing with the stuff we're talking about, for these expert users, data-dense displays, these folks want more stuff on the screen, less. They want their headings to be as small as you could possibly make them. They don't want any explanation. So when you're dealing with the stuff like I've shown today, I would stick with sans serif. If you're moving away from that, into areas on apps that are different, that are not meant purely for expert users, that are meant for more middle of the road or intermediate or novice users, then you've got a little more freedom, definitely. All right, wow, those are good questions, very good questions. I have some font and type geeks here at the office who would just love nothing more than to talk about that all day. Yay, thank you. I'm super glad you enjoyed that. This sort of thing is important for developers in particular, because more and more as developers, we're having to deal with different types of people on our projects. We're having to deal with content strategists, designers, UX people, user testing people, and it's different for us. And they bring a whole new dynamic to how we think about making software. And we have to fit them into our agile processes, which is very difficult because agile was made for us, for developers. It wasn't really made for them. And now we have to mash it all together, and that's hard. Yay. So I can stay and answer questions. No more questions? Yay, okay, great. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. I had a lot of fun, and I hope someday we can see each other in person. That'd be wonderful. But until then, thank you so much. And it's been a pleasure being a part of DevDay with you.
Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner.
Hi everyone. Welcome to my session about the state of Xamarin. Having some issues with my computer now. Right now it's very slow, so hopefully this will work great during the session because I have not had any problem during the day. But let's give it a try. So my session is called The State of Xamarin. My name is Daniel Hindrikes. So the first questions you probably will have is Xamarin dead? Because that's a question I got from time to time, and I also read people writing that on social media in different software development groups on Facebook, on Twitter. They think more or less that Xamarin is dead.
Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm Adrian from the organization. So
Okay.
we just lose your screen sharing. Could you share it again, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, sending it to us now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so many people ask.
We have the same again. When you put on a full screen, we lose your screen.
Okay, I don't know why PowerPoint is using both screens.
You can let it as a minimal view. Will be
like this instead. Okay, so let's try this again. Is Xamarin dead? No, Xamarin is not dead.
I never see. I don't see it. Sorry. Definitely, we have an issue.
Okay, can you see it now? Okay, let's try to do like.
Yeah, it's okay now.
So it will not go into full screen mode on both displays. But Xamarin is not dead. Microsoft maybe not have talked that much about it since they acquired it. And the second question is, will Xamarin die? And the answer there is no. There are some headlines after the build conference, Xamarin is dead. Yeah, Xamarin is some part dead, but just the name Xamarin is dead because Microsoft will rebrand it into .NET. You maybe have heard about .NET MAUI, .NET Multi-Platform Application UI. I will speak more about that later today, but that will be the future of Xamarin. We will have Xamarin as a part of .NET, so we have .NET for iOS, .NET for Android. So my agenda for my session here today is I will talk a little bit about tooling updates. I will show you some of the news in Xamarin Forms 5 that we will have a release in near future of. I will talk a little bit about Xamarin Forms toolkit because we have a community toolkit now, and some of the stuff that was planned for Xamarin Forms 5 is also part of that toolkit. We have an experimental project from Microsoft/Xamarin that is called Blazor Mobile Bindings. You all probably know that Blazor is a very popular thing right now in the .NET world. So there are projects that creating bindings for Blazor. So I will talk about that later. And then I will talk about .NET MAUI and the future of Xamarin and Xamarin Forms, we can say. So tooling update this autumn, summer, we have a release of iOS 14 and we have a new release of Xcode 12. usually Xamarin has the same day support for new iOS versions, but this was the first time when they don't had it. They had previews, of course, that you can use, but the reason for that was that they got the final build from Apple so late this year, so they was not able to put out the release the same day. The release was a couple of days later. Usually they will have the final bits much earlier, so they can stabilize Xamarin iOS as well. But right now they're supporting all the new stuffs in the iOS 14. We have app clips. You cannot build app clips right now using Xamarin, but you can integrate them in your Xamarin app if you want to. And the way you do that is that you unpack the package and package in the app clip you have built with Swift, for example, instead. And the reason that they not have support for app clips right now is that an app clip needs to be very small. And with Xamarin iOS, you also have the mono runtime package into the package, so they will have a little bit too big payload right now. But hopefully they will solve that in the future. And we also have a hot reload 2.0 that makes it possible to have updates in your simulator on your device live. And we have had that for a while for iOS and Android, but with 2.0 it's totally rebuilt, and it uses the same technique that you're using for UWP. So that makes it much faster, and it also makes it possible to use hot reload with Xamarin Forms for UWP. And this is something that they talk about on .NET Conf last week. Otherwise, we will talk about the big new thing that will happen in near future. We are on preview 4 now. The main goal with Xamarin Forms 5 is to stabilize everything they had in preview. And they also have put some of the features that they planned for Xamarin Forms 5 into the community toolkit, and some of them will also show up in .NET MAUI later. And the reason for that is that Xamarin Forms 5 is the final release of Xamarin Forms. Of course, there will be bug fixes and service releases, but this is final major release before we go into .NET MAUI. So the work on new things from, not from now, but from after the release of Xamarin Forms 5 will be done for .NET MAUI, because we can say that .NET MAUI will be like the Xamarin Forms 6.0 release. But we will have service releases of Xamarin Forms all year until next year when .NET MAUI is released. And we will also have service releases for 1 more years for Xamarin Forms if you don't want to migrate your apps to .NET MAUI. So let's take a look about what's new with Xamarin Forms 5. We'll just open Visual Studio. So I have created a sample where I highlight some of the biggest new features Xamarin Forms 5. You're probably familiar with some of them already because we have had them in a preview for quite a long time. And for this sample, I will only run them iOS because that's a much faster deploy, so it's more nice to have during a presentation like this. Let's start the app to see some of the new features, and I will also show you how you can use them. So you'll just have a few seconds to build the app and deploy it to the simulator. this maybe. Okay, I don't know if you can hear me, but it looks like my computer freezed for a couple of seconds again. Yeah, so here we have the carousel view. Yeah, computer is frozen again. I don't know, as I said, if you can hear me. This problem started today. I upgraded to Big Sur for about a week ago, but there was no problem until today. And so I don't know what happened. So now you can see at least that the carousel is working again. So we have one carousel view, and we have one indicator view. So the indicator view is not integrated into the carousel view, and that makes it possible to customize it in the way you want. So let's take a look at the code for carousel view. Okay, so here we can see the code for carousel view. It's working like the most things in Xamarin Forms. You can use bindings, so you set the item source, and then we can have item template. That can be whatever we want. So we can have photos, images in here, and we can also have whatever content we want in our carousel. And it's also built on the same technique as the collection view. So that's pretty nice, because collection view have pretty good performance compared to other similar controls. The indicator view is after the carousel view in this case, but we can place it whatever we want just using the layout options we have in Xamarin Forms. And we can set the color, indicator color, we can set selected indicator color, and then we can specify here in the indicator view property of carousel view what indicator view we want to use together with it. So here we can see it again. Yeah. And we can also set carousel view dot empty view, for example, so we can specify how we want it to look if we don't have any items in the list that we are binding to. So we just fill it with. We can add some other properties. Peak area inset. If you, for example, want to show a little bit of the second item, we can do that as well. Yeah, doesn't look like that hot reload is working right now, so we need to deploy it. Could be related to my slow computer. I just got a message on my phone now because I asked my colleagues if they also have problem with update, but they say that one guy had the same problem, but that started before the Big Sur update. So now we can see that we can see a little bit of each photo that are next and previous in the carousel. So that can we do with peak area insets. The next new big thing that was released in preview together with Xamarin Forms 4.7 is shapes. Earlier you have probably used Skia Sharp if you want to draw something in your Xamarin Forms app. But now you can do that without having any third-party libraries. So here you can see that I have drawn some shapes and paths. So we can use them, for example, as a background text. We can draw lines, circles, and we can draw stars. In these stars, for example, I just opened an SVG file and copied the data from it into the SAML, and then I can use it in Xamarin Forms like this. So let's open the code to see how I drew this. So in this case, when I have the text as a background, I use a grid, because with a grid you are able to have multiple shells on each grid, and you can have them on top on each other if you want to. So here I'm drawing a rectangle, fillet, a stroke, thickness, stroke color, everything is possible to set. I can draw the line like this, specify coordinates, stroke line cap, stroke, and thickness. You can draw polylines, and so that makes it possible to draw whatever lines you want to. We can draw ellipses, and we can specify different paths. So this is just the data from the SVG file that I drew in Sketch in this case. So I think this could be very useful. It makes it more flexible what layouts you can create, and it's great that you can do this without having any third-party dependencies, and it's also very performant. So that's great. Big thing for Xamarin Forms to finally get drawing capabilities. Then we have control templates. We have had control templates for a while, but now they have added it for some new controls. For example, in this case, I have it for the new radio button that is also new for Xamarin Forms 5. You can take a look at that code and see how I used it there. So we can, in the end here, we can also create a radio button without the specified control template to see how it look. Clean control. That will look like this. This is a standard radio button. But when I specify a control template, I will be able to specify exactly how it will look. I can build it up with other controls. So in this case, I have done that in the application app.xaml file, because it's a global resource. You can also have those resources in every view if you want to, but if you want to use it in multiple views, it's probably easier to have it in the app.xaml, so it will be a global template. So here I have, in my resource dictionary, I added a control template. I gave it a key, and then I can specify exactly how I want this item to look. Then I can use template binding to bind to properties of the radio button. For example, we have a property on the radio button. That is group name, and we have one that is values. And then I can get them wherever I want in this template instead. So I can build up my UI based on templates. So that's pretty nice. You can use this for content view, for example, also if you want to, and you can of course use it in your custom controls. So the next thing that I want to show you is brushes. And this is very similar if you have developed UAP apps or VPF, because they have had support for this for a long time. In Xamarin Forms, many people have used, for example, Pancake View to make it possible to use gradients, but with Xamarin Forms 5, you can use it directly in Xamarin Forms, and the way they have done that is with brushes. So let's take a look at that code. So I have 3 different type of brushes here. So we have the solid color brush. Just specify what color it is. Then we have a linear gradient that we can modify. We can set start point, end point. Start point is by default 0.0, but we can change it here to 0.2, for example. And the gradient will look a little bit different. like this. Then we can set the different offsets. And then we have a radial gradient button, not a button, a brush, radial gradient button that makes it possible to do things like this, that we also can modify if we want it to look different. Then you can build it up with different gradient stops, for example, if you want to. Have more than one gradient, we can do the same here. We can add red as well here. Let's see what happened with this. Then we will have a gradient with 3 colors, and that will make it more. It's possible to make your UIs looks better if this maybe not look that good, but it's a good way to demonstrate how you can use it. And the final big thing that I want to show you is the swipe view that you can use on basically every control that you want. You just wrap it in a swipe view if you want to have swipe capabilities. So what you can do is that you can swipe it like this to review different options. So here, accept and reject, for example. If don't really know what the problem with my slow computer is. Yeah, it works pretty great if you have a computer without problem. But let's take a look at the code. So here I have a swipe view. For a swipe, you can specify write items, and you can specify the items that you want from right. You can set background color. You can add an icon here if you want to. You probably will do that in the most cases. Then you can specify left items as well, and you can have different modes on them. The default mode is reveal that you can see here. If here reveal, and here you can see execute. So you just swipe and it will execute in command, because you can set a command that will be run for each item. You probably will have an event that you can use as well. Invoked, you can use them. So in this case, I just had wrapped a content view with a label in it, but you can also use this inside of a data template in a collection view. For example, if you want to have a list of data with the swiping capabilities in. Okay, so that was the big things with the Xamarin Forms 5, and I think this is great, even if they took away some of the great features that they talked about that would be part of the Xamarin Forms 5. We have an app bar, so you can customize the app bar up here easier. They have a tabbed view that you can use to have tabs on different places in your Xamarin Forms apps. Right now, you can just use tabs with tabbed page or tabs with shell, and then you will have the native tabs in the bottom or on iOS or on the top of Android, for example. You can customize them a bit, but not that much as you can with the new tab control that will probably be available later. Here you can see the GitHub page for Xamarin Community Toolkit. It's owned by Microsoft, but it's driven by the community. And the idea with the Xamarin Forms Community Toolkit is to bring some good things that can make the development easier for developers, but it's not really fit into the core project of Xamarin Forms. So for example, we have a lot of behaviors here. We have event to command behaviors, we have masked behavior, required string validation behavior, things that you tend to write in all your apps. So that's pretty nice that they have make that easier. We have effects for safe area, select all, icon tint color. We have helpers, we have views, we have avatar view, badge view, expander. Expander, for example, was part of Xamarin Forms for a while in preview, or experimental, that they used to call it, but it was removed from Xamarin Forms until the Xamarin Forms 5 release. The same with Media Element, that also was part of Xamarin Forms earlier. And then we have the tab view here that also was part of Xamarin Forms. So, and the decision why they did this, I think, is they really want to make Xamarin Forms really stable. They don't want to have any preview features into it. So instead of just remove it, they added it to the Xamarin Community Toolkit instead to make it available to developers. So if you're developing Xamarin Forms apps, I really think you should take a look on Xamarin Community Toolkit, because it will probably make your life as a developer easier. But it's a pretty new project, so they will probably want to have your feedback and suggestions, what can be added, and of course you are welcome to contribute with code as well. Maybe you have an open source project that you want to integrate into Xamarin Forms Community Toolkit, then they say that you are welcome to do that. Okay, so let's take a look on Blazor mobile bindings. One of my favorite things right now is to try to use Blazor. I just want to open my other solution here. I had opened all solutions, but my computer restarted 5 minutes before this presentation. So I'm sorry for that. So Blazor for Xamarin, or Blazor mobile bindings, that the official name is still an experimental project. So you should not use it for production apps, and if you test it, you will see that it is not ready for production either. But I think it's pretty nice to play with, and I really like the idea of Blazor for mobile apps, and I like the design pattern that you use for it. So if you are familiar with Blazor for web, you will definitely be you will probably like Razor for mobile apps as well, but it will not be the same. You will not use HTML controls and things like that. You will still use Xamarin Forms controls, but you will use it with Razor syntax, as I will show you here in a minute. My computer just needs to wake up. So here you can see from the default template the counter, but we'll go here into the Hello World Razor that I have edited with my own code. So you can, for example, we create a content view. If you're a Xamarin Forms developer, you're familiar with content view and stack layouts, we can use those components, but instead of using bindings, we can inject code like this to render this list with car manufacturers. So for each row, we can add a car view component like this, and we can go into it, and you can see it will look like this. And we have defined a parameter like this, so we can send data to the control just by adding it like this. And if you're familiar with Blazor, you will know that you have overrides for initialize the sync, for example, that we can use for fetching data. We can add event handlers like this. So if you don't like bindings, I think Xamarin Forms and Blazor mobile bindings will be really great for you. And they also said that Blazor is one of the methods that they will use in Maui to build Xamarin Forms apps. So hopefully we will have a stable release of Blazor mobile bindings together with .NET Maui. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about .NET Maui, the next generation of Xamarin Forms. I forgot to talk about the Blazor Hybrid app. Blazor Hybrid apps makes it possible to run web code inside of your native app, because Blazor mobile bindings is native. You will render native UI components. But if you want to reuse code from your web projects, you can use Blazor Hybrid app. And if you're, for example, thinking about Electron, this will work very similar. So you can use web code inside of your native app. You will not run it in a browser on a server, for example. You embed the code into your app, and it will be easy to reuse. Right now, you can only try this on Windows, because you need to have a specific version of Edge installed to make it run. But if you want to try that, it's possible today. I think it can be very useful from time to time. Okay, so let's talk about .NET Maui. And Maui is multi-platform application UI, and was first introduced on the Build conference this year. So it's a part of the merging of the .NET. We recently have the release of .NET 5 that should be the great version that bring all .NET versions into one. But when we are in the middle of a pandemic, it will not happen this year. So the plan is to bring Xamarin stuff into .NET and the common .NET version into .NET 6. So .NET Maui will be released together with .NET 6. We'll have .NET for iOS, .NET for Android will also be released together with .NET 6. .NET Maui will support iOS, it will support Android, it will support Windows, and it will also have official support for Mac. That will probably have other community supported versions as well. For example, we have Tyson that is supported by Samsung right now for Xamarin Forms, so you can use Xamarin Forms for Tyson. They will probably support it for Maui as well. But what they will do is a rebranding, of course, but they will also do some improvements, some breaking changes. The most of the things will be focused on performance, and they will also rewrote the whole rendering architecture behind Xamarin Forms. Right now, the architecture of Xamarin Forms is like this. If you take a very simple view of it, we have a Xamarin Forms button that is some abstract way of what the platforms can do. Then we have a button renderer that maps the Xamarin Forms control to a native control. For example, if we have a button renderer, and we have the native UI button on iOS, for example. But those control is very much created for using together with data bindings and MVVM patterns. But with .NET Maui, we will also have other ways to build apps. For example, I mentioned Blazor, but there will also be another way that is also an MVU pattern. It's well probably based on the project we have out there, Comet. I will show you a little bit of Comet in a couple of minutes, but I will show you a little bit more about architecture first. But if we want to use other design patterns, we will probably don't need all the data binding stuff that we have, and we also have hard dependencies in the renderer layer that is related to the binding engine. So with the .NET Maui, they will rewrite that and it will look like this. We will have a button interface instead of the button, and the button renderer that is now renamed to button handler. Yes, at least they're right now working with having the name handlers instead of renderers. So the button handler will only know about the iButton interface. It will not know about specific implementations of the button on the abstraction layer. And the button handler will map the interface to native controls. So that will be much easier to add another way to use UI controls. For example, we can have a SAML button, we can have a Blazor button, and a comment/MVU button. So the Blazor button don't need to have all the code for data binding inside, so it will be easier to add other techniques to build UIs. It will also probably be more performant if you don't want to use SAML in your apps. So let's take a little look about how Comet and MVU can look. I'll open that solution as well. So we can say that Comet is very similar to Swift UI if you have used that. And you're writing your UIs with the code. Here, for example, you have the main page for Comet. We will declare that we have a body, and then we will return the UI for it, and we will create it with code like this, and we will also have a fluent syntax. Instead of setting properties for text, we will use .font size. We can use font family, for example, and write code like this that many people likes to do, because we have been able to write apps with C# for Xamarin Forms for a while, and we also have a Fluent extension to it, and this will be a very similar way to build apps if you use the MVU pattern. So the plan is to merge Comet or make it something very similar to Comet with .NET MAUI, because one of the main, I would say the main maintainer of Comet is also working for Microsoft and a part of the Xamarin team. But let's try to run this, because he has also a very nice hot reload for Comet that you can download as an Visual Studio extension. So you will with Comet have hot reload even for C# code. So that will probably be the case in .NET MAUI too. You need to select the right emulator. My computer is very, very slow today. Yeah, so let's try it here. Now we can select the right one. So, for example, you will handle event like this. You just pass an action to button like this. We can try to change some of the text here, and we can see that you have pretty fast hot reload. Maybe not with my computer today. Yeah, you can see that we have a different, you can also try to change font size because they will be probably okay. So I don't even have to save the code. I just have to wait a half second and then it will update in the emulator. So if you want to learn more about Comet, I recommend you to go to the GitHub page for it. It's Clancy/Comet, and you will found all the source code. You will find documentation how to get started, some key concept about the MVU style pattern, and how to get started, how hot reload works. So I think that's a pretty nice project, and it will be great to have that integrated into that MAUI, because not every developer likes to use SAML, and then you can use it with this pattern instead. Personally, I will probably use Blazor more and more when we have a stable release of that. I also think Blazor made web development fun again, and if I can use that technique in an app, I think that will be great. And I think it could also be pretty complicated to get started with Xamarin and data bindings and SAML if you don't have used that before. So I think it will be great to have other options for developer starting with Xamarin as well. So that was everything that I wanted to show you right now and talk about related to the current state of Xamarin. We're all waiting for next year's first previews of .NET MAUI. They have said that we will have them in the first month of the year, in Q1, in the end of Q1, but they are dependent on the first preview release of .NET 6. So we're waiting for that, and I think it would be great to have Xamarin as a first citizen in .NET from .NET 6. Thank you. We have some minutes left if you have any questions. Otherwise, you can contact me on Twitter, for example, if you have any questions. And I'm sorry for all the technical issues I had that started for me today.
Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner. As Your Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc, que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge As Your Heroes Learner.
Salut tout le monde. Donc, je suis en ligne, tout à fait, je suis en ligne. Bien. Alors, bienvenue à tous. Je m'appelle David Catuhe et aujourd'hui, je vais vous présenter une session avec un titre bien pompeux, Real-Time Photorealistic Rendering avec Babylon.js. Alors, on va commencer tout de suite. D'abord, des présentations. Qui suis-je ? Donc, je m'appelle David Catuhe, mon pseudo c'est Delta Coche, je suis développeur chez Microsoft et également dessinateur. Vous pouvez me retrouver sur Twitter @DeltaCoche, j'ai mon petit site web www.deltacoche.com où je partage mes dessins. Sinon, mon travail chez Microsoft se compose de deux parties. La première, c'est de diriger l'équipe de Microsoft Stream, la partie web client. Alors Stream, si vous ne connaissez pas, c'est le YouTube de l'entreprise qui se trouve dans Microsoft et Office 365. Et puis, je dirige une autre équipe qui s'appelle Babylon.js. C'est un petit moteur 3D que j'ai créé qui aujourd'hui est utilisé dans plein de sujets. Et ça va être... on a vraiment un coup de bol, en fait, j'ai envie de dire, puisque Babylon.js 4.2 est sorti jeudi dernier. Donc, on a bien fait tout pour synchroniser, que ça se fasse en même temps que les DevDays, pour que justement, je puisse venir ici, vous présenter tout ça. Alors bon, le présentiel, je préfère, honnêtement. J'ai un œil sur le chat, sur mon écran de droite. Donc, si vous avez envie de me parler, il ne faut surtout pas hésiter. Même en live, voilà, ça fera un petit peu comme si on était dans la même pièce, même si, pour moi, il est juste 7h30 du matin. Donc, il se peut que j'ai encore un peu la gueule d'un cul, comme on dit par chez moi. Du coup, n'hésitez pas, si jamais vous avez des questions, ça me fera un petit moment de respiration. Ouais, c'est beaucoup plus calme que les Coding for Fun. En effet, Jimmy, bon, on fait avec ce qu'on a. En tout cas, on est tous déjà là. Et ça, c'est plutôt cool. Alors, qu'est-ce que c'est que Babylon.js ? Alors, Babylon.js, en fait, c'est un moteur 3D qui se veut haute performance sur le web et open source. Donc, c'est une chose que j'ai démarré il y a maintenant 7 ans. C'était vraiment un pet project, un projet que je faisais dans mon garage pour m'occuper et qui, au fur et à mesure des années, est devenu un projet qui est utilisé par beaucoup de sujets en interne chez Microsoft et en externe chez beaucoup de nos partenaires. Et qui maintenant est une équipe dédiée de 10 personnes que je dirige qui, en fait, travaillent sur le moteur et tous les outils qui sont autour. En gros, si vous voulez, c'est sur le web, ça va abstraire WebGL pour vous. C'est-à-dire que vous n'allez pas parler directement à la couche bas niveau, vous allez plutôt parler avec un langage de haut niveau, avec une approche de graphe de scène, etc. À la base, même si aujourd'hui c'est aussi industriel que gaming, c'était vraiment très orienté gaming. Donc, on a le support de techniques que vous allez trouver dans les jeux vidéo, comme la physique, l'animation, les particules, la virtual reality, même l'augmented reality. On supporte une technologie qui s'appelle le physically based rendering, qui a été plus ou moins, pas inventé, mais bien peaufiné par Disney, notamment sur le dessin animé Réponse, si vous l'avez vu. Moi, j'ai une petite fille de 5 ans, donc Réponse, j'en ai jusque-là, je la connais par cœur. Il y a un truc très intéressant avec Réponse, c'est que le physically based rendering, notamment, a été bien mis au point pour ses cheveux à Réponse, où on voit des belles ondulations comme si c'était réel. Eh bien, cette technique-là a donné lieu à plusieurs papiers, et en fait, ces papiers sont aujourd'hui intégrés dans Babylon.js, donc vous pouvez faire les malins et dire que vous faites de la 3D comme les cheveux de Réponse, directement dans votre navigateur. D'ailleurs, on devrait peut-être utiliser ça comme leitmotiv pour Babylon.js. On a une autre approche, donc au-delà du fait qu'on veut que ça soit simple, on veut que ça soit toujours rétrocompatible. Ça, c'est quelque chose que vous trouverez assez peu finalement encore aujourd'hui sur le web. C'est la considération que l'on peut avoir envers les développeurs. C'est-à-dire que si vous êtes un développeur que vous utilisez Babylon.js, on vous garantit que la version suivante, la X plus 1, sera compatible avec la X-1. Donc du coup, même votre code que vous avez écrit il y a 6 ans, eh bien, il continue à fonctionner aujourd'hui. Il y a vraiment très peu de breaking change, et dès qu'on en fait, on essaye de les mitiger au maximum ou de les documenter. C'est quelque chose en fait qui a permis à Babylon justement d'être utilisé par de nombreux moteurs. Donc chez Microsoft, c'est utilisé dans Teams, c'est utilisé dans PowerPoint, c'est utilisé dans SharePoint, c'est utilisé dans OneDrive. Il y a de très nombreux endroits où c'est utilisé. Et en externe, on a des partenaires, je vais vous présenter après sur le slide suivant, des gens qui utilisent Babylon.js. Donc, c'est au-delà d'un moteur 3D que vous pourriez utiliser pour vos jeux vidéo. Ça va vraiment également dans l'entreprise. Évidemment, c'est du JavaScript, mais il est écrit en TypeScript. Donc, si ça vous intéresse de participer, vous êtes déjà les bienvenus, ça serait super. Je trouve qu'il n'y a pas assez de Français qui participent au projet. Et c'est du TypeScript, voilà. Alors, quelques projets qui aujourd'hui tournent sur Babylon.js que vous pouvez peut-être connaître. Par exemple, Nike by You. Si vous allez acheter vos chaussures chez Nike, il y a maintenant un simulateur 3D qui vous permet de choisir les couleurs de la chaussure, etc. C'est du Babylon.js. Chez Adobe Dimension, c'est un produit qui permet aux designers de designer. Voilà. Du coup, c'est également un Babylon.js. Wayfair. Alors, Wayfair, c'est le but. Aux États-Unis, c'est But ou je sais plus comment, ou Fly, je crois, qu'on peut avoir en France. Ikea aussi se sert de Babylon.js. Et on a Minecraft classique, si vous le retrouvez sur le web, il est écrit à Babylon.js. Alors, il y a Tos qui, sur le channel, me challenge en me disant « Oh, je vais tester tout de suite la rétro, j'ai un vieux code d'essai de Babylon.js. » Eh bien, normalement, mon petit, ça devrait fonctionner. C'est vraiment quelque chose auquel je tiens énormément. Alors, c'est pas facile à faire, honnêtement, parce que vous avez envie à chaque nouvelle version de révolutionner le genre. Et certains choix que vous avez faits dans le passé vous font un peu honte. Par exemple, je ne savais pas très bien parler anglais quand j'ai commencé Babylon.js. Et du coup, j'ai fait des choix de mots, parce que les API sont en anglais, ça fait quand même plus malin, qui sont dégueulasses. En fait, aujourd'hui, tout le monde se fout de ma gueule parce que j'ai des choix. Par exemple, j'ai nommé une propriété pour les souris. Dans le contrôle à la souris, il y a une propriété qui s'appelle... En français, on dirait la sensibilité de la souris. Donc, moi, j'avais appelé ça mouse.sensibility. Sauf qu'en sensibility, en anglais, ça ne veut pas du tout dire ça. Ça veut dire, est-ce que vous êtes sensible? Est-ce que vous êtes à fleur de peau? Voilà. Donc là, il y a une propriété qui s'appelle souris.fleur de peau et qui règle, en fait, la vitesse à laquelle la souris va réagir. Donc, du coup, c'est là, toujours, puisque je protège la backward compatibility, mais j'ai un peu honte, honnêtement, du niveau d'anglais de merde que j'avais à l'époque. Alors, quand on parle de haute performance, ça veut dire quoi? En fait, ça veut dire que quand on écrit chaque ligne de code dans Babylon.js, on va peser son poids. On va développer en fait un système. On a développé un système d'analyse de performance qui nous permet d'être sûr que, ok, cette méthode-là ne vient pas pénaliser le rendu de chaque frame, puisque je vous rappelle, quand on fait de la 3D sur le web, quel que soit l'objectif, il faut qu'on rende à 60 images par seconde, à minima. Quand on est en réalité augmentée ou réalité virtuelle, c'est plutôt 90 ou 120. Et du coup, chaque ligne de JavaScript doit être pesée. Donc, ce qu'on fait, nous, avec Babylon.js, ou ce que font les moteurs 3D en général, c'est qu'on va essayer de ne pas trop utiliser le CPU, qui a bien d'autres choses à faire. D'autant plus en JavaScript, où on n'en a qu'un seul thread, c'est encore plus compliqué. On ne peut pas vraiment jouer avec le multithreading. Il y a ce qu'on appelle des worker threads qui existent en JavaScript, mais qui ne permettent pas d'accéder au contexte WebGL. Donc, compliqué, on n'a qu'un seul thread. Du coup, on essaye de faire un maximum de décalage de toutes nos ressources vers le GPU. Et le GPU, c'est intéressant parce qu'il y en a partout. Il y en a dans les téléphones les plus pourris que vous allez trouver, ils ont un tout petit GPU, mais ils en ont un. Il y en a partout. Et ces GPU, la plupart du temps, quand ils sont sur le web, ils ne font pas grand-chose. Donc l'idée, en fait, de Babylon.js, c'est de dire, OK, on va faire bosser le GPU et le CPU en parallèle. On va créer cette parallélisation grâce à ce mécanisme-là. Alors nous, en plus, là-dessus, bien sûr, on a récupéré tout ce qui pouvait se récupérer, les techniques qui étaient disponibles sur le marché à l'instant T. Donc, il y a des tonnes d'optimisation que l'on rajoute par-dessus ça, avec toujours l'idée, l'état d'esprit de dire, il faut que ça soit simple, d'accord? Même des technologies comme l'instancing ou les smart shaders, vous pouvez aller voir, si vous voulez, dans le gras, dans le gore, et ouvrir, puisque c'est du JavaScript, c'est open source, et vous pouvez vraiment descendre, on a des API qui vont jusqu'au niveau de la couche WebGL. Vous pouvez aussi vous dire, j'en ai rien à branler, et je veux juste faire de la 3D. Merci Babylon.js, tu fais tout le reste. Et du coup, c'est ce qui peut se passer. Vous vous positionnez au niveau que vous voulez. Alors, parmi les choses aussi qui étaient importantes pour la démocratisation de la 3D, il y avait le format de fichier. Aujourd'hui, si je vous envoie un fichier image, JPEG ou PNG, je sais pertinemment, où que vous soyez, sur quelle que soit la plateforme sur laquelle vous êtes, je sais que vous pourrez le lire. Okay, le JPEG ou le PNG, c'est partout, parce qu'on a un format de fichier d'échange d'images. Sur la 3D, le problème qu'on avait, c'est que ce n'était pas du tout le cas. Ce n'était pas du tout le cas en ce sens qu'il y avait à peu près 10 millions de formats, tous incompatibles les uns avec les autres. Il y avait Autodesk qui avait fait les leurs, il y avait Maya Wavefront qui avait fait les leurs, tout le monde avait fait le sien, il y avait Collada qui était une tentative open source de faire un format unique, mais ça n'a jamais atterri. Ça n'a jamais atterri jusqu'à très récemment où, en fait, il y a un consortium, donc le W3C, qui s'occupe justement de plein de choses, notamment le web, et un autre consortium qui s'appelle le Chronos Group, qui s'occupe plutôt de WebGL. Les gens qui sont dans ces organismes-là ont décidé il nous faut un format de fichier qui va être le JPEG de la 3D. Et le format de fichier s'appelle le Graphic Language Transport Format, GLTF. Et qui a pour objectif de devenir le JPEG de la 3D. Alors aujourd'hui, c'est plutôt très bien implémenté. Il y a un working group qui s'appelle e-commerce, dans lequel il y a tous les grands noms en fait du e-commerce mondial, eBay, donc Wayfair que je citais, et d'autres grands groupes que vous allez retrouver, Nike, que vous allez retrouver, qui sont en fait là pour s'asseoir et dire ok, il faut qu'on arrête les bêtises, on a un seul format de fichier, on va tous travailler dessus. Et donc ce format, c'est le GLTF. Il a sa version 2.0 aujourd'hui, et Babylon.js est le moteur 3D qui le supporte le mieux sur le web, puisqu'on supporte l'intégralité de la spec, plus les extensions, et que donc du coup Babylon.js est également utilisé lors des discussions en fait. C'est pas pour rien qu'au début je vous ai montré que Wayfair, ou que je vous ai parlé d'IKEA, ou Nike utilisent Babylon.js, c'est parce que tout simplement on a le meilleur rendu qualité en termes de support de GLTF. Alors après, il y a plein d'extensions qui sont aussi présentes dans ce format. C'est un format extrêmement intéressant que vous pouvez produire avec une grande majorité d'outils 3D, 3ds Max, Autodesk, Maya. On a également Blender 3D, qui est donc un système de rendu 3D qui est open source aussi, que vous pouvez utiliser pour designer vos objets. Tous vont produire du GLTF. Unity va supporter le GLTF aussi. Donc c'est plutôt une bonne chose. On a un format unique qui permet justement en fait de démocratiser la 3D. Alors Babylon.js, nous là-dessus, on n'a pas juste fait un moteur 3D parce qu'un moteur 3D c'est bien pour les graisseux qui aiment bien juste écrire du code, mais on s'est aperçu qu'il y a des gens, ils ont envie de faire un produit, d'intégrer un moteur 3D, c'est pas le kiff de leur vie, quoi. Donc ce qu'il fallait, c'était effectivement essayer de fournir un support avec des outils qui permettent aux gens de s'en sortir plus facilement. Donc ces outils, on en a plusieurs. Alors, je vais commencer par en bas dans ma liste ici. On a des exportateurs. Chose vraiment intéressante à faire. Je vous ai parlé de GLTF. GLTF ne fonctionne bien que si toute la chaîne de production, donc du designer qui est sous 3ds Max, qui va faire son objet jusqu'à la phase de rendu Babylon.js, tout le monde parle sur le format GLTF. Nous, ce qu'on a fait, on s'est dit, OK, on croit en GLTF. D'ailleurs, Microsoft fait partie du board. Et on a décidé d'écrire des exportateurs qui existent donc pour Maya, Max, Blender, pour faire du GLTF. D'accord ? Donc, c'est l'équipe de Babylon.js qui maintient également ces exportateurs pour être sûr que même les artistes, au tout début de la chaîne de production, sont capables de produire du GLTF. Après, on a 3 outils vraiment importants. Je vais vous en faire une démonstration tout de suite, qui sont le Playground, l'inspecteur et la Sandbox. Alors, plutôt que de faire du blabla, on va directement ouvrir du code. Alors, je vérifie que ça passe bien à l'écran. Ça passe bien à l'écran. Alors, bienvenue, je vous présente l'inspecteur. Alors, l'inspecteur, qu'est-ce que c'est ? C'est un endroit... Enfin, alors moi, en tant que développeur, je suis un peu comme vous, j'aime pas lire les docs. On a une magnifique doc, allez hop, je vous la montre parce qu'on l'a refaite pour la 4.2. Alors, il faut que je la trouve dans ma liste ici, voilà. Donc ça, c'est la nouvelle doc de Babylon.js qui a été refaite intégralement pour la 4.2. C'est pas cool, ça ? En fait, on a une approche maintenant un peu plus classique où vous avez des chapitres sur le côté. Elle est beaucoup plus facile à utiliser. Donc, il y a une documentation, pas de problème. Sauf que personne ne va la lire, comme toujours, et les gens vont dire je ne sais pas faire quelque chose. Donc, le playground, en fait, c'est vraiment pour répondre à ça. C'est pour apprendre en faisant. D'accord ? Alors, sur la gauche, ici, vous allez avoir du code. Alors, c'est du code qui utilise Monaco. Donc, comme Visual Studio Code, on a des choses, par exemple, assez amusantes comme ça. Vous faites CTRL espace directement et vous avez des petits exemples. Vous voulez créer une boîte. Voilà, boum, je crée une boîte. Et vous appuyez sur exécuter ici. Et alors, je vais enlever ma sphère, du coup, pour que vous la voyez. Tac, et il y a une boîte qui est ici. Elle est pas belle, ma boîte. Donc ça, c'est justement l'intérêt du playground, c'est que vous allez pouvoir jouer avec. Après, comme il y a de l'intelligence, eh bien, vous allez pouvoir voir, OK, peut-être que je vais changer le scaling en Y et je vais le mettre à 2, vous voyez. Et boum, ma boîte, elle est plus grosse, etc. Magnifique. Ici, l'objectif pour nous, c'est de vous faire découvrir la technologie, parce que si vous prenez ce code-là, ou si vous appuyez carrément sur télécharger ici, vous allez en fait obtenir un petit zip dans lequel vous allez avoir ici un HTML, et dans cet HTML-là, si je pouvais l'ouvrir dans VS Code, ça serait encore mieux. Est-ce que je vais pouvoir faire ça? Non, je ne vais pas pouvoir, donc on va sortir d'ici, le mettre là, pour que mon ordinateur se mette à laguer comme un veau à ce moment-là. C'est la peine d'avoir un SSD à 360 millions de dollars. Windows, merci. Bon, quand Windows a décidé que je peux accéder à mon desktop, ça c'est OneDrive. qui a tout figé. J'espère que vous me recevez toujours. Ouais, j'ai l'impression que c'est bon. Oui, c'est bon. Voilà, donc ça a carrément planté. Bon, vous me croyez sur parole, on va dire, hein, c'est mieux aussi. Il y a effectivement la possibilité de télécharger, je vais y arriver, de télécharger le fichier. En fait, c'est un simple fichier HTML dans lequel vous allez avoir ce code-là. Donc ce code-là, après, vous pouvez le mettre dans votre application. C'est ça que j'ai essayé de vous démontrer en essayant d'accéder à mon bureau, mais apparemment, OneDrive a décidé que ce n'était pas une bonne idée. Alors, donc je reviens ici à nos moutons. Ça, c'est le premier... outil en fait qui est vraiment intéressant. Moi, je passe ma vie là-dedans, honnêtement. Dès que quelqu'un trouve un bug, ce que je fais dans Babylon.js, je copie le bug ici. Alors, sur le côté ici, vous avez des exemples qui vont vous permettre d'apprendre, par exemple, à faire quelque chose. Ici, c'est de l'animation blending, par exemple. L'animation blending, c'est une fonctionnalité qui vous permet en fait de faire une animation d'un objet et puis directement de blender, donc de mélanger l'animation courante avec la suivante pour que la transition, vous voyez, se fasse de manière mélangée. Ici, il avance et sur le côté et en avant, d'accord? C'est qu'il fait ça et ça en simultané, donc je blende les deux comme ça, voilà. Il y a ici plein de choses que vous pouvez apprendre comme ça, donc ici je peux faire pareil, je peux faire, vous voyez, une transition qui permet de passer d'un état à un autre de manière souple. Bref, c'est une micro-feature de l'ensemble. Ce que je voulais surtout vous montrer, c'est que le code pour faire ça, il est à droite ici. Vous avez tout ici qui vous permet de faire ça. Il n'y a rien d'autre comme code requis pour faire cet exemple-là. Ici, je vais juste venir charger un fichier avec mon import mesh, qui est une fonction de la scène. Vous voyez que la documentation apparaît en surbrillance. Et après, je joue avec. Okay. L'objectif, c'est d'apprendre, d'expérimenter sans avoir même à lancer Visual Studio Code ou Visual Studio ou whatever. Vous pouvez juste tout faire dans le browser. OK. Donc, je vais revenir à nos moutons. Ah oui, une dernière chose que je voulais présenter, c'est ici. Vous voyez ? Disons que je voudrais changer quelque chose, je ne voudrais pas avoir d'ombre au sol. Voilà, tiens, on va faire ça, les ombres, j'en veux pas. Donc je mets false. Donc cette fois-ci, j'ai la même scène sans les ombres au sol. Et ce que je peux faire, je peux appuyer sur le bouton save ici. Et en fait, ça va sauver un identifiant unique, ce qu'on appelle un playground, qui est quelque chose qui est intéressant en ce sens que vous pouvez le partager avec des amis, ils vont venir récupérer ça. Si vous envoyez ce lien-là à quelqu'un et que vous lui demandez de l'ouvrir, voilà, ça marche direct. Donc, c'est un outil de partage vraiment intéressant. Autre outil que je voulais vous présenter, c'était le Node Material Editor. Alors ça, c'est mon petit chouchou. Donc, c'est un projet qui vous permet, de créer des shaders. Alors, les shaders, c'est quelque chose qui est très important dans le monde d'un 3D puisque c'est la manière dont on programme le GPU. Le GPU se programme en shader. Donc ici, en fait, les shaders, à quoi ça ressemble? Je vais pouvoir vous en montrer un si vous voulez. Ça ressemble à ça. Ça ressemble un peu à du C ou du C++ de bas niveau. En fait, c'est un langage que va comprendre le GPU qui va lui expliquer comment dessiner chaque pixel de votre image ici. Vous voyez? Donc là, je vais me mettre en mode matériel. Oui, on va pouvoir quitter, s'il te plaît. Et on a donc ici une sphère. Je ne vais pas prendre une sphère, je vais plutôt prendre ma shader ball, elle est mieux. Alors là, vous ne voyez pas grand-chose parce que mon shader, qu'est-ce qu'il fait? Il dit, il y a une partie haute ici où j'explique comment je calcule la géométrie. Et il y a une partie basse qui dit, et vous savez quoi? Vous allez juste écrire la couleur gris. Okay, donc bon, je peux changer de couleur et mettre rouge si je veux, mais au final, on n'y va pas grand-chose. L'outil ici va vous permettre de créer en fait des shaders en manipulant des nœuds. Par exemple, je vais ajouter un support de la lumière. Donc je vais drag and dropper ma lumière ici, récupérer la couleur d'output. Bon, là, il va me dire, oh là, t'es mignon, mais il manque des bouts, coco. Effectivement, il faut que je branche tous les paramètres d'entrée ici. Donc il attend une propriété qui s'appelle la wall position. Il atteint également une propriété qui s'appelle la wall normale. Alors, je ne rentre pas dans les détails de ce que ça veut dire chacun des blocs que je tire ici, mais voilà. Je lui ai donné au moins les deux dont il avait besoin. Voilà, c'est dégueulasse, mon graphe. Des fois, je passe des jours à juste ranger les graphes pour qu'ils soient beaux. Donc, vous voyez, ce qui s'est passé ici, c'est que ma shader ball, maintenant, elle subit l'éclairage, d'accord? Il y a des lumières dans la scène, et comme ça, on a une partie claire et une partie foncée. Je vais rajouter juste une texture. Ici, on va rajouter une texture. Alors, ce qu'on peut faire ici, en général, c'est que je vais avoir une texture que j'aurais dû préparer et j'ai oublié de la préparer. Bravo, monsieur Catuhe. Donc, c'est pas grave. Je vais aller chercher un de mes dessins. Je vais me faire une petite pub comme ça au passage. Je vais aller chercher, je passais 3 jours à choisir un dessin. Ah, OneDrive. N'hésitez pas à mettre des jours à télécharger des fichiers. Voilà, j'ai mis ce dessin-là dessus. Donc, je voudrais mapper, donc mélanger ma texture sur mon objet avec sa lumière. Okay, donc, comment faire? On va prendre la sortie de la lumière ici, et si je branche juste la sortie de ma texture, voilà, j'ai ma texture, mais j'ai plus la lumière, bien sûr. Ça a été éliminé dans le shader. Okay, donc, moi, ce que je vais faire, c'est juste un mix des deux, donc je vais les multiplier, tout simplement. Je vais multiplier ici, Quoi donc? Eh bien, la lumière par la texture et j'obtiens ma couleur définitive qui est à la fois ma texture et mon lightning. C'est aussi con que ça. Grâce à ça, eh bien, vous allez pouvoir créer vos propres shaders. Alors, des trucs de fou on peut faire avec ça. Je vous en montrerai un dans la vidéo à la fin. J'ai une petite vidéo à la fin qui résume un peu ce qu'on a fait en 4.2. Il y a un gars, il a fait un shader d'océan où on voit les vagues, on voit les reflets de la lumière. C'est presque si on ne sent pas les embruns et les merdes de mouettes. Donc, c'est vraiment impressionnant. Alors, une fois que vous avez fait ça, c'est cool. Ce que vous pouvez faire après, c'est soit sauver le fichier et ça va vous donner, en fait, ici, un JSON que vous allez pouvoir réutiliser. Soit vous allez pouvoir en fait sauver ça en tant qu'adresse unique, exactement comme sur le playground ici. Donc si vous les gars, je vous le copie par exemple dans le chat sur, je vais y arriver, sur Discord, là, vous l'avez à l'instant, eh bien vous pourrez en fait cliquer dessus et aller voir exactement ce shader-là et jouer avec. Et puis alors il y a un truc qui est pas mal quand on a ça, c'est que grâce à cette URL ici, je peux revenir là, je vais refaire juste ma shader, ma sphère du début, voilà ici, et je voudrais en fait que ma sphère, je vais utiliser ce shader que j'ai utilisé, que j'ai créé. Pour ce faire, on va faire un peu de JavaScript avancé. Donc, je vais faire une fonction asynchrone. Oh mon Dieu, je suis amoureux de ça. C'est la seule chose qui me manquait quand je suis passé de C# à TypeScript ou à JavaScript. Eh bien, maintenant, j'ai async, je suis content. Donc, on va dire que je veux un matériel. Et ce matériel, en fait, je vais aller demander à mon node material. Donc, Babylon.nodeMaterial. NodeMaterial. Et alors ici, en fait, vous allez voir que je peux parser depuis le snippet. Vous voyez? Alors, le snippet, en fait, c'est le petit nom de ça, ici. Donc, c'est ça que je veux. Alors, excusez-moi, je ne sais jamais s'il faut le dièse ou pas. Donc, je ne vais pas le mettre, on verra bien. Je vais lui donner la scène sur laquelle il travaille. À partir de ça, le système va aller chercher ce snippet-là, compiler le shader pour moi. Et la seule chose que je vais avoir à faire, c'est dire, OK, le matériel de ma sphère ici, c'est matériel. C'est tout. Donc, voilà. Si ça marche, et ça marche. Oui. Je suis allé récupérer ma sphère ici. Elle est bien éclairée avec la source lumineuse que j'ai mis dans ma scène ici, vous voyez. D'ailleurs, ça va me permettre de vous introduire le troisième outil qui s'appelle l'inspecteur. Donc là, on a vu le playground, on a vu le Node Material Editor. L'inspecteur, c'est le petit loulou qui est ici, qui peut être invoqué même dans votre code à vous. C'est en fait un panel qui s'ouvre où vous voulez qu'il s'ouvre et qui va vous permettre en fait d'analyser de manière graphique votre scène. Donc ici, je vois bien que j'ai une caméra, je vois bien que j'ai une light. Vous voyez, si j'éteins la light, il n'y a plus de lumière. Waouh! Et j'ai ma sphère ici, en fait, qui a un matériel de type node. Vous voyez, quand je clique sur le nœud ici, je vois mon matériel. Et depuis l'inspecteur, ça c'est pas mal, on peut également revenir sur le Node Material Editor. Donc, tout est intégré. Et ça, en fait, c'est pratique parce que ça vous permet d'avoir des gizmos, par exemple. Alors, les gizmos sont des choses qui vous permettent de bouger des objets, de les sélectionner, etc. Vous pouvez également changer les propriétés. Par exemple, dire, je sais pas, moi, cet objet-là, qu'est-ce que je pourrais changer? Voilà, tiens, par exemple, ça. Zzz, vous voyez? Oula, oui, on les contrôle. Tout ça se fait, en fait, directement par cette interface-là. Ce qui est très important de savoir, enfin, de voir ici, c'est que, je vais y arriver, c'est que tout ça peut être exactement fait dans votre propre application. D'accord? C'est-à-dire que si vous êtes dans votre code et que vous avez utilisé Babylon.js, vous pouvez sans problème également appeler l'inspecteur qui va vous fournir tous ces services-là. D'accord? Ça vous permet effectivement de débugger directement. Alors, le truc, il y a plein d'outils. Honnêtement, il y a des tonnes d'outils qui sont dans l'inspecteur. Je voudrais juste vous en montrer un, c'est la render grid ici qui vous permet... Voilà, donc là, je pense que ça ne lui a pas plu. On va recommencer pour voir juste. C'est la render grid, disais-je. Où étais-je? Voilà, qui devrait ne pas fonctionner. Ah non, mais j'ai mis physique quand même. Voilà, la render grid, ça vous permet justement d'avoir une grille ici. Donc là, si je prends mon gizmo et que je bouge, vous voyez, je peux vraiment... On est presque dans un outil de conception. En fait, ça va vous permettre de vraiment contrôler votre scène, de la setup, j'ai envie de dire. Vous voyez, comme vous avez envie. Et puis après, vous pouvez la sauver. C'est-à-dire que vous allez pouvoir soit recorder une vidéo ou un screenshot, mais vous pouvez également générer un XLB ou un fichier Babylon. Donc, un fichier GLTF ou un fichier purement Babylon. Donc là, si j'exporte en GLB, ben là, j'ai un fichier GLB. Et ça va me permettre de passer à mon dernier outil dont je voulais vous parler, qui est la sandbox. La sandbox, en fait, c'est un outil qu'on a fait surtout pour les designers et qui va permettre de drag and dropper des fichiers. Donc ici, vous voyez, j'ai un ensemble GLTF. Donc, c'est un fichier GLTF et toutes ses ressources. Il y a deux formats pour GLB. Il y a le fichier GLTF où il y a tout à plat, comme ça, sous forme de fichier. Et il y a le format GLB, ou pour binary, où tout est rassemblé dans un seul fichier. Donc, tout à l'heure, j'ai sauvé, si vous voulez, mon fichier GLB. Ah oui, mais c'est vrai, mon explorateur est mort. Donc, bon, tant pis. Peut-être qu'il va se réveiller. Ah si, il s'est réveillé, autant pour moi. Donc là, je vais pouvoir sauver ici. Et donc là, je me retrouve, vous voyez, ce que j'ai généré tout à l'heure. Alors là, c'est un peu plus amélioré parce que quand on est dans la sandbox, on vous génère ce qu'on appelle une texture d'environnement. Vous voyez ce joli environnement avec ces jolies couleurs-là. Ça vous permet d'éclairer la scène, en fait, et de ne pas avoir un objet à nu. Mais c'est par contre, la scène que j'ai créée dans Babylon, elle est exactement là. Et alors, je voulais vous en montrer une autre qui était le Yeti. Mon ami le Yeti, voilà. Donc ici, on a un petit bonhomme qui permet, en fait, de voir, je dirais, les textures et les animations. Et si vous ouvrez ici, vous voyez, mais vous avez également l'inspecteur. Donc, cette fois-ci, l'inspecteur est ouvert sous la forme de deux branches, à savoir gauche et droite. Et voilà. Ça vous permet également de vérifier que tout va bien, que, vous voyez, les objets sont là. Vous pouvez travailler pareil, de la même manière que la fois d'avant. Vous pouvez déplacer les objets si vous avez envie. Par exemple, je ne sais pas, moi, on va faire tourner... alors, lui, il est animé, donc je ne peux pas le toucher. Il est contrôlé. Mais vous voyez l'idée. Vous avez la sandbox dans laquelle vous draguez et dropez vos objets. Vous avez l'inspecteur qui vous permet d'éditer sur le côté ou à l'intérieur de votre propre application. Vous avez le Node Material Editor pour créer vos shaders si vous n'avez pas envie de faire des shaders à la main. Et vous avez le Playground pour apprendre tout ça. Donc, je vais revenir à mon deck immédiatement. OK. Donc là, je vous ai parlé de WebGL jusqu'à maintenant. Mais en fait, Babylon.js fait plus que ça. Il fait WebGL ou WebGL 2. Et automatiquement, il va switcher de l'un à l'autre, je dirais automatiquement, en sens que s'il détecte qu'il y a WebGL 2, il va choisir WebGL 2. D'accord ? Aujourd'hui, en fait, WebGL, par lui-même, ça a à peu près 99% du marché. Il faut vraiment se sortir les doigts pour trouver un device qui ne supporterait pas WebGL 1. Donc, Babylon.js, on peut, en général, on admet qu'il tourne partout. Il tourne même sur les écrans de Tesla qui supportent WebGL. Il tourne même sur un frigo. On a un utilisateur qui l'a fait tourner sur un frigo Samsung. Voilà. À partir du moment où il y a un petit navigateur et que le navigateur supporte WebGL, c'est gagné. WebGL 2, tout simplement, c'est la suite. Donc, plus rapide, plus efficace. Et il permet de faire à peu près les mêmes choses, mais juste plus vite. Et nous, après, on va faire ça pour vous de manière transparente. Ce qu'on est en train de faire... Donc là, la version qui vient de sortir, c'est Babylon 4.2. La version 5.0 qui arrivera en septembre 2021, si l'humanité n'a pas coulé d'ici là, supportera la grosse feature qui est WebGPU. Donc WebGPU, ça a été initié par Apple, incroyable, pourtant Apple, c'est pas des fans du web. C'est supporté aujourd'hui dans Chrome Canary, Firefox Canary, Nightly, et Edge Canary. En gros, on pourrait appeler ça WebGL 3, mais ça serait ne pas lui rendre correctement hommage. C'est vraiment la même chose qui s'est passé entre DirectX 11 et DirectX 12 ou entre OpenGL et Vulkan. C'est une nouvelle manière d'accéder à la 3D de manière beaucoup plus bas niveau. Donc, extrêmement rapide, mais il faut tout faire. Il faut vraiment tout faire. WebGL avait l'avantage d'être intermédiaire. Si vous aviez envie de faire du WebGL et pas du Babylon.js, c'était pénible, mais c'était jouable. WebGPU, c'est le next d'après, c'est le step d'après. C'est vraiment hyper dur à utiliser. Par contre, comme c'est très bas niveau, ça va méga vite. Donc, nous sommes en train, en fait, de mettre en place tout ça dans Babylon.js pour que de manière transparente, votre code continue à fonctionner. Mais si jamais WebGPU est supporté, on switch directement sur WebGPU. Et là, ça va envoyer de la tartine. Ça va envoyer... parce qu'on sera plus proche du métal, on aura beaucoup moins d'intermédiaires entre JavaScript et la carte graphique, etc. Là où WebGL et WebGL2 étaient stateful, donc il faut établir un état, il faut maintenir un état, WebGPU est stateless. Et ça fait une vraie grosse différence. C'est-à-dire qu'on va pouvoir maintenir nous-mêmes notre propre état de manière beaucoup plus efficace. Alors bien sûr, c'est encore un état de draft. On estime que peut-être d'ici 6 à 12 mois, vous pourrez l'avoir en version derrière un flag non canary. Ce qui fait que quand Babylon.js 5.0, Babylon 5 va sortir, on aura le support de WebGPU qui sera disponible. Et vous, de manière transparente, n'importe quel utilisateur de Babylon pourra avoir WebGPU sans même le savoir. Alors, c'est pas tout. On a aussi des gens, on a beaucoup de gens en fait derrière Babylon.js. Et une chose auquel moi je tiens beaucoup, c'est l'aspect franchouillard / amical, je dirais, de notre forum. Donc, on a un forum.babylonjs.com. Je vous invite à y aller. Franchement, c'est probablement pour la moitié des gens, la raison pour laquelle ils basculent à Babylon.js quand ils ont envie de faire de la 3D sur le web, c'est notre forum, parce que c'est un endroit extrêmement accueillant, très chaleureux, où il y a une vraie entraide. J'ai une équipe de 10 personnes, dont l'objectif, c'est de tous les jours être sûr qu'il n'y a pas une seule réponse qui n'a pas été répondue sur le forum. Donc, on fait vraiment très attention à ça, parce que, je suis le premier à le reconnaître, apprendre à faire la 3D, c'est pas facile. Merci Adrien pour le lien. Et du coup, c'est quelque chose que il faut qu'on s'aide entre nous. Voilà. Donc, allez sur le forum, vous verrez, vous ne le regretterez pas. Alors, comme je vous disais, j'ai 10 ingénieurs dans mon équipe aujourd'hui. Je leur mets comme contrainte qu'un bug doit être fixé en moins de 48 heures. Et ça, c'est vraiment quelque chose auquel je tiens énormément. C'est vraiment très important. Donc, si vous avez un bug en production, whatever, en 48 heures, vous aurez le fixe, c'est sûr. Avec un forum hyperactif, et c'est vrai qu'on a une communauté qui est vraiment dynamique, puisque justement, cet état d'esprit de backward compatibility, le fait de conserver la rétrocompatibilité, le fait de ne pas avoir des bugs qui durent plus de 48 heures, etc., ça crée un esprit où les gens sont plutôt en confiance. Et du coup, quand je vous disais qu'on a Nike ou Adobe qui se servent de Babylon.js, c'est quand même des preuves que ces gens-là nous ont fait confiance. Au-delà du web, on a également une équipe qui travaille sur Babylon native. Alors, Babylon native, à la base, c'était l'idée que je voulais que les gens puissent écrire une seule fois en 3D, avec du JavaScript ou du TypeScript, mais que ça marche également de leur application iOS, Android, leur application Win32, WPF, etc., ou macOS. Pour ce faire, on a développé un shell, je dirais, autour de Babylon.js, qui vous permet en fait d'exécuter Babylon, non pas sur le web, Series X bien sûr, Xbox Series X évidemment, d'ailleurs je vais revenir sur ça, ou HoloLens 2. HoloLens 2, je ne sais pas si vous avez suivi les annonces de Kipman, mais c'est même Kipman qui l'a annoncé sur scène, vous pouvez développer sur HoloLens 2 directement avec Babylon Native. Donc vous faites exactement ce que je vous ai montré là, direct, sauf que ça marche direct sur HoloLens 2. Si vous n'avez pas à passer par Unity, à déployer pendant 25 minutes à chaque fois, c'est direct, vous appuyez sur F5, bam, c'est là. Et c'est pour ça justement que l'équipe HoloLens était très contente de cette approche-là, parce que le modèle de développement est beaucoup, beaucoup plus rapide. Vous éditez votre fichier texte, F5, terminé. Alors, rapidement, comment ça fonctionne? Donc, en fait, la partie tout en bas, OpenGL Metal DirectX, c'est quelque chose sur laquelle il y a eu un framework qui s'appelle BGFX, qui est un framework open source qui permet d'abstraire ces plateformes-là. C'est-à-dire que plutôt que de parler directement à Metal, à DirectX ou à OpenGL ou à Vulkan, on parle à BGFX. Donc BGFX, je n'ai plus l'adresse, mais vous pourrez retrouver facilement sur Internet, c'est un framework ouvert. À côté de ce BGFX, il y a ARCore, ARKit et OpenXR, qui sont en fait des frameworks pour accéder à la réalité augmentée et à la réalité virtuelle. Et nous, on a construit Babylon Native au-dessus de ça. Donc Babylon Native, c'est écrit en C++, c'est un langage natif. On a un port en Java, qui fonctionne sur donc, Android, et on en a un autre qui fonctionne sur iOS. Donc, vous pouvez trouver ça sur toutes les plateformes natives. Et au-dessus de ça, en fait, si vous avez envie, vous pouvez par exemple faire une application React Native qui va se baser sur un port React natif de Babylon.js. Donc, vous pouvez utiliser vraiment Babylon Native partout, soit en pur langage natif, soit en s'appuyant sur React Native. L'idée, c'est vraiment que vous allez développer qu'une seule fois. Alors là, j'ai une toute petite vidéo, j'espère qu'elle va fonctionner. Donc j'ai un peu la turbolouse. Non, là par exemple, je ne sais pas ce qui s'est passé. Ah si, ça l'a ouvert, mais dans une autre fenêtre. Donc c'est bon. Alors, je ne vais pas mettre le son parce qu'on s'en fiche sur celle-là, mais l'idée c'est qu'ici vous avez Babylon.ts. Vous voyez, c'est un fichier de TypeScript qui fait du Babylon. Ici, vous avez la version iOS et ici la version Android, pardon, et ici la version iOS. Et vous voyez que ça tourne directement sur Android. Et même, par exemple, là on est sur iOS, je vais pouvoir faire de l'AR, c'est-à-dire je vais pouvoir projeter mon objet grâce à ARKit ou ARCore, directement, le même code. Et alors, l'idée géniale, vous allez voir ce qui va se passer. Donc ça, c'est un fichier GLTF d'animation qui est joué et qui se met sur les deux. Ce qu'on va pouvoir faire après dans la vidéo, une fois qu'on a fait ça, c'est qu'on va également pouvoir changer le code. Donc, imaginez maintenant que vous avez également un troisième device qui serait par exemple un HoloLens 2. Donc là, vous voyez, on va faire un petit commentaire. Hop, je fais sauver, F5, crac, j'ai mes émulateurs, mais bon, imaginez que c'est des vrais devices, bien sûr, qui immédiatement vont être mis à jour. Ce qui veut dire que vous pouvez faire de la 3D sur le web, mais vous pouvez faire de la 3D en natif de manière aussi simple, la même simplicité, sur tous les devices natifs, inclus les devices de réalité augmentée. Alors bien sûr, ça fonctionne sur le Quest, ça fonctionne sur le Lens, sur n'importe quel device de type réalité augmentée, Mixed Reality. Donc là, un autre exemple, on va on va décommenter un certain code. On va venir le copier ici dans le playground pour vous montrer également que le même code, en enlevant juste une partie, voilà, ça marche également sur le web. Donc là, vous avez sur le même écran web, natif et réalité augmentée avec le même bout de code. OK. Donc, on va revenir ici. Hop là, non. Ah. Comment on fait pour passer au suivant, du coup, sans cliquer? C'est un peu comme mon truc là. Donc, je vais venir ici et je voudrais vous montrer une seconde vidéo. Alors, celle-là, j'espère qu'elle aura le son. Sinon, ah oui, du coup, excusez-moi, je vais vous mettre ça. Si vous l'avez déjà vu, je vous présente mes excuses. Mais en fait, c'est une bonne présentation de ce qu'est la 4.2. Donc, je vais remettre là. Je ne sais pas si vous voyez mon écran. Non, apparemment, vous ne voyez pas mon écran. Si. Ouais, si, on est bon. OK, go. Et voilà. OK, très bien. Donc, ceci conclut ma présentation. Est-ce que vous avez la moindre question? N'hésitez surtout pas. Je suis donc sur le chat Discord si vous voulez poser des questions maintenant. Je ne sais pas trop comment je suis niveau timing. Normalement, je devrais être bien. 8h05, ouais, ça devrait être bon. Alors, on signe où? C'est une très bonne question, bien sûr, Jonathan. Excuse-moi Jonathan, pardon, je ne veux pas la faire à l'américaine. Donc, le plus simple, c'est de faire www.babylon.js.com. Vous allez trouver tous les points d'entrée là-bas. Je vais même vous le montrer en live. Babylon.js.com. Alors, en fait, on a refait le site pour la 2.0. Donc, ici, vous allez pouvoir trouver tout ce qui vous concerne sur le Learn. Vous avez la documentation, les vidéos. On fait plein de vidéos sur YouTube pour expliquer. Vous avez accès, en fait, au forum également, si vous avez envie. Vous avez ici le playground, le node matériel, la sandbox, etc. Du coup, voilà, je vous conseille juste babylon.js.com. Vous avez, alors, bien sûr, c'est open source, et ça, j'y tiens. Donc, c'est quelque chose que vous pouvez forquer, faire ce que vous voulez avec. Il est sous licence Apache 2, que j'appelle la licence fais what the fuck tu veux avec. On aime bien quand on nous crédite, et comme ça, au moins, on sait où sont les gens et ce qu'ils font avec. D'ailleurs, on essaye de maintenir une communauté avec toutes les démos que les gens font avec, ou toutes les applications que les gens font avec. J'ai cliqué, mais ça va mettre 6 mois. Voilà. Merci le réseau. Donc là, je pense qu'il souffre entre tout. Voilà, donc si vous avez fait quelque chose, dites-nous-le et on le mettra sur cette liste qui est relativement longue de tout ce que les gens peuvent faire avec. Il y a de tout. Allez, justement, je vous montre un petit Yeti. Tiens, allez hop. Là, c'est la version animée. Tout à l'heure, je n'avais pas pris la version animée. Je ne sais pas trop pourquoi. Alors, excusez mon réseau. Je pense que de streamer... Ah si, c'est pas trop mal. Voilà. Donc là, c'est le petit Yeti que je vous ai montré tout à l'heure, qui a en plus des petites particules. On avait fait ça pour Noël. Voilà. Donc, c'est tout mimi. Est-ce que vous avez... Alors, je vois une autre question. Est-ce que la doc permet à n'importe qui de prendre la techno sans avoir des connaissances en 3D? Et la réponse est oui, monsieur. La réponse est absolument oui. Je vous conseille d'ailleurs, justement, c'était Tos qui rigolait à propos de ça, je crois, mais il y a une doc pour comment se servir de la doc, en fait. Alors, elle est en anglais. Désolé, les petits Frenchies. Déjà, c'est chiant à faire en anglais, donc c'est en plus faire la traduire. Mais en gros, il y a deux approches. Soit vous connaissez déjà, et donc c'est diving deeper directo, et là vous avez les détails. Soit vous dites, je sais absolument pas de quoi je parle, mais j'ai envie de faire de la 3D. Et là, on vous a coupé ça en tout petits morceaux, vraiment snackable, comme ils disent les Américains. Donc c'est tout petit. On va dire, ok, on va faire un petit lapinou. Du coup, on commence en faisant ces quelques lignes-là. On essaye de pas vous violer d'entrée, d'accord? Donc on met de la crème au début. Et après, vous allez voir que du coup, c'est plus efficace. Normalement, si vous arrivez au bout des 8 chapitres, eh bien, vous aurez assez de compétences pour passer à la suite. C'est l'objectif. Sachant que vous avez également donc Diving Deeper, et puis on peut aller encore plus loin. On a également du Guide and Learning. On a une stagiaire, une petite, qui a fait un jeu, qui a gagné le Summer Festival. Et en fait, ce qu'elle a fait, elle a découpé la création de son jeu, l'intégralité de la création de son jeu en plein d'étapes, les performances, la musique, l'animation. Et du coup, si ça vous intéresse, vous pouvez également suivre son histoire. Comment elle est partie, littéralement, d'une page blanche. Elle avait une page HTML, et puis allons-y. Est-ce que vous avez d'autres questions, messieurs? Dames. D'ailleurs, je ne sais pas pourquoi je dis messieurs tout court. L'habitude. J'espère qu'il y a des dames avec nous aussi. Alors, vous pouvez me retrouver, je vais vous mettre mon Twitter handle, c'est là où c'est le plus simple en fait pour m'alpaguer, j'aurais tendance à dire. Voilà mon Twitter handle que je mets dans le... Ah, une question de Renaud. Je bosse sur un projet où on fait du Unity 3D qu'on build un WebGL pour intégrer dans une web app React. Oh là 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 là. Mais qu'on build aussi sur HoloLens. Quest Android. À l'époque, quand on a commencé, il n'y avait pas encore d'alternative JavaScript qui permettait de supporter les plateformes natives. Aujourd'hui, pour toi, Babylon.js, c'est prêt pour supporter toutes ces plateformes. Ah oui, c'est même utilisé en interne. Chez Microsoft, il y a 2 projets HoloLens. Je ne suis pas sûr qu'ils soient publics, donc je ne sais pas si je vais dire le nom. Mais en tout cas, il y a 2 projets HoloLens qui sont exactement faits comme ça. Après, il y a des raisons de rester sur Unity, bien sûr. Unity est un excellent environnement. Mais par contre, si jamais tu targetes toutes ces plateformes, y compris le web, ça ne va pas le faire. Tu le sais, tu le vois bien toi-même, ça prend des années. Le code est dégueulasse, c'est super lourd. C'est pas fait pour aller sur le web. HoloLens, au début, c'est la seule plateforme qu'on avait, donc c'est pas mal, mais c'est quand même vraiment buggy. C'est lourd. C'est lourd de développer un Unity sur le Lens, moi ça me rend débile. Là, honnêtement, je fais mon fichier, CTRL-S, il y a un watcher qui va te le publier sur le Lens, c'est direct. Avec Babylon Native, après, tu touches toutes les plateformes que tu m'as énoncées, HoloLens, Quest et Android. Ah, Jonathan, ça me fait plaisir. Effectivement, si vous avez envie de vous lancer sur un projet après ça, alors n'hésitez pas à me pinguer, tout simplement, si vous avez la moindre question, mais encore mieux, allez sur le forum. Vous allez sur le forum, vous posez vos questions, vous allez voir, vous testez le forum, ne me prenez pas au mot, vous verrez que c'est vraiment, vraiment un endroit cool où les gens ont envie d'aider. Ouais, voilà, comme tu dis, Renaud, builder sur Unity, c'est méga lourd parce que c'est pas fait pour ça, en fait, à la base. Donc, bon. Les deux ont de l'intérêt, je dirais. Je veux surtout pas que vous lisiez ça en tant que je chie à la gueule d'Unity, c'est pas du tout le cas. Je voudrais juste dire qu'effectivement, pour cet objectif-là, je pense que c'est plus efficace de passer par le web. Écoutez, je vais vous remercier tous en vous souhaitant, alors pour vous, une bonne soirée. Moi, je vais aller me prendre un café parce qu'il va falloir que je me réveille. J'espère que je vous ai donné envie. Et en tout cas, bye bye, passez une bonne soirée. On se retrouve l'année prochaine, peut-être, j'espère, en présentiel. D'ici là, quand même, on devrait avoir les vaccins. Bisous à tous, bye bye.
Azure Heroes est un programme chez Microsoft qui reconnaît des personnes qui ont un impact dans la communauté. Et donc que vous soyez contributeur sur des sujets comme la diversité dans la tech, le Green IT, que vous soyez mentor auprès de développeurs, que vous créez du contenu ou animez une communauté, il y a des petits badges que vous pouvez avoir et collectionner avec notre super mascotte ici. Et on a aussi d'autres types de badges. Et je vous invite du coup, pendant le DevDay, à scanner le QR code que vous verrez entre les conférences pour recevoir votre badge Azure Heroes Learner.